Well, here we are once again. Floating somewhere between Earth and space, just trying to figure it all out. Got a hell of a lot to talk about here tonight, Space Fam, so I guess we better get right to it. As always, do not forget to buckle up those seatbelts. Otherwise, you might go floating off into that deep dark void, never to be seen again. Well, beautiful to see you, Space Fams, here on this Thursday evening. Let me get myself adequately situated here. Sunglasses. Hat. All right. Thank you, Twitch, for the glasses and hat. A lot to talk about here tonight, but first, some quick shout-outs. Mike Toole, Mr. Spock, and D-Derp123 in the YouTube chat. Young Chris, Closeworth. Dark Sparkle also here, and more than Dinky Camp. Benny Hanna, Ducky, and Jaeger8 Larson in the Twitch chat. Like I mentioned, a lot to talk about here tonight. We're going to be going through a number of different things. The elections, the economy, the Daily Wire. Ben Shapiro, is it collapsing? And of course, the war in Iran. Operation Epstein Fury. Operation Epstein Freedom. I can't remember the latest name, but it's back on and or over, depending on which one we're talking about. Operation Freedom over. Operation Fury back on. From one Epstein to the next. Yes, indeed, Iran war would seem to be officially on. The United States violating the ceasefire that never really got started. Fuck yeah! All right, we're gonna get right into the elections. Talk about it. Wait, this is in the wrong spot. This should be way down here. This is all wrong. Don't tell me that this is also in the wrong place. Fuck it. All right. Well, we're going to talk about the elections vicariously through some testimony given in Congress earlier.
We've talked about this in the past. And in fact, I voiced an ad, as full disclosure, for demand justice. Just because my buddy... former producer emeritus. No, he's not former. He's a producer emeritus of the majority report. Josh Horton is now the executive director of that. And they were trying to get U.S. senators to ask a very simple question on the record. They would ask, sometimes they would ask in writing, but now they started to do it in the hearings. Simple questions of judges, people who are going to sit on the judiciary for a lifetime appointment.
Like, you want the people sitting on the judiciary with a lifetime appointment to be able to acknowledge, say, the sky is blue and grass is green. Because
it's important to know that they're impartial. Because what if you had a president who said, like, look, we're imposing the sky is green mandate. From now on, we're going to refer to the sky is green. And you want judges to be able to go, well, actually, it's blue.
Right.
And here is Senator Blumenthal asking question of lifetime appointments to the judiciary. The simple question, who won the 2020 election? Now, you may have heard in the background, and we played a shorter clip of this, but it's important to play the entire thing. You can hear Grassley in the background after they all answer. What's the problem with answering who won the election? Because apparently when you're 99 years old or whatever Grassley is, you don't pay attention to, what's been going on with some of the judicial nominees.
Who won? Seriously, we got to get guys like Chuck Grassley the fuck out of here. He doesn't even know what time of day it is. He's in... What are you talking about? Is there a problem with the election? I don't know. Huh? Oh, what? I need my tea. Maybe some hot milk.
2020 election?
I'd say that that President Biden was certified the winner of the 2020 election.
He won the election. Is that your response?
Senator, I think my response is he was certified as the winner by counting the electoral.
So you're unwilling to say he won the election. How about you, Mr. Roberts?
I have the same answer as my colleague, Senator.
Same answer as the previous one?
The previous nominee. The Senate did.
Mr. Coons, how about you?
Thank you, Senator. And I have the same answer as Mr.
Same answer. Unwilling to say that Joe Biden won the election, correct?
As Mr. Hendershot said, it has become a matter of political concern, and Joe Biden.
Well, it's a matter of political concern, but it's also an issue of fact. Is it not?
Joe Biden was, in fact, certified the winner of the 2020 election.
Mr. Mark?
Same answer, Senator.
I am
Go back a little bit. You can hear Grassley is, of course, because he can't hear. So he's screaming at his aide, who's probably like sitting like 6 inches away from, what would be wrong with them saying that they won the election?
Right, like hot mic may not be exactly right. The mic barely had to be on to pick up Grassley.
I think it's actually being picked up on Blumenthal's mic.
Right.
I don't understand.
Same answer, Senator.
Explain it to me. I don't. Who? Dominion? Dominion over what? I don't.
I am amazed and really appalled that nominees for a lifetime appointment to the federal bench are unwilling to respond on an issue of fact. And I'm not going to try to get an answer out of you because clearly you've been rehearsed to provide a stock answer, which I think really reflects not only on your honesty, but really on your fitness to be a federal judge, because you are supposed to be independent and to arrive at the truth based on the evidence before you. And I think it's pretty irrefutable that Joe Biden won the election, but you're unwilling to use that word because you are afraid.
100% true. And you know what I would like to Blumenthal to have asked us that? How do you know the Senate certified the election? How do you know that? Were you there? Or did you see a news report about it? Did you see a news report about it? Why do you believe that news report and not the news report about Joe Biden winning the election? What's the difference? I mean, question them about every fact.
Right.
Was Donald Trump found liable in a court of law in a civil proceeding for
I did
rape?
everything right and they indicted me.
See if they answer that question. I mean, let's get to where the issue is. What is the dispute about whether Joe Biden won the election? Walk us through that as a question of fact. As a question of fact, why isn't that a fact?
And they'll probably just repeat the same road answer that they clearly, the three of them, memorized together. But this is actually flying in the face of what these hearings are supposed to extract, which is the notion that there's a semblance of judicial independence. Like, this is obviously not.
Extract.
I mean, they didn't even take the time to repeat that same road answer. These guys just resorted to the same answer. They're ditto. Like, they were too lazy to actually give their, or perhaps too cowardly to give their opinion. I'm not sure. I can't say. I can't speak to what's going on internally for these guys, but they're, this guy, yeah, same, whatever that guy said. This guy, yeah, whatever he said.
The notion that there's a semblance of judicial independence. Like, this is obviously not.
Extracted it.
Well, I mean, yes. Well,
It extracted its absence.
They figured it out, but it is like, it just shows how silly these hearings have become, and how the Democrats kind of ceding territory on this for this long of a period of time and not seeing this as an instrument of power that the Republicans were going to tilt in their favor regardless of the norms shows how silly this is, because this is what these hearings historically were designed to uncover. Are you an independent? Are you
I
going
don't
to
think
make
they
these?
even occurred to them to ask before, but it's good that they're asking now.
But like they're literally not. Even if you were to take Trump out of it, and they were to have like had that rote answer over and over again, copy pasted from each other, that doesn't demonstrate independence.
No.
They're not acting like judges that are looking at the facts and making an assessment. They are doing PR talking points, which is the exact opposite of what the judiciary is supposed to be. But you know, like there was that piece that we read some months ago. We had a guest on about it, just about times of like anti-democracy in this country when the judiciary asserts itself over the legislative branch and how they have more power, and we're seeing it right now. It was under.
Emma's absolutely right. Unfortunately, that supposed independent judiciary is all but gone. Right? I mean, Donald Trump has done everything he can to destroy it, and Republicans have given him every tool they could possibly find in the book to make that vision come to reality, if you will. Because that's the thing, right? Is Donald Trump has, in his 5 years in office, I think, done more judicial appointments than in Barack Obama's 8, or certainly in Biden's 4. And certainly more Supreme Court appointments. Those Supreme Court justices, they are not, like a perfect, platonic judges of right and wrong. You know, these are not philosopher kings, right? These are ideological, biased individuals with agenda. They may understand the law. That only gives them more ammo to destroy it, right? That is, you know, they are doing everything they can to undo the last 100 and however many years of legislation. They're all Federalists? Do you mean Federalist Society types? Yes, I believe so. All right, I'm just going to skip ahead a little bit on this clip.
Donald Trump has served 1.5 terms. So hypothetically, we're talking he finishes his term and then runs again. Now, if he gets impeached, there are other statutes that say that he can't run. But I will accept as an answer.
Okay.
It's contingent upon whether he gets impeached.
Is that what the Constitution says, though? Because it says you can only be elected to 2 terms, I would imagine.
That's a good question.
Yes.
There you go.
Right?
That's why he could have gone to law school.
How dare Emma ask about the language in the Constitution? That's incredible.
I mean, this woman is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen.
Is that what it says in the Constitution, Emma? Wow. You want us to read the thing?
Maybe that's
doing this instead.
Maybe that's what's all so complicated for this judicial nominee lifetime appointment to answer. Let's give him.
Senator, without considering all the facts and looking at everything, depending on what the situation is, this to me strikes as more of a hypothetical of something that could be.
It's not a hypothetical. Has President Trump been elected president twice?
President Trump has been certified the president of the United States 2 times.
Is he eligible to run
Pause
for a
it.
third
The reason,
term?
just keep it up. The reason why they say certified is because they no longer will talk about who won an election, because they cannot admit that Joe Biden won the 2020 election. Otherwise, Trump will pull their nomination.
Right. So they're trying to create consistency across answers.
Yes.
I would have to review the
All I need to
actual
tell you
wording of
is
it.
the language of the constitutional amendment that makes it clear that no, he is not eligible to run for a third term. Anybody else brave enough to say that the Constitution of the United States?
Now, right? This guy is a judiciary nominee, a lifetime judiciary nominee. He just said he would have to review the Constitution. That's not a good sign. It's not a great sign. It's not really, it's not judge material, right? Maybe law school material, sure, but not judgment. Certainly not lifetime judgeship material. I need to review the Constitution, pal. You should already have that memorized. You're about to be a lifetime a judge on the bench for life. And you're telling me you don't know the Constitution word for freaking word? It's not that long of a document, I would point out.
Is not eligible.
Like, even if you count, like, all of the... And this is, of course, an amendment, technically. But, like, even if you count all the amendments, it's really not that long, right? It's like short story length. You should be able to memorize it. If you're a judge, if your entire job is the law, right, you should know it. If every single day you go and you represent the state and the law, and it's your job to know that law in and out, I mean, you shouldn't be having to check the Constitution in the middle of this discussion. That doesn't really inspire. It's not inspiring.
All I need to tell you is
I would have to review the
all I need to
actual
tell you
wording of
is
it.
the language of the constitutional amendment that makes it clear that no, he is not eligible to run for a third term. Anybody else brave enough to say that the Constitution of the United States prevents President Trump from seeking a third term? Anybody willing to apply the Constitution by its plain language in the 22nd Amendment?
Bueller.
Nobody. All right, let's move on.
No person shall be elected to the office of the president more than twice, and no person who has held the office of president or acted as president for more than 2 years of a term to which some other person was elected president shall be elected to the office of the president more than once.
So
That's
in other words,
interesting.
like, it's a full game if you've served 2 years.
Right.
I wonder what you say if they'd ask, like, can Obama run for a term in 2028 if they try to keep it consistent like that?
Yeah, I mean, that's what I'm saying. Like, this is a good first step for these Democrats on the Judicial Committee, but I think we can tease this out a little bit more. You can say, did Donald Trump win the presidency in 2024? He was certified. So there is a chance he lost the election. Is that what you're saying?
Right.
Exactly.
Just go full blue and on.
Has anyone ever won an election in this country?
Yeah.
Anybody? It's shocking. Dave from Jamaica. I am friends with Reagan, so I am a lawyer by proxy. Chris Lam. Mr. Cedar, which team won the NBA game on Saturday? Listen, I don't... Here's the thing. Here's the thing.
76ers were certified.
76ers
second round
were awarded,
appointees.
moved forward. But honestly, like, here's the thing. I want to have more time to read. And
yeah,
the
Sports
idea
are unhealthy, and
of, like,
sports is junk food for the brain anyway.
I didn't like. I haven't caught up on the articles written about what happened on Saturday.
Yeah, I'm interested in the actual arts. You jocks can watch sports and stuff like that, but I want to go and be cultured.
I don't want to watch people live life. I want to live life myself.
Exactly.
Wow.
Thank you.
Right.
I would much rather get out there and shoot some hoops than watch it on TV.
You want to park yourself in front of a TV screen? Yeah. I'm going to educate myself and be out in the world.
Here's the thing. When you get older, you start to appreciate that this isn't going to last forever. And I'm not going to sit idly by in front of some type of boob tube.
I just want to watch the Celtics win it for an 18th time. I've already seen it 17 times.
Exactly. What do I got to do? I mean, come on.
You know, that's the thing is you kind of put yourself in a bad situation when you shit talk like that for so long, and you jinx yourself, and that's why
I don't really
some
remember
people
what you're
don't
talking
engage in that, and the slow and steady person wins the race.
Oh, so you're claiming that you're going to win the race?
I just realized that I said the W word, and I'm such a fucking idiot.
It's guaranteed a Cleveland Cavaliers championship.
I just said it on game day too, which is the no. You're not.
Oh,
I mean, and by you, I mean this is my.
This is your own voodoo.
I love how Emma pretending to not care about sports lasted like 60 to 75 seconds. I wasn't counting. I wasn't watching a clock. But I could have sworn it was about a little over a minute ago. Emma was trying to convince everybody she was cultured and she cared more about art and things of that nature than low-brow sports ball. What happened to that? That did not last long.
Yep. I'm revealing too much.
You're not supposed to do it, says the voice in my head.
Stupid bitch.
How rude.
Oh boy.
You
Well, it looks like I'm putting a little cash on the Sixers tonight.
I just.
I'll take up game 2 though.
Everyone, shut up.
Hey, folks.
Everyone, shut up. Okay, I missed the spot in there that I actually wanted. I must have skipped over it. But one question which is posed in there is, can Obama run in 2028? Right? Because he's like, all right, well, can Donald Trump run for a third term? Like, we'd have to look into it. Well, can Obama run for a third term then? Like, I mean, that's I'd love to know their answer on that one. They didn't get there, unfortunately, but that would have been revealing, I feel, undoubtedly. All right, now let's get into talking about the primaries, which are fully underway, of course. A couple of days ago, we were talking about the Ohio and Indiana primaries, which went fairly well. Fairly well. We got a lot of progressives winning Democratic primaries over there, especially in Indiana. Saw a lot. I want to say over 50% of the candidates that won had fairly strong policy proposals. Mi amor. Thank you for the follow on Twitch. All right. To the primaries. And there's a bunch of them going on, of course, right now. California governor race. One of the ones is getting a lot of attention right now in the media. Now, of course, the next primary day is the 12th. That's West Virginia and Kansas. We will get to that in a little bit. Oh, I should have just added those already. I'll do that in a second. Let's go here. CNN from 2 days ago. The very best. The great Harry Emden with the numbers on the California gubernatorial primary race. Now, the last couple of days, there's been, I think, 2 different debates held. This was leading up to the first one.
Tomorrow night is going to be one of the final opportunities for voters to actually get to hear from the Democrats and Republicans who are fighting to lead the most populous state in the nation. CNN's chief data analyst, Harry Enton, joins me now. And Harry, obviously there's going to be a lot of names on stage tomorrow night. What did the numbers that you're seeing tell you about where these candidates stand going into this debate tomorrow?
Caitlin, it's an absolute mess. I mean, that's really the terms I would use for it. Absolute mess, because you mentioned the 7 folks. And getting 7 different candidates, their polling numbers on a screen is quite difficult, but I was able to do it. But the reason I wanted all 7 is because how close they are to each other. I mean, just take a look at the top choices for California governor. This is a recent CBS News YouGov poll. The top candidate was the Republican Steve Hilton at 16%, but Tom Steyer, a Democrat, was at 15%. Then Javier Becerra was at 13%. Then you got Bianco at 10, another Republican, Katie Porter at 9, Mahan at 4, Villaraigosa, the former Los Angeles mayor, at 4, all within 12 points of each other. And you were hinting at it when it comes to the break. The top 2 advance to the November general election. You could easily see 2 Republicans, 16 and 10, advance. You could see 2 Democrats, 15, 13, 9, could advance. So the bottom line is that debate tomorrow is so important because this race is so freaking close.
Well, and
It is incredibly close. I would like to point something out. I think at the very least, Mahan and Villaraigosa probably shouldn't be in here. Like, this is genuinely too crowded of a field. Like, and I get it, like, this is the vibes in California's primary, but like, if the Democratic candidates who are currently running, and all of them seem to be saying that Republicans are a concern of theirs and Trump is a concern of theirs, then I think the field needs to be thinned out just slightly. I mean, honestly, I don't even want to see Porter running, but that's a different situation. And like, if you just take 8% out and redistribute it among these 3 candidates, all of a sudden you almost definitely have like two Democrats running. Right, like if you split 8% between Steyer and Becerra evenly, or even if you split them, well, actually, if you split it evenly 8% across the 3 candidates, then you wind up with Steyer, Hilton, I think, right, at 2.5%. It would take Becerra to like 15.5. It's super close though. It's possible that if these 2 were to just drop out, because it's slightly more than 2.5%. I'm just not doing the math. But it's like 2 2/3% or something like that. You could potentially wind up having two Democratic candidates here, rather than 1, and then you could actually have like, if you care, like, first off, if you care about the issues, then you should care more about a debate on the issues. And you have a debate on the issues if you have 2 Democrats running against each other in November. Right? Does everybody feel me here on this one? Because if you have, it's way too easy to just fear, still, like, I mean, or at least to lean on the crutch of Trump is bad, Republicans bad, just vote for me at that point. Which, at the point of the general, will effectively be the case that everyone's going to be making. But right now is the time to make the case to put the right people in office. But since this is not like a normal primary, it's a jungle primary, I think is what they call it, and that leaves a situation in which you could just have a debate on the issues in the general, which would be incredible, right? I would much prefer not have a partisan conversation on something in the general. Primary could solve that right now. People following me on this? I just don't think it's, also, I've watched some of these, I'm not sure it's super beneficial to have like 8 people all standing there. It's difficult to get everybody give full answers in some situations, I feel like, because everybody's trying to chime in. Just becomes something of a spectacle.
Tom Steyer, you have him at 15% in the polling there. He's obviously one of the front runners given those numbers. He's a billionaire. He's a Democrat. People remember likely when he ran for president. How is his money working as he is trying to woo voters?
Well, I'll just tell you, if I had one dream in my life besides having the love of family, it would be to have the amount of money that Tom Steyer has and has been able to spend in this governor's race so far. Because just take a look at this. Okay, ad spending for California governors, top candidate spenders. Tom Steyer has already spent $145 million. I almost feel like Dr. Evil saying that. $145 million. The next closest is Mahan as a candidate spender. He has spent just $6 million. You don't have to be a mathematical genius to know that $145 million is way more than $6 million. It's $139 million more. Even when you take into account the outside groups that are spending, the top outside group spending for Mahan is
It's like, it's nearly, not quite 30 times as many, but God, it's like 25 times, I think, right? It's nearly 25 times as much money. But of course, Tom Steyer is a billionaire. And as I've said in the past, I've had some amount of, I think, rightful skepticism around Tom, since he's a billionaire. You don't just become a billionaire by being a nice guy. I'd also point out that, you know, he was to the right of where he is currently at, where he is saying he's currently at in previous races that he has entered in politically. But we're going to get more into that.
Get this $23 million so far. So Tom Steyer is spending more money than anybody I could possibly imagine spending to want to be the governor of California. But hey, it's a great state, I guess.
Well, I mean, talking about spending a lot of money, we've just been talking about gas prices with Senator Andy Kim over in New Jersey. Here in California, gas is already expensive. The war is only adding to that. How are we seeing that play out, Harry?
Yeah, I mean, let me just tell you, the amount gas costs in California, top in the United States, $6.11.
Get rid of Citizens United? Absolutely. Absolutely, Benihana. But the only way to get rid of Citizens United is to get people into office who are not beholden to money in politics, right? We need people who are not funded by corporate money, PAC money, special interest group money. A majority. We need effectively a majority of our representatives at this point, because it's become so cemented, ossified in the political system. So many people are taking it. You have to somehow get rid of those people in order to get rid of the money in the politics, because those people are not going to vote it out because they're benefiting from the money being in the politics, right? People like your Chuck Schumers, Hakeem Jeffries, and so on and so forth. Like all of these people. Yeah, if you can't get the people in power to vote it out, you got a problem, right? To legislate it away requires, I think in this case, you would need a majority large enough to overrule a Supreme Court that would almost certainly have a problem with that.
That's the top state. The national average is just 446. And I will tell you that when you talk to Californians, they see this difference, and you can see the impact of gas prices. I mean, take a look. Difficult or financial hardship among California voters because of gas prices, 57% of all voters. Then you see the rare trifecta, 63% of Republicans, 57% of Democrats, and 51%
Or you could
of
do
independents.
that.
I think they're going to...
That's all. There's also that other strategy. It's a good point. That's not the only way to do it. But right now, there's not enough movement on the thing that Dark Sparkle is talking about, as I've seen it. It would be nice. It would be nice, but we need to do it on. Yeah, we could get it done on the state level across the country, but it would have to be all 50 states. I think it would have to be like all 50 states. Otherwise, I think what would happen is that these political actors could just continue setting like moving and or setting up their political what do you call them, like organizations, right? Your your PACs, your 501c3s, and what have yous, they'll just keep moving them to a different location. In Delaware, right? Like, they'll just go to some other state until it's all 50 states, which is effectively, if we can get to the point where all 50 states, I feel like we can also get to the point where we have just the legislature and the Senate, right? Like, the whole legislature, the Senate and the House, both controlled by people who don't, like, right? Do you see what I'm saying here? Like, I feel like the amount of effort it takes to do that is the same amount of effort, or nearly the same amount of effort, is somewhere in the same ballpark of the effort of putting those, of taking the people out and putting in new people. But you're right, we could do it on state-by-state basis. Some are trying it. And I think there's actually one other that you haven't mentioned in there, Montana. You said Montana, Hawaii. I think, is it Rhode Island? Or Vermont? I can't remember. We talked about this a while ago. It's been a little bit since we talked about Citizens United. It feels just so... like, right now, it feels so out of reach because of everything that's going on. There's so much corruption. There's so much corruption right now. You see the Democratic leadership currently fighting back so hard against so much. If a state bans it, they can't spend in those states. Is that the way it works? You can't be doing it from, like, you can't operate from outside of the state. Okay. Well. I suppose state legislation is a solution, potentially. But it also requires having responsible state legislators. Same type of situation, I feel, but yeah. The people could just make the legislators more responsive with activism and such. Let's go to the California debates. Now, one of the... I can't remember this fucking guy. Which one is this guy again? Chad Bianco. I think he's the #2 Republican candidate. Apparently, he is an oath keeper, or a former oath keeper. Or former oath keeper. It's unclear. He claims to be, he has a lot of oaths that he's keeping, so I don't know how he truly sees himself. But he does, he's confronted about his status as an oath keeper.
You're an oath keeper. We all know that.
And I'm very proud of it.
No, well, you should.
I'm very proud of it. And guess what? You're going to swear an oath, and you swore an oath. You should know what you were swearing and be proud of defending it.
I don't think an oath keeper is qualified to be governor.
I don't think you know what an oath keeper is.
Just to follow up on what you were just saying there, and you said you're a
I
proud
don't think you know what an
Are you
oath keeper is. It's not a great answer. You don't even know what an oath keeper is, dude. Okay? Don't come at me about oath keeping when you don't know what oath keeping is really about. At the end of this clip, he claims to no longer be part of the Oath Keepers. He's like, Catlin at the very end of there is like, so are you part of the group still or not? And he's like, oh, no, not anymore. But it's fairly irrelevant, in my opinion, whether or not he's actually still part of it. He was part of it. He still claims to be a proud Oath Keeper. So I don't know what the distinction is. If he stopped paying dues or something, I mean, that doesn't mean much. But when you have like literally a potential a potential future governor of California being a former or current Oath Keeper, that's a problem. It's a problem. Gotta do something about that. Where was he on Jan 6th? I don't know. Probably yelling at the TV. Or perhaps at the Capitol. I don't know. I'm unaware of his act. I'm unfamiliar with the Republican candidates in the California governor's race. The primary itself is not for at least another month, I think. So I've been kind of behind on the California race a little bit. This was the closest to me getting caught up on it all. This last day or so of going through this stuff. When is California's primary? Oh, actually, it's not. I take it back. Wait, no, it's Pennsylvania. No, it's California. Oh, right. It's slightly less than a month. California is the 2nd of June. That's a little over 3 weeks. We got to be talking about the California primary more. We got to get on that. All right, let's keep going through the California governor's debate.
As a Californian yourself, what did you make of how they differentiated themselves tonight in this crowded field?
Well, look, I mean, I thought that Tom Steyer, his experience showed. He's run for president. They tried to jump on him a couple times. He's a conviction politician.
Great, thanks, CNN. That's all I want from this. Honestly, I can't stand to listen to these freaking roundtables. I forgot about this one. This is unnecessary. This is unnecessary discussion. It's just yelling. It's just a bunch of yelling. I don't need it.
Billionaires like me should pay more taxes, and the big corporations should pay more taxes.
Last night was a debate between the candidates for the governor's race in California, and it appears a billionaire is the left-wing champion. So I'm going to get into some of the clips from this debate. What I'm learning about Tom Steyer the last few weeks, who ran briefly in the presidential election, or I should say the Democratic primary in 2020. And I'll get to what Bernie Sanders was saying about him back then, because I covered that whole race when it was happening. And did not expect Tom Steyer to, 6 years later, appear to be the choice, the correct choice for the governor of California. So let me first start with this clip. This is between Katie Porter and Tom Steyer. And Katie probably regrets this moment.
I have said that billionaires like me should pay more taxes, and the big corporations should pay more taxes.
Excuse me,
and
you
that's
literally
why,
said...
if this proposition is on the ballot in November, I'll vote for it. But going forward, we do need to go further. This is a one-time tax, and it also doesn't spread the money across the government the way everything else does, and specifically, it doesn't go to education and teachers and students, which is a critical need in the state of California. The tax I'm proposing to close a corporate real estate tax loophole is more money, and it's spread throughout
the only
candidate that's actually balanced two budgets.
Congressman.
I'm confused. Do you support the billionaire's tax that is going to be on the ballot in November, yes or no?
Katie, I just said I will vote for it if it's on the ballot in November. So what I've said is,
but you just said it wasn't a good idea.
Go far enough that in fact it is a one-time tax, and it also doesn't.
Oof, this is rough for Katie, because I gotta say, like, the fact that Katie doesn't grasp what Tom is saying here sort of hits her in the place that she's best at, supposedly, right? Like, I mean, like, if you think back to all the clips you've seen of Katie Porter in the past of her time in the legislature, she always has a board out. she's always explaining numbers to everybody, and you know, she's got the graphs, and yet she's here struggling to comprehend what Tom is saying. Tom is saying he supports the current measure, but it doesn't go far enough. He wants it to go further. And the fact that she can't comprehend that very simple concept really makes her seem a little incompetent.
Spread the money throughout the government.
All right, so I can't really blame Katie Porter for being confused because we don't often see a billionaire say that, yes, I support a tax on myself. And it is a policy that he has supported before. Like, it's not like as if this came out.
Yeah, Dave is being much more generous than I would. Right, and as you just heard, I would not be as generous as he is being. He's a nicer guy than me, I guess. But she's a legislator. She understands the English language. Tom Steyer said words to her, and she didn't understand them in the middle of a debate at the time when you're supposed to understand the words that are being said to you, perhaps more than at any other time in your life. It's sort of the main premise of the whole situation is the talking and the listening to the talking and the responding to the talking that you've just gotten done listening to. It's the whole premise of the goddamn thing, and she failed at it and refused to give her a pass on that.
This was well known, so Katie Porter should have already been aware of his support of it. But he's calling for even more in terms of addressing corporate tax loopholes. But this gets to how, like, I'm not just basing how I'm feeling about this California governor race based on this one debate. I've been reading others' opinions, people who are experts. We'll get to a climate activist later. Bill McKibben, well-known climate activist, well-respected, also has endorsed Tom Steyer. So this appears to be the consensus vote for the left. This from Common Dreams here from Jeff Cohen. I detest billionaires. My journeys to supporting one for governor of California. Make no mistake about it, corporate lobbyists are horrified that Tom Steyer might become California's governor. Despite myself, he may just be the class traitor we've been waiting for. So one of the biggest indications of who you can trust is finding out what people or groups are against that person. So Tom Steyer lays out a pretty good case in this interview with Zateo.
I said to you earlier, sometimes when you know someone's enemies, you know what they stand for. And if you look, Maddie, if you look at the people who have been calling me out, Donald Trump, the head of ICE, electric monopolies who are trying their heads off to retain their legal monopoly to overcharge Californians, big oil companies who are ripping us off at the pump, who have been polluting. I mean, one of the things I say is polluters pay. Realtors, because they're afraid I will drive down the cost of housing. I will make it possible for people in California to make ends meet at the end of the month and buy a house. Yeah, those people are all opposing me and only me. And I would say to you, look, I'm the only progressive on this ballot. I'm the only change agent. And I can prove it because all the people who stand for what I can't stand are against me, and I take it as a compliment.
Now, I get the skepticism because we're talking about somebody who is a billionaire. And by the very nature of becoming a billionaire, at some point he had to step on people to get there. But if you're gonna use that power to be a class traitor and to actually stand up for the most amount of people, and I mean, this is not me saying this. I'm reading opinions from people who historically have been on the correct side of issues, have fought for the correct people. The nurses union has endorsed him. Same.
Yeah. And as you've all heard me in recent past, I'm fairly skeptical of Tom Steyer. And I think for good reason. Not just that he's a billionaire. He, in previous platforms of his, in his presidential run, he was further to the right of where he is currently. And I welcome the shift. I only wonder about the sincerity of it. And honestly, that is what the primaries are for, is to interrogate that skepticism and to determine whether or not you can take somebody seriously. The fact is I'm just looking through these candidates, and I am at the point where I think he actually might very well be the best candidate on paper. The only thing that's holding me back from being more full-throated about like my support of him is my current and still existing skepticism based upon my former, like the previous things Tom has said, and so, you know, I'm not sure if optimistic is the right word, but I am sort of like vigilantly watching, I guess you might say, as best I can. But some of these other candidates are not, they're worse. They're just genuinely worse. They are espousing, like we would have to pull them to the left rather than hold them to the account, right? Because the things Tom Steyer is saying, if we could get that all done for California, it would be huge, right? Because there's millions of people that live in California. It'd be massive for the whole country. It's just like there are people who are currently espousing worse policies. Like basically the rest of the field is somehow espousing worse policies than he is. And like I think when I've heard him talk about Israel, I think he still hasn't. I honestly, but I think part of it is Tom hasn't lived the same thing that everyone else has. I don't think for 2.5 years he's spent there, spent day in, day out toiling over this in the same way that many of us have. Although I think he has come a long way on his stance on that as well. But also I would point out that particular stance, while it may rub me the wrong way or I feel like he's not going far enough on that, really is somewhat inconsequential. Because he's the governor of California. Or he would be, in this hypothetical, the governor of California. And as a result, he would have absolutely no, like nearly no foreign policy effect, right? He's not voting on bills in the legislature for military aid, things like that. Sure, can there be things that the governor could do pro or anti-Israel? Absolutely, and that's why it's important, like, no doubt, but it's not, I don't think, as important as, say, the view of a senator, right? Like the view of a senator on Israel should be like one of the main things that we're talking about. It's like that, money in politics, and like a handful of other things as at like the top of the heap right there. Right, but for a governor, it's slightly different. It's a different calculus that I think you have to make. Okay, let's go to some of the clips from the gubernatorial debates. I think this is from the second one. Right? Was there two in a row? Hold on, let me double check this. I think there were two different ones. Is he the Starbucks guy? I don't know if he invested in Starbucks. But he's like a private assets manager. Right? Like I think he's like a hedge funder. Yeah. He started his professional career at Morgan Stanley after graduating from Yale, then went to Goldman Sachs in a private equity firm after leaving Goldman. Then in the late 80s, founded his own hedge fund. Good old-fashioned capitalist. And now all of a sudden he's turning against the billionaire class. Yeah, it's like one of the many reasons why I think people are fair to be a little skeptical about the guy.
And one of the priorities tonight was hearing from you, and one way was from the live audience.
That's right. NBC4's McCollum Elliott is live from the Skirball Center with some of those reactions. Matt.
Yeah, audience members sat through both debates. A lot of them were actually talking about the fireworks between the candidates. Some of them were put off by those fireworks. Others say it helped them make up their mind.
Oh, it's fantastic. It's very spirited. It was really, really good.
Aaron Banks from Valencia walked away from the gubernatorial debate more decided.
I think they all had a good command of the issues. For me, I was looking for a fresh start for the state.
Is there a candidate that spoke to you in this debate?
I think Hilton, to me, was the best. I think he has the best new ideas.
I'm definitely not decided on anyone in particular, but hearing from them definitely gave me a rounder view of, what I might do in June.
Aleka Wally, a first-time voter for the California governor's race, says the fireworks between the candidates rubbed him the wrong way.
I'm not a huge fan of jumping out and attacking, kind of jumping down other candidates' throats.
Oh, I think by far the one that stood out to me the most was the attack on Katie Porter about being a mother.
Garrett Howard says that stepped over the line. He was also able to watch the debate between the candidates for mayor and noted the fireworks there as well. He says he was able to hear more of the plans from each of the candidates, but still.
But yeah, overall, I'm still not convinced by anyone.
Where do they find all these undecideds? I can't figure it out. Yeah, honestly, I think it's not everyone. Honestly, I can't blame people. Because it's partly the media's fault. The media does not spend enough time talking about it. About, like, these races, right? Like, I was complaining about it last stream. Like, NBC covered like 10% of the fucking elections that happened on Tuesday. They covered only the Indiana State Senate primaries. They didn't cover the House elections. They didn't cover the House elections in Ohio. They didn't cover the Senate, the state Senate in Ohio. They didn't cover the Senate races. They didn't cover the governor's races. They didn't. Oh, actually, I take it back. They covered the Ohio's governor's race because it involved Vivek Ramaswamy and he's big enough of a headline to cover. But that's the problem, is it's got to not be about the fucking headlines. And yet these people are so obsessed with that aspect of it that they do not educate the people on the things that they should be educated on. They're not doing the all-round primary coverage. Where's the all-round primary coverage from CNN and NBC?
And now to the
CBS,
other part of our debate,
and any of these people, right? Like, it should be like all hours of the fucking day, all hours of the night. The second that they're done talking about the other news, they should be back on with the primaries. They're happening right now. Democracy is happening under our feet, and we're not paying attention to it. Like, that should be the vibes over there. Instead, they're like, maybe we should talk about the primaries today. I guess. But not all of them, just some of them.
All right, let's now bring in our Hetty Chang.
Yeah, she's live with analysis for us. Hetty.
Yeah, Michael and Carolyn, what a night, right? We're talking about 2 debates in one night, 10 candidates hashing out the key issues. We did ask one political expert to weigh in.
So let's talk about the mayoral debate. Who won, who lost, and who didn't really make a difference?
I think Karen Bass won on the mayoral debate. I would say she probably had the best night because she managed to avoid more of the direct attacks you might have expected coming into this. Again, she's the incumbent, and the focus was often not her. And I would say Nithya Raman probably had the worst night because she faced a lot of incoming, and she got flustered by some of the questions and some of the structuring of yes/no questions. So not a great night for her.
Okay. What about Spencer Pratt?
Spencer Pratt managed to come off more serious than I think a lot of people expected. he's famous for being a reality TV villain, and so people might have expected more of a caricature, maybe a more sort of clownish appearance.
Okay, so let's talk about the gubernatorial debate.
There was no clear standout for me in the gubernatorial debate. I mean, Javier Becerra was the target over and over again because he is the Democratic frontrunner. I mean, I think Katie Porter had a pretty strong night. She had some spicy.
Where are they getting their numbers from? I haven't seen any polls where Javier Becerra is in the lead. All the ones I've seen are him and trailing.
Exchanges with Chad Bianco.
Does it all matter now, less than a month out?
Nothing really stood out to me as a viral clip that would sort of upend one of the frontrunner campaigns.
You just saw an AI video of her as the Joker. Newsom was in it too. Yeah. Yeah. I actually saw that earlier as well. I also saw that earlier as well. Very strange. That was, I believe, the guy they just mentioned, Bennett, who posted that ad. The guy is fucking deranged. By the way, I've seen people slowly adding more things and or their names to different districts in the primary sign-up sheet. I appreciate that. Continuing to work on it as best as I can. Unfortunately, I was hoping to be more together. I was like, things were heading in the right direction, I felt like. So, like, heading into the end of April, before we got demonetized on YouTube, I thought we had I thought I was ready for May. I thought I was ready for the primaries, and then everything fell apart over the last few weeks. And now everything feels like fucking chaos right now, unfortunately. And I'm doing my best to handle that. Oh, by the way, I forgot to update the Galactic content goal. Someone technically donated last night. Big beautiful donation over on PayPal. You know who you are. Looks like I'm doing great, does it? Does it look like I'm doing great? It doesn't feel like I'm doing great. Feels like I'm treading water or quicksand or something like that. But I appreciate the vote of confidence. All right, moving on in the primaries down to Texas. James Tallarico, who is looking to become the next senator in Texas, shocked many with his commencement speech at a local Texas graduation.
So James Tallarico gave a commencement address
Jesus
at
Christ,
Paul
okay.
Quinn College. And look, he goes in here, bro. He goes in. He shocks everybody and goes rogue and actually drops some fucking truth bombs here for this commencement speech. And you guys know the deal. Usually with commencement speeches, it's like you got to be boring and sort of like, very rarely do you get a commencement speech where you're like, oh shit, that actually was moving. But he goes in here and he lays out some real shit. So let's listen and we'll break it down. Here we go.
In your short lives, you've seen a pandemic and an insurrection, natural disasters and artificial intelligence, mass shootings and mass deportations, all piped through your screen into your souls. You have scrolled through more suffering, more division, more chaos than any generation in human history. You've grown up in an economy that isn't built for you. The American dream is on life support. 90% of baby boomers went on to earn more money than their parents. For millennials like me, it's 50%. And for Gen Z, it's even lower.
Damn. That's a lot of negative shit in quick succession right there, bro. That's a lot of like, hey, by the way, you guys are cooked. Hey, by the way.
Yeah, saying it like it is to a bunch of recent graduates here. James Tallarico. Saying the quiet part out loud, the American dream is in fact not achieving what people want. Something that Democrats fail to do too often. Unfortunately, although I think technically to some degree, well, not to some noticeable degree, Democrats are better at this when they're not in power than when they are in power. Like we saw like under Biden. Like, they refuse to admit this exact same truth. Oh, what is happening? I just clicked the beach by accident. All right, let's just do a little bit more of this, I think. Yeah.
The nuts and bolts and the studs, bro.
Listen to the poetry of Langston Hughes. I am so tired of waiting, aren't you, for the world to become good and beautiful and kind. Let us take a knife and cut the world in two to see what worms are eating at the rind. We are living in an era of corruption. When I say corruption, I don't just mean illegal activity. I mean corruption in the deeper sense, the rotting of something from the inside. Politicians serving billionaire mega donors instead of their constituents, that's political corruption. The top 1% owning more wealth than the entire middle class, that's economic corruption. For-profit social media algorithms sowing division in our communities and turning neighbor against neighbor, that's social corruption. Our systems are rotting from the inside out. The ties that bind us together are unraveling. The most powerful people in this country are profiting off our pain, profiting off our division, profiting off our disconnection from one another. This is, at its root, a spiritual crisis, and it will require a spiritual solution.
This is what makes him uniquely suited to make a good run in Texas, is that
Oh no, is Tallarico a preacher? No, this is a commencement. This is Paul Quinn College. It does look like it might be in like a chapel or something at the college, but no, I don't believe he's a preacher. Not that I'm aware of. But it's out here preaching the gospel of social democracy, one that works for the people. And about the realities of the current system that we are living with. However, some in Texas refuse to change. Don't mess with Texas. Don't do it. You go messing with Texas, you got a problem.
What is it about Texas? I mean, the whole idea, or at least in part, the utility of burying this type of history by conservatives is to simply say, like, you know, keep Texas, Texas.
Yeah.
Well, what is it about Texas that is so there's like this? Well, let me put it this way. I grew up in Massachusetts. Massachusetts has been around for a long time in this country, longer than Texas. And I don't think I ever heard, let's keep Massachusetts, Massachusetts. Like, there was certainly like a very deep parochialism that existed in Massachusetts. I mean, from town to town. Like, you know, that dude's from Lowell. Well, I don't know what the hell's going on over there. It's exactly like the same places where you grew up, but it's, but what is it about Texas that is like, got this attitude? I don't know what better to like that the idea that it's important to hide this history so that we can employ the idea of like, Texas, keep Texas, Texas. It's not that old of a place.
and it's changed like a lot too. I mean, the population, today is significantly different than like the population at this period of the book as well. It is a fascinating thing.
And you think also, I should just add, like based upon the names of a lot of the cities there, that the keeping Texas, Texas would be like, let's keep it sort of like Mexico.
No, I think 100%. And I think that, Sam, one of the things that you're getting at here is that like there has been, a long time right wing project, I think here, again, of like associating certain kind of values and perspectives and maybe even a racial idea of like what a true Texan is versus what a fake Texan is. And like as to like why is the case, I could talk romantically. It's a big state. It's beautiful. It feels very wild. If you've ever been here, I'm from Austin, and the way that the weather could change here, you understand why so many people were Baptists, because it can feel like God hates you.
It feels like God hates you. God. That's in the Bible. That's in the Bible. Everybody says it. God hates you. Especially in the Old Testament. God really hated people back then. It's a little nicer in the New Testament. I wanted to pause really quickly because I have to do something. I just realized that I've been baking a potato for quite some time now. I have not been paying attention. The stream is already an hour and 15 minutes in. Somehow I've made very little progress. Little progress, not much. Not as much as I would have thought. But since we're over an hour in, I want to remind everybody the Galactic content goal is now officially started. You got a few ways to contribute to that, of course. Twitch, bits, power-ups, subs, gifted subs, prime subs. Still the only monetized platform we have left. YouTube gone. Cash App, PayPal, of course. Throne and Patreon, where I've seen a number of people become new members recently. I appreciate all of you. As well as new followers, free members, people who are just hanging around. Today could be the day you choose to become a Galactic patron. Only $3 a month. Really helps us out. Speaking of which, I did notice someone become a Galactic benefactor. I won't say who, but I appreciate you. I'm going to add that to I'll add that to the Galactic content goal. So we'll say that we're already 3, because we also had a gifted sub, not gifted, resub from Jaeger Larson. 14 months of Galactic subscriptions over on Twitch from Mr. Larson. So we'll count that 3 of 10. So already 30% of the way. Look at that. Making big progress. All right, I'll be right back. We're just going to stay on Texas for a second.
Just so quickly, it is kind of coming down on you. The utility of it for the right, I think, has been the fact that as Texas becomes more of a kind of economic powerhouse, and the changes that have happened here, not just culturally but also economically, are so felt. I'm in Austin, and like this town feels completely different than it did when I was a kid, right? And there's a lot of anxiety about what that means. Just thinking culturally, I don't think there's the same sense of a shared culture that we used to have. And if the right can kind of speak to that anxiety and say that, like, oh, it's because these Californians have been moving here and they're bringing their California ideals to Texas, that's more effective than them having to make the pitch that they should have to make, which is that we've run this state for 30 years and, we lead the country in humiliating statistics like childhood poverty, maternal morbidity, gun deaths, hunger. And that's a direct connection to the Republican Party's rule over this state. So they need to play on this kind of mythic level, because that allows you to tell stories and myths and fantasies and sell that, instead of having to actually stand on your own 2 feet about what you've been providing for everyday people.
And how much of that was oil too that like cemented that myth? I mean, when it's that much private capital and that much kind of corruption flowing, like it kind of incentivizes more mythology.
I think that's probably true. I mean, Texas, and I think especially how Texas kind of got introduced to the rest of the country as well, right? Because for a long time, Texas was just a kind of backwards agrarian state, right? And it really was the kind of oil boom, and then obviously our introduction to the country through LBJ that really kind of promoted a certain view of the Texan as a kind of new money individual. They don't have that kind of northeastern, waspy culture, and also kind of very gruff, aggressive, uneducated, shoot from the hip kind of figure. And I think we've always kind of been struggling, with this myth and image of ourselves, both on one hand of maybe trying to disassociate with it, and also in many ways trying to associate with it as well.
And I guess I think about this. I'm somewhat prejudiced by George W. Bush. Going back to Midland, Texas, and clearing brush, and that was the way that he was, going to. When his family came from Connecticut, and his grandpa's name was Prescott, and there was a quality of there's a self-consciousness, and sort of like there's an esteem issue. And so you compensate by, I just remember a buddy who's a comedian would had this bit about Texas, like, don't mess with Texas. And just going up and picking a fight with the state or something that just seems like, instead of welcome to Massachusetts, it's don't mess with Texas. Hey,
Hey, it's Massachusetts, fuck off. That's basically the vibes. Come on, Texas. Be more friendly. You got a weird history, and I think it would be best for everybody if you just chilled out a little bit. Stop trying to drag us all back into the 1800s. I know some people are still salty over the Civil War and slavery, I guess. But I think it's time. It's probably time. Don't you think? 2026? Time to sort of just, let that be a thing of the past. Just saying. Just saying things. Just thinking out loud here. I think that would be healthy. Is that crazy? Is that crazy to you? By the way, I was glad to see Secular Lefty on Leftist Mafia today. As many of you probably know, we've watched a couple of his videos recently. I find them fairly quite informative. I think the production value could still use a little tweaking, but if production value means nothing to you, these are great videos because the information contained within represents what is clearly a great deal of effort from that guy. I was actually surprised. I was like, wait, Secular Lefty? Hey, I'm going to watch one of these videos later tonight. I'm literally planning to watch one of these videos in a second. But first, KETV News Watch 7, Nebraska. Let's talk about Nebraska's 1st district. Now, Nebraska, along with West Virginia, both have their primary elections next Tuesday on the 12th. So this is coming up quickly. Got a lot of work to do getting the word out. And a lot can be done in these places, Nebraska, West Virginia, because of the incredibly low population size and often very low primary voter turnouts. you can make sizable changes in these places with very little voting. You know, like, I'm not saying people shouldn't vote. What I'm saying is in fact the opposite, is that you should vote. If you're in West Virginia, if you're in Nebraska, you can make a outsized change in your state, right? Unlike other people, right? If you vote, especially like in things like the Senate, oh my God. And these are the states where we can make big changes, technically, with fewer people. $4.50 a gallon last check. It keeps going higher. I've been looking at I've been watching it myself. Every time I walk by a gas station down on Earth, it seems to go up. Every single day I go to get my tea. I think, boy, am I glad that I'm walking right now. Not a feeling I always have, although I actually appreciate not driving sometimes. Not having a slightly better mode of transportation. Although the bike has really improved that as well. I'm feeling much more mobile than lately, and very glad to not be paying those gas prices. I can't imagine right now, as they continue to skyrocket, going up to that pump and saying, yeah, this is fine. No, that sounds terrible, actually. And I am not envious in the least.
The race for Nebraska's first congressional district is well underway. Republican Congressman Mike Flood is looking to keep his seat.
He's uncontested in the primary, so he automatically advances to November. But two Democratic candidates, Chris Backmeyer and Eric Moyer, will now compete to see who will face Flood.
KETV Newswatch 7 Capitol Bureau Chief John Grunwald has this commitment report.
Eric Moyer and Chris Backmeyer have been busy.
Same issue.
Crisscrossing the campaign trail of Congressional District 1.
I grew up in Lincoln. My great-great-grandparents on both my mom and dad's side homesteaded around Murdoch, Nebraska in the late 1800s.
I grew up in the small town of Madison, Nebraska. Had the opportunity to work my grandparents' farm in the fall and the summer.
Moyer spent time in sales and marketing and ended up in the solar power industry, building renewable energy projects throughout the Midwest. Dissatisfaction with the status quo put him on the path to the primary.
Howdy everyone. Welcome to today's video on Nebraska and the 2026 primary
elections. A range of different policies that seem innocuous
Every U.S.
in and of
state
themselves, but when you look at the sum total, are basically war, all-out war on rural economies.
Backmeyer went to D.C. after 9/11, pursuing a career in national security. He specialized in finance, thwarting terrorist networks, but says the sweeping changes of DOJ put him and his team in a bind.
What was clear to me is that sense of mission and
I think it's pretty clear to everybody here the vibes from these two guys, right? One guy, he's worried about the war on the American people. This guy is a former finance guy / counterterrorism expert. We need less obsession with counterterrorism. I think we can all just agree on that one. I don't have a whole ton of videos on Nebraska. I'm still working, unfortunately, on the situation. I got some unexpected. So just suffice to say, I've been still struggling over here to deal with absolutely everything on my list. At least making very slow incremental progress, but part of the problem from here on out is just finding the motivation. Like the same amount of motivation that I usually have that I had like a month ago. Like I was feeling a month ago, I could not have been more like motivated. Like being punished by YouTube for something I don't even know. Like something that first off doesn't feel like it applies to me. But second, has not been even made clear to me what I actually did. having all this money taken away from me and opportunity is essentially taken from me. Every time I post a video, every time I go live to YouTube, I don't have the opportunity to earn ad dollars or super chats or super stickers or jewels or memberships or any of the other things. Whatever do you mean? They're just a couple of wild and crazy guys. Is that so? I feel like there's a pretty clear distinction between the two of them. That's just me. All right, let's go to Secular Lefty. It's funny. I literally just got done watching this guy talk about it live over on Leftist Mafia. Looks like he picked up a few subs too.
As things are now, every representative in Nebraska should be replaced, ideally. Not only are they Republicans complicit in Trump's fascism and the crimes of the Epstein class, they are also providing money and support for Israel's genocides in the region.
All right, these are the three candidates that Secular Lefties got down here. Eric Moyer in the 1st district. John Kavanaugh in the 2nd. Now, there is a 3rd district, but he has no recommendation on that, and I understand why. And Dan Osborne in the Senate. Now, he is running as an independent, as you can see down here. But he does have a fairly strong platform for a place like Nebraska. I think it would be a huge improvement over the current leadership there. Now, I will say this. In the primary for the 3rd, this is irrelevant, okay? Well, to some degree. Actually, it's not fully irrelevant. I went through it. Okay? And the best candidate in the 3rd, in my opinion, is Becky Lynn Style. I don't think she's good. In fact, I think she's kind of bad. But she seems to be the best candidate of the group. It's a blue no matter who type vote, and also a reduction vote, I guess. Like in the general, it's a reduction. It's a blue no matter who type of deal. But like this is just my suggestion to people, right? Like on the Galactic spreadsheet here, I've got different distinctions. I even created a little legend for people so that they could know. Like I could put things next to people's name. Like for Dan Osborne, he's got an I next to his name, which means he's an independent, which means technically it's a different situation than the Democratic. You don't have to vote. You don't have to be like a Democratic member, a Democratic Party member to vote for him, since he's an independent. Completely different set of circumstances there. As well as a asterisk for dinos, aka blue no matter who votes. These are Democrats that are running that I think do not meet the mark necessarily, but are perhaps a harm reduction type of vote that I don't expect people to just take automatically, but are like just recommendations, right? And in Nebraska's 3rd, if I recall correctly, I think there's at least 2 candidates running here. Oh, actually, no, the other candidate already dropped out. No, so she's already in there. So you don't need to vote for her in the primary at all. She's basically a blue no matter who vote. I'm thinking of Nebraska, of West Virginia, I think. Or Louisiana. I've been doing a bunch of different, like, I've been going through all the states now. I've been starting to I have not made as much progress as I would like, but I'm starting to go through all the states, trying to get ahead of things so I can start putting out videos as soon as possible on these different elections. Tonight's not the official clip. I'm just going through this really quickly because this is relevant and happening very soon. But I'm just giving people the best options that I can think of, right? Even in some cases where I don't think they necessarily meet the mark. I think since it's the primary, you still have to at least engage slightly and vote for the best candidate. Like if there is an actual Democratic primary happening, I think you should try to figure out who the best is. If you're in that seat, right? If you're in that congressional district, I think it's sort of incumbent upon you to find the best candidate to vote for, right? Because one way or another, someone's going to represent you at the end, and you should have a voice in that decision. And no one's going to give any medals out for having made the decision to not vote. It wasn't just me. A bunch of animators got hit with AI demonetization, but this isn't AI though. This is like long effort, painstaking tweaking and editing, graphic design work. Almost zero AI has been used, you know, in any of these things. But okay. Like in the very, very early days of the stream, before I realized how bad AI was, and AI was still like it was 2.5 years ago. Like before AI was like the existential threat, and it was just these sort of like funny meme generating bad spaghetti video making slop, like, and not like we knew nothing about the energy that was being used for it. I was, you know, I might have used like AI like a couple of times, but yeah, like I've done so much work since then that has nothing to do with AI. Theirs weren't AI either. What the fuck? Several of them were stop motion animators. They're stop motion animators. Jesus Christ. That stop motion animated, that's the opposite of low effort. Stop motion is the most tedious fucking video graphic process you could ask to go through. Utterly just insane and ridiculous. The most time-consuming process I could think of. Stop motion. My God. All right, let's quickly hit up West Virginia as well here. Okay, actually, maybe this is the one I was thinking of. All right, West Virginia. Now, the secular lefty-approved primary candidates are Britta Aguirre and for Senate. Britta Aguirre in 1st District of West Virginia, and for Senate, Zachary Shrewsbury. I looked through these. They both do seem like good candidates. He has no recommendation for the 2nd District, though. And I went through the candidates for West Virginia's 2nd congressional district. Although, shit, is this going to be fucked up? Are they doing redistricting right now? That's going to be a theme, potentially, of tonight that actually I should have brought up already at this point. But thanks to the decision of the Supreme Court, Republicans are now in a all-out sprint to disenfranchise black and brown voters of their already unequal, and I don't mean just unequal to white seats. What I mean is unequal in terms of percentage, right? Like, you don't have an equal number percentage-wise, right, of black and brown seats in the United States House and Senate, right? And you have an overrepresentation of white leadership in the legislature, right? And that's a problem. And they're rushing to do this right now. Now, in the 2nd district, there is a fight between 3 different candidates. None of them are necessarily awe-inspiring, but I went through all 3 of these different candidates. And if I recall correctly, the middle candidate here, Stephanie, had perhaps the most policy prescriptions, but as a result, there were more disagreements that I had with her than other candidates. I think Ace Parsi is the guy that I am going to say here is the vote in the primary on Tuesday. Because you have, once again, you have to fucking pick, okay? I hate to say it. Hate to be the dick, but you have to pick. It will be one of these 3 people in the general. Ace, Stephanie, or Steven. You have to decide. And we're going to get more into this later this week. But this guy seems like the best one out of all 3. I haven't looked in the polls, so I don't know how any of them stack up against the other, popularity-wise. But none of them had a very substantial social media presence that I could tell. So I think this is a very, very... this will be a very competitive primary here, most likely. I don't know. But his submitted biography to Ballotpedia here is: my story starts with escaping a dictatorship and ends with finding a home in West Virginia. Everything in between is why I fight. I'm a father, husband, public education supporter, and democracy advocate. I immigrated to the United States when I was 8.5. Now I have a 10-year-old daughter, and I'm running because I want this country to remain a vibrant democracy for her. I know what it's like when people are good and their government isn't. When government is the greatest source of injustice in people's lives, and when they want a voice, when want a voice don't. I'm running to change the system that's enabling this to happen. I appreciate that. No, Anarchy, I appreciate your kind words. It's something I've been thinking about. It's something I've been, believe me, I've been thinking about a lot. And if I wasn't so like stressed about everything else going on, like in like not less than, a little over a week, my best friend's wedding is next weekend, right? And like I'm getting hit with all of this stuff now that apparently need to get done before then. On top of that, I'm now like, you know, gonna be $700 less rich than I would be this month. It's gonna be making the paying for making sure that I got the right everything outfit wise figured out more difficult. And that's been sort of throwing me into a loop, trying to figure out what I'm gonna do. Trying to figure out if I can get my shoes to a cobbler. Because the pair, the right color pair of shoes that I have are fucking done. Like I cannot, like the soles on one of the shoes is completely, like half of it is completely separated from the shoe. It's just unwearable at this point. but I can't defy the bride, right? So it's a, it's a dicey situation. I have to, as one of the groomsmen, I've basically committed myself here to, I think, a bare minimum effort. Just a sort of unfortunate timing. Everything was looking so good a few weeks ago. How fast things can change. Someone said that they knew a leftist creator who had dealt with a situation similar to this, but I can't remember who they said or who it was that said it. Kind of frustrating me, actually, because I don't think they posted it in Discord. I told them please post in the Discord, but they never did, because the links don't post. Is that all you eat is baked potatoes? No, I'm just broke right now. Although I'm not just eating a baked potato tonight. Although I haven't eaten any of the baked potato yet. I technically have made a beautiful meal for myself of tortilla, sausage, and potato. So it's like a burrito. It's almost like a breakfast burrito type of deal. Tortilla lightly heated.
Asax1A just cheered 200 bits.
Lasaxia, thank you for the bits. Much appreciated. But no, I don't only eat baked potatoes right now. We're just low on food. On the space station and down at my Earth apartment. Mostly, I think, because I'm just looking at every dollar I take in right now and being like, oh, this has to go to the rent. This has to go to the rent. I can't touch this. I can't eat yet. I can't eat. I don't deserve to eat yet, basically. A piece of sausage, a piece of potato, and one corn tortilla. Yes, it's a delicious and nutritious meal. Are you objecting to this somehow? I'm confused. I feel it's a fairly nutritious and delicious meal. It's better than one potato, right? You've all been here when I'm just eating a single potato, which is why Chris seems concerned, I think. It's at least an improvement over that, no? Is it not? Oh, no. This is a disaster. Part of this potato is bad. I didn't even notice it. I gotta scoop this out. This is a disaster. It's a goddamn disaster. That's what this is. All right, anyway, there was a quick rundown on the Nebraska and West Virginia primaries there. Some fairly good candidates, and hopefully you can get some similarly good results in the election. Because I was similar, when I say fairly similar, I mean to the last election from earlier this week in Ohio and Indiana, where we saw a lot of progressive victories. I think more than 50% of the candidates, the galactically backed candidates, and or just generally progressive candidates, won in their districts in the House. And that's huge. That's fucking huge. Because that's what that means, is that we have progressive candidates going into the general election. A majority of Democrats. I think perhaps for the first time in a long time. You'd think this would be a big story. I haven't heard anybody talking about it. But you would think this would be a big story. Generally speaking, like leftists and progressives made huge waves in Ohio and Indiana. And yet it's crickets. But you know what they do have time for? The governor's race, the uncontested governor's race win of Amy Acton, which, I mean, yeah, great job on staying in the race, I guess.
In the race.
I am running for governor because people in this state are struggling. They are doing everything right. They're working harder than they ever have, but there is no more breathing room. They're struggling with the cost of everyday life. And I refuse to look the other way. We are refusing to look the other way when bad actors and special interests keep taking this state backwards on every single measure. It is time for a change in Ohio. It is time for a change in our state.
Well, there you go. Amy Acton, the presumptive Democratic nominee for governor in the general election, these midterms. She will be going up against Vivek Ramaswamy. I think she can take him out, no problem. That guy has negative charisma. Rhymes with cake. Yeah, okay, Vivek. Oh, God. But if Democrats, and specifically progressives, could take ground in Ohio and Indiana, some of these other places, it would be huge. All right. Now, let's go up to, well, kind of Minnesota.
I just think that it...
Isn't that where she's from? Hold on. Whatever, it doesn't matter.
is instructive for people to understand what the incentives are behind the politics that are frustrating to them. Like, why is there this entire infrastructure that exists that is pushing away the base's requests and demands or what they want the party to look like? Like, because it's not, if we're just having a battle of ideas, right, then we know who wins the day. But this is the kind.
Hey, Cthulhu. Cthulhu, not Cthulhu, but Cthulhu. I do like that name. I'm biased, though. I like things that start with G. But thank you, Cthulhu, for the trail mix over on Throne. That is what's up. Incredibly generous. That's going to last me a while. That's super helpful. That is super helpful. That's it's like almost 4 pounds of trail mix. I've bought that bag, but that exact bag before. It's basically just all cashews, almonds, and cranberries. And it's delicious. And it's filled with energy and protein. Oh, I appreciate you very much. Apparently that will be arriving at my door down on Earth any day now. Cthulhu beat you to it? Well, you buy me some Zonas. I drink Arizonas every day. Every single day. That's me taking a sip from one right now. That's the beauty of Throne. And honestly, they take way less of a cut than Twitch or YouTube used to. They take a cut comparable to like a Patreon or less. Or no, I'm sorry, Patreon or slightly more, because Patreon's really low. Oh god, what is less on less? What are you doing over here? Yeah, that deserved a timeout. Was it 24? Please just tell me you gave him a 24-hour. That's Too far. You've gone too far. You need a day to think about your actions.
Well, this is what we're up against. This is what we're up against.
A sham of democracy.
Yeah.
The McMurrow thing, like, I still can't, like, I don't think that there has been a clip that has been more seared in my mind when she was talking about
I know
Medicare for all. It is insane how that clip plays in my head whenever we're talking about any of this stuff.
And even
honestly,
if she doesn't believe it and was just using it as a way to discredit Abdul Sayed, who's the Medicare for all guy, it shows a complete lack of vision and a cynicism that is basically really, I would say, disqualifying from constituting yourself as a progressive or calling yourself as such.
It was so cynical. And you know, she wasn't addressing Abdul Sayed at all in that. It was just her attacking not just the idea of Medicare for all. We're like, I really like Obama would be like, the country's not ready for that.
Right.
Or.
Right. It's Michigan. Right. Sorry, I misspoke. I just said Minnesota, didn't I?
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
We don't want to lose our private insurance, or people, there's all sorts of like hemming and hawing you can do about why not Medicare for all. That falls apart upon scrutiny, but it is contained in terms of like an assault on what would be an incredibly popular policy. But what she did was basically say, like, you don't want the government involved in that because you'll have people like Donald Trump in charge of it.
I did everything right and they indicted
It's true.
me.
You don't want Donald Trump in charge of your government, but you could deploy that argument against Medicare.
Any government program.
You could deploy that argument against Medicaid. In fact, they're kicking right now, as a result of that big, beautiful bill, millions of people off of Medicaid. Nebraska was just the one that instituted this on Friday.
Exactly.
You could make that argument about Social Security. You don't want Donald Trump in charge of your retirement. I mean, it was so.
Yeah, you wouldn't want Donald Trump in charge of the government or, anything about it, right? Of course you wouldn't, but he is. And his existence is an argument for the dissolution of the rest of the government. And it's just this sort of like the coward's way out. It's just like, we can't. It's like, oh, God, you wouldn't want us to actually properly regulate these things. Donald Trump's in charge of that anyways. It'll be bad. You wouldn't like that anyway. I can assure you, you'd hate that. Riolineer. Is that the mods version of the hammer of that's Gimli, right? Gimli's hammer? Or is that Thor's hammer? I can't remember whose hammer. Everybody's got a hammer. Mjolnir. Yes, I see. Yeah, that makes perfect sense.
Cynical. And, I think I am not, someone who I think, like, as far as, like, cynicism goes, like, I get it. But to take out a bedrock principle of not just progressivism, but I mean, that's the fundamental to the Democratic Party. I don't know what's more fundamental than Social Security and Medicare.
It's also why I hate the anti-tax movement stuff that was really the only misstep that Chris Van Hollen has had, and I know he has an explanation for it. You asked him about it. I wasn't here for that, unfortunately, but even whatever Katie Porter is doing in that California governor's race, we should not be attacking taxation as a principle. We should not be attacking government as a principle and its foundational functions.
Exactly. It's about directing the argument, right? About who are we taxing and why, right? That's the important conversation. Not just throwing your hands up and saying, Republicans are right. We shouldn't have taxes. Federal government's stupid. We don't need programs. It's like, no, you've missed the point. It feels a little lazy to me. It's a very frustrating thing because it seems easy. It seems fairly easy to just point out the relevance and importance of government programs and be like, this is why we have taxes. Sam's been doing it for fucking years, dude. I have been watching Sam do that for so many years to so many libertarians who don't want the government to exist. Like, Sam is like OG explaining government programs. People just need to like listen to some Cedar or something like that, because it's kind of their job. What do you think about it? When you really think about it, it's kind of their job to explain these things and to help shape the narrative with words.
Precision of language, please.
Gimli has an axe. Oh, that's right. That's right. Gimli has an axe. It's Thor's hammer. Yeah, thank you. Thank you for the clarification. Here I am getting all the lore wrong.
Awful. Weak.
Just terrible. I'm kicked out of the nerdery.
Immediately, if not sooner.
All right, everybody, we're 2 hours into the stream, so we're going to take a quick galactic intermission. Don't worry, though, we will be right back after these brief messages. All right, everybody, I hope you've been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the follow button on Twitch and the subscribe button on YouTube. Hit that bell icon and the like button while you're at it. Do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by individuals like you. A lot of great ways out there for you to show your support. Twitch, bits, power-up subs, gifted subs, prime subs, Cash App, and PayPal. If you prefer your money go directly to funding the stream rather than the bottom line of Amazon. Patreon, of course, the very best way to get the most base benefits for your Earth dollars. $3 a month to get you access. So much waits in store. Get yourself an avatar on one of our break screens. You'll be dancing with the rest of the crew. Shout out at the end of every stream. Secret Discord channel inside of the Discord server. And much more. All right, everybody, enjoy the break. Grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back. All right, everybody. The break is over. And the stream is about to begin once again, so you'd better get back in those seats, otherwise you're gonna miss it. All right, Space Hams, we're back. We are back. Galactic break over. Still a lot left to cover here tonight. We do, in fact, have a galactic content goal to ensure we get all of the sweet, sweet content that I have planned for us. Tomorrow's stream is going to be freaking insane. Let's just say that. I have 140 videos right here. We're not going to go through them all. I'm trying to keep it to only like 3 or 4 topics. At some point, we'll transition to talking Iran. Because, of course, we have breaking news in that situation. I'm trying to hold us off as long as I can on that situation, but we're going to have to get there soon. But I'm going to skip a number of things and leave them in for the week ending report because there's no way. There's another one of those lists today that's just unachievable. It's just unachievable today. It just makes sense for me to do it all. Do a lot of this tomorrow. All right, let's move on from talking about the Michigan Michigan Senate race primary. Actually, isn't Kathy up? She is up this, isn't she? Hold on. I can't remember. How can I not remember this? I can't. Is she up? Yeah. Yeah. Let's quickly talk about a woman who's up for election this year. I actually have not been looking into the New York races enough, actually nearly at all, because I've been just sort of focused on the nearest term primaries. But I do know this lady is in... Oh, wait, I take it back. I'm totally skipping over this video. Let's talk about a different race. The 2028 presidential race real quick. Just a quick tangent here. in Pennsylvania with Governor Josh Shapiro epically torpedoing his chances.
Directly in the penis. Because he just fucking... I mean, this is rough. This is rough in the year 2028 to see this. Bob Brooks, firefighters union leader and Democratic Pennsylvania 7th District candidate, says Governor Josh Shapiro asked his union to support a Republican candidate for Pennsylvania treasurer in 2024 after the Democrat candidate questioned his ability to be VP to Kamala Harris. So somebody said, like, I don't really want Josh Shapiro for VP. And he took that so personally, and he's so petty and vindictive that he was like, I'm going to back the Republican in that race. What a fucking scoundrel. What a fucking self-obsessed weasel. Holy shit. Layla says here, fun fact about Josh Shapiro, when he was in high school, he told his classmates that by 2028 he would become president. Since then, he has covered up a murder. That's literal, by the way. Illegal. Look into that. Signed bombs to be dropped on children. There's a video of him signing the bombs, too, that were dropped in Gaza. And sabotaged fellow Democrats, all leading up to a failed presidential bid. So...
Anyway, suffice to say, Josh Shapiro, not our favorite guy around here. This just merely confirms more of how terrible of a guy he really is. Unfortunately, Joshy is safe this year, not up for a re-election bid. He's got 2 more years. But suffice to say, that guy should not consider running for president. Same thing for Gavin Newsom. We do not need trash like that. All right, now to New York. Talk about Kathy Hochul, who is, as I mentioned just moments ago, up for election this year. And she needs a little prompting to do what the people want. Little
New York City
little
has
communication.
A $5 billion plus deficit because Eric Adams was not just super shady from a criminal perspective. Remember, the Trump administration stopped prosecuting him. But also, unsurprisingly, is also incompetent. And so we have this big deficit. Zohran Mamdani ran on a platform of providing material benefits for people. We're going to need to tax the wealthy in this state. And I want to encourage all of you. Is this Kathy Hochul's number? Is it 518? Is this the
It's
governor's?
number to her main office, yeah.
Her main office at the governor's in Albany?
As far as I know, that's what I'm looking at right now, yeah.
All right. Well, I want to encourage people. We're going to put up the Chiron with Governor Hochul's number and encourage the governor to get behind raising taxes on the ultra wealthy in this state. We got a lot of people with a lot of money. Now, I know, but there's only so many first sinks that you can have in your house. And so we need to get this going. 518-474. I guess I can be public with this number. It's a public number.
It's above your head right now, so
Yeah.
on the screen.
Oh, there we go. All right, I'm going to just...
Hello. You've reached the office of Governor Kathy Hochul. Our normal business hours are 9 a.m. to 5 p.m., Monday through Friday. To contact the governor directly, you may send a fax to 518-474-1513 or send mail to the Honorable Kathy Hochul, New York State Executive Chamber, State Capitol, Albany, New York, 12224. You may also contact her through her website at www.governor.ny.gov. To best address your call, please choose from the following options. To leave a message sharing your ideas and opinions to help shape New York's future, please press 1. To speak to an agent, please press 2. To repeat these options, please press 3.
I think I want to speak to an agent.
Affordability.
This could be one of those situations where we could be spending the entire rest of the program even my phone just said, do you want to put this call on hold? Oh, we'll give it another minute or two, and then I'll call back and leave a message.
Press 1.
People are trying to figure out, like, if this is a Bruce Hornsby or...
I was thinking it was Bruce Hornsby.
Somebody was also saying against the wind, that would be Bob Seger, right?
Yeah.
Right. Ain't nothing gonna break a man's stride.
There we go.
All right, I'm gonna give it another 30 seconds. And then I'll call back and we'll do...
Wouldn't it be nice to be the type of person that enjoys this kind of music?
That'd be great.
Yeah, except for the show part. I feel like it's doing a disservice to the audience at one point.
Oh yeah, definitely.
You know, what we should have
Numbers
is,
are cratering.
instead of just calling Kathy Hochul, we should have right here as a Chiron where you can order this album. All right, I'm going to call back, and I'll leave the message, and hopefully...
Hello. You've reached the office of Governor Kathy Hochul. Our normal business hours are 9 a.m. to 5
I'm going to
p.m.
press
Monday
1.
through Friday. To contact...
Record your message at the tone. When you are finished, hang up or press pound for more options.
Governor, it's Sam Cedar. We've never met, but I am a constituent of yours in New York State. And I'm also a tax-paying constituent of yours. I think it's fine that I'm just a constituent. I live in New York, but nevertheless.
I think it's fine.
I am calling to urge you, my highest sense of urgency, to protect essential services, reject any cuts in New York City, or frankly, anywhere in the state. to healthcare, to food assistance, to public sector staffing. Donald Trump and the Republicans have cut enough on a national level. In New York, we got to be doing the opposite. And instead, what you should be doing is helping raising taxes on people who have obscene amounts of wealth. The wealth inequality we're experiencing in this country are levels that we haven't seen in 100 years. And large corporations, the ultra wealthy, they can afford to help the rest of us get better services. Cuts would drain our children's schools, mean people losing health care and food security, while the Epstein class is getting major tax breaks from Republicans nationally. You got to pick a side, and you should be on the side of average New Yorkers. The legislature and the majority of...
Well, there you go. You can call Kathy too. 518-474-8390. That's 518-474-390. Call Kathy. Tell her your feelings. Specifically about taxing the rich. But, I mean, if you have other feelings, I mean, might as well. She is paid by your tax dollars. Boy, oh boy, rich people are mad that New York wants to tax them to pay for programs, social services, things like that.
Guy who's definitely not out of touch is like, hey, you know what billionaires are like? The beautiful nation state of Israel. You know, two concepts that are broadly popular in all of the circles that I frequent. Well, I don't understand. Yeah, here's the thing, okay? Mayor Zohran Mamdani, billionaire Ken Griffith battle over pied-à-terre tax. Ken Griffith says Zohran Mamdani put the crosshairs on him and actually threatened his life.
CEO Ken Griffin is once again taking aim at Mayor Zohran Mamdani as their feud over the pied-à-terre tax continues to escalate.
And in just a
Who bought the Arizonas? Somebody did. Oh, Perf. Perf did. Perf, thank you. Perf XL, keeping me hydrated over on Throne. Snacks and drinks now. That's beautiful. Yes. Hydration. You know, I'm going to count those two... Kind of think. I mean, to some degree, that food and drinks are one of my main expenses, and you're directly buying them for me. I will not have to buy, at least for a few days. I'm already wearing sunglasses. I'm clearly already wearing sunglasses, Green New Deal. You've clearly gone rogue. Rogue like Rogue Gerb.
This is ridiculous!
Thank you for the extra sunglasses and tinfoil hats. All of you, lowercase, Amanda, Green New Deal. Spending your galactic credits just haphazardly as if they're growing on trees or something. As if you don't slave away watching the stream. That's actually pretty exciting. I'll be able to go a few days without having to buy snacks or drinks. Incredibly helpful. It is a fun. It is. I do like. Throne is growing on me. The more and more that we use it, the more and more that I think it's a great frickin' platform. What was I doing just now? Oh, right. We're talking about how rich people are mad because Zoran wants to tax the rich. Hassan Piker.
The mayor will be making a housing announcement.
Yeah, Tanya Pedro, good morning. In just hours, Mayor Mamdani is expected to appear outside of this Morrisania apartment building just right behind me, and that's as the city has reached a settlement against the property owner at around $31 million. Now, I just spoke with someone who lived in that building off camera who tells me that, yes, there have been a ton of issues from elevator outages even to lack of heat and hot water. Meantime, we are watching the fallout of this feud between Ken Griffin and the mayor as they're not quite seeing eye to eye when it comes to those taxes on second homes that are quite expensive amid New York City's ongoing budget challenges. You may remember this video.
Yes, poor Ken Griffin, owner of Citadel Capital Management. I mean, really. Like, let's take a little dive into Ken's business. This is Ken's business. Citadel LLC, Citadel Investment Group. It's an American multinational hedge fund and financial services company founded by Ken in 1990. Has more than $67 billion in assets under management as of January 2026. I mean, this is like the literal swamp. These guys are the literal swamp. Multi-billion-dollar hedge fund that contributes nothing to society. And it cries when other people wanted to pay taxes. Pay taxes? Why you want us to do that? We only have $67 billion. However, will we pay more taxes on our ill-gotten gains? However, will we afford paying taxes on the money that we probably don't deserve? That we won by just moving money around on a computer over and over again. And really produce nothing of
Posted
value.
weeks ago from the mayor outside the home of hedge fund CEO owner Ken Griffin, saying he should pay more taxes on his $238 million penthouse.
Bro, this gives the game away. For an unbelievably wealthy person like Ken Griffin, like the demand that they pay a little bit more in taxes on their 11th property is akin to a death sentence. Like, he literally is just like, what? This is the scariest thing that anyone has ever suggested. For the bosses, a fate worse than death is the fate that many of you experience on a daily basis. It is to be reduced to a worker. That's what it is. They treat it like you're getting thrown in prison. Like, they put the handcuffs on you. Like you're going to the gallows or something. Oh my God. You are going to tax my 11th property? My penthouse is $238 million? That's basically like demanding the gallows.
His chief operating officer had questioned whether a planned Midtown construction project would move forward following the attack on Griffin. The project, the redevelopment of 350 Park Avenue, that would create 6,000 construction jobs and more than 15,000 permanent jobs. At a conference in California, Griffin said he would probably go through with the project, but the mayor's video left him to expand his base in Miami, calling it an immediate.
Oh, he'd still go through with the project, but he's not gonna leave the city? Oh, weird. He'll just have to pay a little more in taxes. So little, it will change his lifestyle. Literally none at all. That's the thing that we all have to understand about these fucking billionaires, right? They are so wealthy that a few $1,000,000, 15, 20, 30, 50 million dollars to them is completely meaningless. Tom Steyer is spending $150 million on his own political campaign right now and marketing dollars alone. These guys, that is spending money to them. Losing, a little bit of that money, which is going to greatly benefit the rest of society, is truly nothing. They will not notice. Their happiness will not decrease even slightly. In fact, I'm pretty sure, I'm actually almost positive, that you could decrease the wealth of every billionaire on the planet down to $1 billion. They would all be just as happy. They're all miserable douchebags. They're all miserable douchebags who are constantly complaining about everything. They're not going to be any more or less happy at $1 billion than they are at 50 or 100 or $500 billion. Okay, there's an inadequacy that they all have somewhere. Not going to make any claims one way or the other about where those inadequacies lie, but they all have some sort of inadequacy that forces them to think that they need so much more money than everybody else, or they're just not worth. They're just like, they get some sort of serious deficiency in personality or something like that that leads them to feel the need to acquire that much wealth, because it's not genuinely making them more happy. I can say that hands down. All right, now, moving on from New York, just a reminder, Kathy is up for election this year. If she doesn't want to support the tax, we could find a primary challenger for governor. All right, now let's talk about the man who's running for Senate in Maine, Graham Plattner. Tiny pipiphobia. Yes, that could be it.
Oh, my word. So, Graham Plattner is just driving MAGA absolutely, positively mental, bro. I mean, they do not know what to do with this guy. It is the classic, like, they became the thing they despised. The public enemy number one for them was, like, the purple-haired college kid with a septum ring who's a snowflake and who's censorious and who accuses everybody of being a bigot, right? We've heard this trope 1,000 times. Well, take a look at this. So Matt Iglesias says, what is the upshot of the Plattner tattoo discourse? Let's say I find his story fishy. I'm supposed to worry that this seemingly left-wing guy, supported by all the left-wing people, is secretly a Nazi, just pretending to be a progressive populist? So that's Matt Iglesias, for the first time in his life, actually sort of making sense here and saying, look, obviously Plattner's not a Nazi. Like, who are we kidding, right? Well, look at the right-wingers chiming in all over the place and making themselves look like embarrassing, pathetic little freaks. So this guy says, the Plattner tattoo story isn't about Plattner. It's about the people who spent years calling everyone on the right a Nazi for the slightest association, only to line up like rank-and-file partisans behind a Democratic Senate candidate who wore a literal SS Totenkopf tattoo for 18 years. It's a story about how years and years of moral indignation from the very serious people class proved to be a paper-thin veneer over your team jerseys. All right, let's break this down motherfucking methodically. The reason why we spent years calling a bunch of people on the right Nazis is because they're Nazis. I don't know if you noticed, one of the biggest right-wing commentators these days is a guy by the name of Nick Fuentes. He has followers called Groypers. According to a number of different sources, virtually all of the young staffers on Capitol Hill that work for Republicans are Groypers, which means they're Nazis. At the very least, they are white nationalists, okay? We call them that because they are that. We call them that because they tell us what they believe, and those beliefs coincide with that ideology and with that philosophy. The other thing is, he's probably thinking of people like when we called Elon a Nazi. Yeah, we called him a Nazi because he's a fucking Nazi. That's why we called him that. Because he was fucking zig-heiling and goose-stepping all over the place, and seemingly every other day, he goes on a retweet spree where he purposefully finds the most inflammatory white supremacists on his platform and bolsters them and boosts them. And, and then you scroll through these people's feeds and they do like, apologetics for Hitler, and they basically are openly pushing this white victimhood narrative. So again, I reiterate, the reason why we call those people Nazis is because they are Nazis, or at the very least, they are Nazi sympathetic and they are white nationalists. Okay.
Yeah. And I think, honestly, Kyle goes down the list on all the things that Republicans have done that are Nazi-like. I think that that's actually sort of... And now it could be entirely possible that Kyle has forgotten this particular clip. I think this one clip embodies the very hypocrisy of it all most.
This is
I present
why the
to you
criticism doesn't matter
Fox
to us.
5 host Greg Gutfeld.
Nazi this, Nazi that. You know, I'm beginning to think they don't like us. You know what? I've said this before. We need to learn from the blacks. The way they were able to remove the power from the N-word by using it. So from now on, it's what up, my Nazi? Hey, what up, my Nazi? Oh, hey, what's hanging, my Nazi?
Nazi, please.
Thank God you did a hard eye there. What is...
Yeah, like this is Exhibit A. Okay, the Republicans want to jump on Twitter and talk about, oh, Democrats, they're secret Nazis. You guys are outright Nazis. Okay, like straight up. One of the biggest hosts in the right-wing media sphere, Greg Gutfeld, said, you know what? We need to reclaim the word Nazi. Reclaim it. Which is an interesting use of the English language, if you ask me. Okay. One more clip on the Graham Plattner situation. Let's go to A More Perfect Union from earlier this evening.
In the state of Maine, if you go around and you ask any regular working class American, do you think you live in a political and economic system that has your best interests at heart? Absolutely nobody says yes. Nobody says yes. Everybody knows somebody is robbing them.
There's a conventional wisdom about politics, about the kinds of candidates who are considered electable. Graham Plattner is not one of those candidates.
An oyster farmer and combat veteran
challenging Republican Senator Susan Collins.
He's faced an onslaught of damaging revelations.
Previous tattoo that resembled a Nazi symbol.
But somehow, against all odds, Graham Plattner is still in the race for Senate. And not only that, according to the latest polling, he's on track to win.
Graham Plattner's campaign for Senate has included large crowds.
Governor Janet Mills ending her campaign for Senate.
Mills has consistently trailed Plattner in the polls, despite getting an endorsement from Chuck Schumer.
This has been one of the biggest disconnects that I've seen after covering politics at NBC News for 10 years.
Is there a difference between the national media narrative on this in Maine?
It's a different reality.
He just kind of came out of nowhere.
I see you're holding a Graham sign, so you're a supporter?
Oh, yeah.
But to win the race for Senate, Graham Plattner will have to beat Susan Collins, who's backed by the full weight of the Republican establishment.
Collins has trounced every single challenger that has come her way.
And to do that, he'll need to win over her voters.
I'm an independent.
I am a huge Trump fan.
So I spent 4 days with Graham Plattner, driving across Maine, talking to voters, to find out how an oyster farmer with no political experience ends up the front runner in one of the most important races in the country. And if the conventional wisdom says he's unelectable, what would it mean if he won?
Who here, just show of hands, has their mind made up for the Senate race? Do you know who you're going to vote for? Or are we undecided at the table? So this is your hometown?
Yeah, it's my hometown. I live across the street, and I work out of the boat launch here. So that's my work float right there, and that white buoy is my mooring.
That's the office?
That's the office. Pretty idyllic. It's pretty idyllic.
Graham Plattner grew up in Sullivan, Maine. Population, 1,200. Not that long ago, he led a pretty quiet life.
I usually wake up 5:30, go out to the farm, and just spend the day handling shellfish. Making a living on the sea saved my life. I was not a happy person. After my military experience, being disillusioned and angry and PTSD, the whole 9 yards. And then I get to move back here and I get to sit on the ocean all day long. And over time, like, that just made me a really happy guy. I began to realize that the only reason I got to do this is because I get VA benefits. I get health care. The VA sends me money every month that I put towards my mortgage. This really basic foundational support is what allowed me to do this. And all of my neighbors who work just as hard, who are just as creative, they're screwed. Things have gotten worse in my lifetime. This kind of life, whether you're lobstering, doing like carpentry and construction for summer homes, that used to be enough to like raise a family. And as the years have gone by, everybody around here still works just as hard. In fact, in many ways, people work harder. And it isn't enough anymore.
There's less and less jobs, and there's even fewer good jobs. Different mills are going out of business. Manufacturing's long gone.
It was one of the busiest paper mills in North America.
And basically, it's all gone.
Yeah. What's that do to a community?
It kills it.
Farming industry, fishing industry, forestry, those heritage industries, they've changed so dramatically that we can't experience rural living anymore.
The hospitals are on the verge of going bankrupt or doing away with services, and you have to travel further and further.
Price of housing has gone up quite a bit.
Yeah.
I mean, we're in a park because we can't afford anything else.
It's the same story across the country. And even the people in the parks, in the mobile home parks, are under threat right now, which was basically the America's last bastion of home ownership, right? Like, you have all these predatory land grabbers who are going around the country buying up mobile home parks and jacking up rent, jacking up, what are they called? Lot fees or something like that. I forget the exact terminology it's used, but basically making it impossible for people to pay for their lot rent. Because the fact is, unfortunately, most mobile home owners don't actually own the land underneath because they're supposedly mobile, but nobody actually ever fucking moves these things because they're not really mobile. Moving one of these things is an incredible expense. Not all of them are even structurally sound enough to be moved a great distance. And it's like on all sides, Americans are just getting hit in all the same ways. It's the corporate consolidation, and it's the rush for profits, easy profits. And they see things like, real estate right now and healthcare, things that are essentially necessities as being the cash cow now. Things that people cannot go without. Like, they'll pay whatever we want them to. Regardless the detriment to society.
So all this is happening, and I'm like looking around at the community that I grew up in, that I love, that's essentially dying. Through no fault of anyone's here. I mean, it's all happening because of much larger forces.
In 1990, there were fewer than 100 billionaires in the United States. Today, there are over 800. When you look around, do you see a society and a community that is 8 times wealthier than the one we had in 1990? No. That money went somewhere, and we all know where it went.
On August 19th, Graham announced his run for Senate. The video took off, getting millions of views in days.
Yeah, and if you do that math, you break it up per state, that's 15 billionaires per state. That's where all the money went. It went to 15 people in your state, essentially.
And soon, Graham was doing town halls all across the state.
By September 1st, I was on stage with Bernie giving my first real big speech to a crowd of 7,000 people.
We live in a system that has been built by the political class to enrich billionaires on the backs of working people.
But by October, things took a turn. Janet Mills, the 78-year-old governor, entered the race, backed by the Democratic Party establishment. And just a few days later, the stories started coming out.
We knew when we said yes, Amy and I knew that like it was gonna be intense, but man.
In recent weeks, he's faced an onslaught of damaging revelations.
Social media comments have surfaced lately along with images of a tattoo
that resembled a Nazi symbol.
I mean, waking up, opening my phone and like seeing a CNN story, which is like, this man is a secret Nazi. That sucks.
When Graham found out his tattoo resembled a design associated with the German SS, he got it covered up. But that didn't stop the story from taking off.
When you get to the point where you're denying on a podcast that you're a Nazi, I think it's over, you know? And so it's just over.
I am not a secret Nazi. Actually, if you read through my Reddit comments, I think you can pretty much.
I mean, except it's not over. You know, she might be one person saying it's over, but there are, I don't know exactly how many thousands of people saying it's not over. In fact, of course, as we know, it's more not over than it's ever been for Graham Plattner, as Janet Mills dropped out of the race last week. So he is now the presumptive nominee for the general election. I mean, does he have other challengers left in the race? Technically, yes. But none of them came even close to Janet Mills's numbers. And basically all of her support would have to go to one of the other candidates. Ladies of the View.
I mean, this woman is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen.
Ladies of the View. I can't remember who said that. I can't remember who said that. I just know the sound shot in my head. Was that Tom Tillis? Who said that? It was like a Fox host, wasn't it? God, I cannot remember it now. It's killing me.
Figure out where I stand on Nazism.
Writing as P. Hustle on Reddit, Graham posted more than 1,800 times. His comments don't paint a picture of a neo-Nazi, but some are hard to ignore.
Including one Reddit post where he seemed to make light of sexual assault.
For those of you who have read these things and seen someone that you don't recognize, I am deeply sorry. I see someone that I don't recognize either. I have absolutely no problem talking about my life. And I'm fully okay with explaining that who I am today is not the person I've always been. I think most people fundamentally understand that because I think a lot of us have probably changed at some point over our lives.
After my 4th deployment, after I got out of the Army, I felt very isolated and alone in the real world. I went looking for some sense of like connection or community. So I, posted on Reddit.
And as personally unpleasant as it is to explain dumb things I said on the internet 14 years ago, I almost feel lucky that I get to display very publicly evidence that, yeah, people can change.
You can be an angry young dude with stupid opinions on the internet. But if you get involved in your community, if you build relationships, if you go to therapy, this is entirely possible.
You know, you see the ads, you hear the little snippets, but to spend, we just spent an hour and a half with him, and it changes the perspective.
After the controversy, many were quick to declare the campaign dead in the water. But on the ground in Maine,
immediately,
it was a completely different story.
I see you're holding a Graham sign, so you're a supporter?
Oh, yeah. He's a breath of fresh air. I really want him to be elected.
In poll after poll, Graham wasn't just beating Janet Mills among Democratic primary voters. It wasn't even close.
I have woken up a lot to what the old guard stands for, and I need something new.
I'm just realizing it's actually worse than, not worse than I thought, but worse for, another candidate's chances than I thought. Does he really have more than 50% at this point? That's wild. That's just the full state primary poll right there from UNH Pine Tree. Good God. If all of the rest of the vote coalesced around one of the other candidates, which I would point out one of the other candidates is just right in. It's just right in.
It wasn't even
my
close.
God, David is a, you know. God damn it. What have I done?
It's
only 42%. That's only, it's way off. That's 16 points back. Even if all the people who couldn't decide, and all the people who were supporting Janet Mills, and the others, right in Jordan Wood and David Costello, were all to coalesce around one candidate, it would still be 16 points shy of taking it. It is so done here for the Democratic primary. Like, the fact is, something utterly crazy would have to happen for this to fall apart for Graham between now and the general. I mean, and the primary, right? Because the primary is when is it? When is the main primary? 9th. It's literally 1 month from today, June 9th.
I have woken up a lot to what the old guard stands for, and I need something new.
I'm tired of these old folks. We need young people in here that are truly impacted by what's going to go on, what's going to happen to their children.
People want to hear about the future. People want to hear about your policies. And people also want access to you so they can figure out if you're full of shit or not.
He doesn't sound like he focus grouped everything that comes out of his mouth.
We have a lot of folks who are politicians who actually don't spend much time around regular Americans. I think that's because if they did, a lot of regular Americans would sniff out that they're charlatans.
Yeah. Anyway, I'm not going to spend any more time on this clip or this race, honestly. I think hopefully for a while. Actually, I'm going to go right to the end of this. But after this, I'm going to try and avoid talking about this, because the fact is we've talked about this time and time again. And it's pretty clear right now that even if you support another candidate, that they have no shot right now. It's going to take literally moving mountains for that to happen. And if that's what you want to do, you know, Godspeed to you. But I think that that's a bad plan, and your efforts could probably be used somewhere else. And really the question is who's better, this guy or Susan Collins? I think we can easily say literally anyone is better than Susan Collins. Like, literally anybody is better than Susan Collins. I mean, shit, Janet Mills is better than Susan Collins. Not by much, but incrementally. It's an easy argument to make, right? We don't, you know? But that's an argument to be made months from now. It's a low effort argument, honestly. She's a Republican, and she's voted for almost everything that you hate. Why would you vote for her? You've lived on an island that had military... Right. In that video, the Kyle clip that we just watched before this one, Kyle went into his own situation because he has a Metallica tattoo that he didn't know was a Metallica tattoo. Right? People get dumb tattoos randomly in their lives. Sometimes they don't research ahead of time. Sometimes they just walk into the shop. They point to an image in a book and then that's on their body for the rest of their life. You know, and unfortunately for Graham Plattner, he did that, but he did it in Croatia, not the United States. If you did that in the United States, you wouldn't wind up with a Nazi tattoo, because tattoo shops in the United States don't do Nazi tattoos. Not legitimate ones, at least. You can't. And so, you know, you can't accidentally walk into a tattoo parlor in the United States and wind up with a Nazi tattoo. You know, you can't wake up drunk, you know, hungover the next morning with a swastika on your forehead because you said, I want to be like that Charlie Manson guy. The tattoo shop's going to be like, no, get out of here. You're an idiot. Croatia, on the other hand, that's a different, very, very, very different situation. On military duty, they're probably just thinking, what's your average military grunt get? I'll give him that. Or he pointed to something in a book that he thought looked cool. Oh, skull. Yeah, do it. Not knowing it was a Totenkopf. Is it stupid? Yeah. It's a real stupid thing. But once again, we've talked about everything else surrounding Graham. None of it just adds up for me, right? None of it adds up. His social media presence, while some of it's problematic, most of it is definitely not what I would label as Nazi adjacent, and it seems fairly opposite to that. And then it's the Nazi tattoo, the shirtless photo at the wedding, right? It's like you can't be both a secret Nazi and an actual Nazi. And this guy is at a family event with his shirt off with his Jewish family present. So he's got to be. So if he knows that that's what that tattoo is, he has to be an outright Nazi who does not care. He doesn't even care if his Jewish family knows that he's got it on his chest. I'll run around here, Heil Hitlerin all over this bitch right here. I mean, that's basically the attitude of this man that you're trying to say. But then where are the posts? That's the question that keeps coming back to me. He's like, yeah, there's a few problematic ones, but it's not 8chan Groiper level shit. Not even close. Right? Most of it is fairly, I guess what most people would call based. Some of it's bad, for sure. But it's not Nazi bad. It's different. It's a different kind of bad. It's not, it's not BitChute, like, Waffen FM, like clan posting, like it's not like Pepe the Frog's all over the fucking place. Like it's a different kind of Reddit activity, I would call it. I don't know the word, but it just doesn't line up. That's the problem for me. Like, if you're such an out and out Nazi that you're willing to roam through a wedding full with Jewish people with your Nazi tattoo proudly displayed, why aren't you posting more of that online? Like, why? And also, that's not good. Bad job being secret. Like, that's the other thing. You can't be secret and also do that. So bad job being secret. And also, why aren't you being less secret in other places? Because you seem super fine with it here, if in fact you know what that tattoo means. But it leads me to believe he's just a dumb former jughead who didn't know what the tattoo was. Found out after the fact. All right. Now let's move on to talking about the primaries a little bit more. But we're moving on from the specifics of the primaries to the generals of the primaries. I'm talking about the money in the primaries. I'm talking about the numbers, the general sentiment. Where is Lance? I don't know. Yeah, I just realized that I wasn't thinking about it, but he wasn't streaming today. Neither was Mike, or not Mike, David. Right? Were they both off today? People just taking spring break, apparently. You would assume. Okay, that's fair. 14 years ago, Pepe was a different frog than he is now. That's also true. That's also true. The evolution of the frog. I was just throwing up random examples of things you could be doing as like an online groiper. Wasn't intentionally targeting anybody. I know there's Pepe's all over Twitch. Not all Pepe's. Not all Pepe's. All right, let's go here. It's on Piker. Let's talk about this Obama interview. Everybody seems to be
Barack Obama had a conversation
discussing.
with Stephen Colbert on The Late Show.
There's a debate on what the direction of the Democratic Party should be.
I'm going to be honest with you. I know Obama, for a fact, hates this line of questioning because he considers this to be disparaging of his career, disparaging of his legacy.
Basically, it's liberals versus the left, to be very reductive about it. As my children say to me, Dad, you're a liberal. We're leftists. Because they're like, liberals are people.
Stephen Colbert's son might be a Hasanabi head, it seems. Okay, interesting. Didn't know that.
Who think things should basically stay the same. You know what I mean? And the next generation really wants things to change. So you have
I wonder how he'll respond.
You have people like Abigail Spanberger and Mikey Sherrill, very centrist. But then you have further left, like AOC or Zoran Mamdani. What direction do you think would be best for this party to actually achieve change?
You'll never get the positions like that with, what is this, David Sirota? Obama unveiling an oligarch-funded shrine to himself and amid everyone in America being fleeced by oligarchs, and almost too on the nose bookend of a presidency that bailed out its Wall Street donors who were throwing millions of Americans out of their homes. Yeah, I mean, it's not surprising to me that is what's happening, okay?
Well, two things I want to say. First, you're right. The Presidential Center is nonpartisan. And the reason I want to mention that is because I'm worried about the Republican Party, not just the Democratic Party. When I was president, people would ask me, well, what change would you like to see in Washington? I'd say, I'd love a loyal opposition.
Obama still is waiting for the fever to break, dude. It's fucking insane. When did he first say this? Yeah. This was in 2012, dude. This was in 2012. Or actually, wait, was it before that? Wait, hold on. He actually technically said it before this, but this is the one everybody remembers. This is the one everybody remembers. This was in June 1st, 2012, Politico article. Obama, Republican fever will break after the election. Dude is still talking like this 15 years later. 15 years later, the fever is going to break any minute. I promise. If we just have a strong, loyal Republican Party, The fever will break. I promise. Change is possible. If we believe in the Republicans, they will change. The fever, it's only a mild fever. This is insane. We're moving past this. That's the tone of the entire thing. It's like, oh yeah, no, what, leftist, liberal, what? No, that's not the discussion. We need to talk about, we need a strong Republican Party.
What you talking about?
Is Nightbot dead? I've noticed that it's not. I'm not seeing any Nightbots. Oh, there was one a while back, way back. Okay, never mind. Just nobody's using Nightbot. That's what it is. Nobody's asking Nightbot questions like normal. Probably because there's no ducks in the chat. The ducks are often asking a lot of questions. I don't know how he could possibly be still talking like this. Like there is like some Republican anomaly. Like this isn't the Republican Party. The Republican Party that I know and love, it's very sick. It needs medicine to get better. No, we need them to continue to get more and more sick and eat themselves and fracture and become completely irrelevant, Obama. Why do you want a loyal opposition party? What does that even mean? What's a loyal opposition party? Loyal to whom? T20 roll for intelligence. Perf rolled a 10. Ooh, that's not great. This is a high check. What's your modifier? Hopefully it's good. Yeah, and I can't tell you what the number is. That'd be cheating. So you're just gonna have to tell me what the number on your stat sheet is. Yeah. Obama really, he's really left any semblance of reality at this point. He's basically Chuck Schumer, right? Like he's just collecting checks and saying the same thing over and over again. He's on repeat from 15 years ago at this point. Like the dude is cooked and done. No modifiers? You're 2 beers in? 2 beers in, I think that's going to give you 1 point of exhaustion, I'm afraid. Them's the rules, okay? Sure, I might make them, but I also have to keep them. You know, if I make the rules and I don't keep them, it's just anarchy. Can't have that. So yeah, that's going to be a point of exhaustion. You're going to have to roll with disadvantage. You're going to need you to roll again. See if you roll lower than that 10 now. Moving on to money and politics.
Sam Cedar, Emma Vigeland on the Majority Report. Joining us, Luke Goldstein, investigative journalist at The Lever, at a time where I know that for really the past year on this program, we've been talking about two things. One, ending the Trump administration, or stopping them, or slowing their roll, or fighting against them, in other words. And the other is attempting to essentially wage a internecine war within Democrats, where progressives, make the most of this moment. And Luke has written a piece about a big money machine, essentially, that is sort of funding the other side of that fight. Luke, welcome to the program.
Hey, yeah, thanks for having me on.
So, is there a name to?
Oh, loyal to the Constitution and the country, not corporations. That would be fascinating, look, Bovine. I guess my question is why can't we achieve that within the Democratic Party? I mean, that's my main question. Why is Obama, the former Democratic president, talking about a loyal Republican Party when we need Democrats to do some of that stuff too? Like that, I feel like that should be his main focus. But I mean, like, is that not where he has the most sway? Like Obama over in the Republican side of things is basically, I mean, Satan, right? I mean, they have framed Barack Obama as Satan, right? Like time and time again, he's the Antichrist. Like, it was years. I mean, I feel like I don't have to remind people of this, but that's basically what Obama is over there. So, in my opinion, I feel like his focus would be best on the Democrats, who are also not necessarily loyal to the American people, who were siding with the Republicans earlier this year, right? Like Chuck Schumer, who orchestrated multiple votes to pass Republican spending bills, right? That would be my focus if I were the former president. But you know,
other than it's like a squid. It's really sort of like a constellation of Democratic sort of establishment or New Dem. I mean, you compare it to the DLC, which was where Bill Clinton came out of, and in much of the sort of neoliberal market-based liberalism originated, at least in the modern era.
Yeah, no, it's a little bit nebulous. We played around with what to call it too. We're calling it a network. You know, we have some tentacles imagery, you know, all of that. But, you know, it's really a methodical political operation that is operating at least at a scale that is pretty unprecedented, according to a lot of people, you know, we spoke with for this piece. I think just to kind of, you know, take a step back here before we get into all the origins, you know, so they're called Majority Democrats and the Bench. They're these kind of twin organizations, and they've been getting involved in Democratic primary races all across the country this election cycle. Probably most prominently right now is the Michigan, the Democratic primaries in the Michigan Senate for the Michigan Senate seat. They're backing Mallory McMorrow against Haley Stevens and Abdul Al-Sayed. They also were heavily involved in the Texas Senate primary back in February, supporting James Tallarico, whole host of other races. And they have this giant war chest. You know, they have amassed a huge amount of funding, mostly from, you know, dark money and a small handful of billionaires connected to the tech and finance industry. And
two things. One,
oh shit, that was not what I meant to do. I meant to pause it. With that said, I would like to point out one thing that I'm thinking right now, and is that there's hundreds of races this year, right? And their APAC and all these political action committees are going to have to focus their money. They don't technically have unlimited money, right? Like, they have coffers of billions of dollars across multiple organizations, but there's a finite amount of money technically, and you're seeing some crazy spending in some places. And I feel like it's possible, especially, like, you know, this is the thing about the primaries, right? Especially if we can focus, you know, if we can get momentum behind progressive candidates in every election, or in the majority of the elections happening, they'll run out of money. They'll run out of money eventually, right? Because that is so much money. The only way they win is by having an outsized amount of money, right? Which means, in some of these races, like we've seen, they're spending millions, just millions upon millions of dollars. Some of these donors, right? Now, of course, any donor could take it upon themselves, many of these multi-billionaire dollar donors to probably outspend technically. But I feel like, it would be easy to kind of have enough to, what's the term? It's Steve Bannon's term. What's it called? God damn it. If we flood the zone. If we just flood the zone, right? We flood the zone with good candidates. This is basically the premise that I've been sort of kicking around this whole time. It's the first time I'm putting actual terms to it. But if we flood the zone in the same way they're flooding the zone with news and other sorts of crazy headlines and things right now, if we flood the zone of the primaries with great candidates, it will make it much harder for them to defeat those great candidates because they'll have so many things to focus on, right? They'll have so much money they will have to expend. They'll run out of money. They'll run out of volunteers and or paid employees to handle all of these things, right? And I feel like, especially in the smaller races, right? I'm just thinking right now, like all the smaller localities, I feel like it'll be easier to some degree. Although you certainly saw a lot of pushback against Kat Abu Ghazaleh, and some of these other places. But honestly, that district isn't that small. And it's directly adjacent to Chicago, essentially, so. But I think in some of these other places that we should be already focusing on way more heavily, West Virginia, Nebraska, sort of small state races, could have outsized effect in places where they're just not focused on. Where, generally speaking, like, we know that Democratic donors have kind of already given up, right? In small, formerly purple state districts, right? Backwater Florida, Georgia, for that matter, North Carolina, West Virginia. Although Virginia's primary is coming up, right? A couple months. But all of these. Like, there's a bunch of states that used to be fairly purple not that long ago. Pre-Clinton era, right? Before the 21st century came around and the effects of the TPP or whatever and all that stuff happened, and globalization and the, all the jobs left, all that stuff. But that time, 25 years ago, back when people actually, back when people used to see the Democratic Party as being pro-worker. Like, we could go back to a time like that, technically. But you can't just do that magically. You can't just wish it. You can't just point at Donald Trump and say, "Ooh, he's terrible," and get that. You have to bring your A game.
It's happening, and it's related to the fact that the staff for these PACs funded by these two groups happen to also be working as consultants for the campaigns that they're supporting, it's a very unusual relationship, and it just raises some campaign finance concerns. So for this piece, we tried to look into how this whole organization is really structured, who's funding them, and this whole nesting doll of different PACs, LLCs, these kind of shadowy consultancies. And more or less what we discovered here is a very highly tuned political operation that has found loopholes to work much more closely with campaigns than really what we've seen in previous election cycles.
Can you expand on what is legally permissible with this kind of coordination, with dark money, with super PACs? Because I think it's helpful for people to have a refresher about what independent expenditures actually constitute versus, say, when you donate directly to a campaign.
Yeah. And this gets tricky pretty quickly. Our campaign finance system right now, there's a lot of like norms and recommendations, and then there's actually what the law is, right? But the basic gist here is that after the Citizens United Supreme Court decision in 2010, we kind of have a dual track system right now. If you're an actual campaign for a candidate running for office, you have a whole host of restrictions, contribution limits, and such. But if you're an outside spending vehicle, a super PAC, you can raise as much money as you want, and you can spend unlimited amounts on elections on behalf of a candidate or against other candidates in that race. The one rule here is that you just cannot directly coordinate with the campaigns. There has to be this kind of separation, right? And operatives, political operatives since that decision have tried to chip away even at that basic separation. And there's ways around it. Some of them have developed very, very recently. People might remember in the 2024 presidential race, for example, Elon Musk funded this America PAC, right? In the final months of that race, America PAC was hiring canvassers to do door knocking, right? That's the kind of stuff you would associate the campaign, doing. That's what they would be spending their money on. How is America PAC? How do they determine what precincts to go to? How do they have the election data? It's very hard to imagine that was happening without some back and forth coordination with the Trump campaign, right? That was blessed by the Federal Elections Commission. There's another loophole where candidates can join together and create a joint fundraising committee. So similar, you're edging towards a super PAC, but totally legitimate. It's just easier because one donor can cut a large check, and that can be distributed to a bunch of different candidates rather than the donor doing it separately. In 2024, the Federal Elections Commission said a joint fundraising committee can also include a super PAC on that committee. So you can have even more collaboration, coordination between the campaigns and the super PAC. Majority Democrats on the bench do all of that. The thing that really kind of sets them apart is the way they've used consultants as these intermediaries between the outside PAC and the campaign, which can be legitimate and sometimes isn't. You have to have a firewall for that consultant between their work for the PAC and the campaign. And that's where things get really kind of tricky here. And I think there's a lot of still unanswered questions.
We have got to do something about the money in politics. It's out of fucking control. Too many laws have been created to allow all of this money to make its way into our fucking elections and poison the democracy. It is just it's a fucking travesty. Just a fucking travesty of justice. You know what? I think I want to do this in a slightly different order. Hold on. Yeah, no, this just makes more sense. Fucking hell. I am moving kind of slow today. I feel like I'm out of practice somehow because it's been a whole day since I did an actual stream. Yeah, I think this makes sense before we go to that. Actually, no, that's why I was doing this. Oh, fuck. That's right. That's right. I remember now. Sense, actually. I was smart. I was smart for thinking this originally. This was a good plan. I just ruined. How did I do this? I'll do this. Oh, this is the... okay, there we go. Fixed it. Okay. Anyway, as we know, we need to get corporate money out of politics, including Democratic primaries, just across the board, right? Just across the board. We need to get corporate money out of politics. And unfortunately, there's an entire system and political class that continue to hold that up and prevent change because it benefits them, or they perceive it as benefiting them. And it's just got to stop. We need people-funded politics. Focused on the people. Because what happens when you get corporate-funded politics is you get your corporate-funded legislation, and not in a good way, I would point out. Now, we're going to start moving on and talking about what Republicans are up to. On a number of different fronts. First, I think we should talk about how Republican light, leaning, adjacent voters are feeling. I'm talking about independents. People who don't affiliate with either party but are likely to vote Republican. The numbers for independents on Donald Trump are plummeting at record speed, now hitting, I think, historic levels. Best guy to talk to us about historic numbers are, of course, the very greatest Harry Emden.
This is one of the biggest changes I have ever seen. I was so concerned I somehow mistyped something. That's how bad this number is. Today, we are going to count down the top 6 ways in which Trump is losing the key core group of independents, because independent voters are who elect our presidents of the United States. And we can see that Donald John Trump is in a whole heck of a lot of trouble with independents, because take a look here. Independent support for Trump. Back during the 2024 election, look at this. He won by 1-2 points among independents over Kamala Harris, and that basically matched his nationwide margin. But down he goes. My goodness gracious. He looks like Greg Louganis now. He's so far underwater with independents. In the average poll,
looks like
he's
Greg Louganis.
43 points underwater with independents. That is a movement, my dear friends, of 45 points in the wrong direction with independent voters. And it's not just that Trump has lost so much ground with independent voters. Why don't we take a look and put this into some historical perspective? Because these numbers are even more frightening for the President of the United States. Why don't we just look at this? The worst net approval ratings with independents at this point in term 2 of a presidency. Guess who has the worst net approval rating? It's the current president, Donald John Trump. We're talking about the fact that he's 43 points underwater. That is actually worse. That is actually worse than Richard Nixon was during the height of the Watergate scandal back in 1974. Nixon was just 36 points underwater. Trump easily beating that, but in the wrong way. Trump is also beating George W. Bush, who is 35 points underwater. Of course, he was caught up in the Iraq War at this.
They're saying is the very biggest disapproval rating in history. Write that down. Better than the Nobel Prize. Everybody's saying it.
The White House, but you can just see it here. This is one of the biggest changes I have ever seen. My eyes literally, they're popping out. I don't know if they're popping out, if it's coming across to you on the other side of the screen, but they are literally popping out because you rarely see changes like this. Look at this, independence on Trump and inflation. When you went back to the 2024 election, Trump beat Kamala Harris on inflation. He was more trusted on inflation by, get this, 9 points. Look at this switcheroo. Trump's net approval. I thought, honestly, I went through the spreadsheets because I was so concerned I somehow mistyped something. That's how bad this number is. He is 70 points underwater on inflation right now when it comes to his net approval rating. That is a 79-point shift in, what is that, a year and a half's worth of time since the 2024 election? My goodness gracious. You rarely ever see numbers this bad with independents, but that's
Wow. 70 points. Net approval, negative 70. It's true. I mean, just saying it sounds crazy, but these are great numbers. The very best numbers. Everybody's saying it. These are the best numbers I've seen all week. Independence down -70 with independence for Donald Trump. That is terrible.
Awful. Weak.
That is not good for him going into the midterms here. That can't possibly be helpful with getting people out to the polls. You might get Republicans out there, sure, but independents may very well just stay home this election. Or they might hate or they might hate Trump so much that that they actually go out and vote for the other candidate, the other side, which would be fascinating. The fact is, most of those people elected Donald Trump on inflation, or at least that's what they claimed, that they felt that they could afford less, and they remember being able to afford more when Donald Trump was president. It was a stupid thing to say, but not everybody truly understands how politics or
Or, of course, he got crushed by Ronald Reagan back in the 1980 election. Look at this. Net approval rating on inflation among independents. You get Trump here, right? 70 points underwater. Jimmy Carter was only 55 points underwater. And, of course, Carter got absolutely annihilated in that election to Ronald Reagan back in 1980.
Oh, there you go. There's the historical numbers for everybody here. Carter actually looking really good on inflation in comparison to Donald Trump. Really, really good. Really good on inflation, that Carter. Everybody's saying it. I must admit, Jimmy Carter had, at least at the time, historically bad numbers on inflation, or near it, at least, in the modern era. Trump now making those numbers look like jump change. 55? I could do much better than that. Try 70. It's almost 100. If you round up, that's 100. Okay? Okay. For a few more numbers, let's just go here really quickly. What's this? The Majority Report with Sam Cedar.
This is pretty stunning. Again, you wonder why you see all these right-wingers, Ben Shapiro's outfit laying off half of their their staff.
Well, they also laid off half their audience too.
And I'm sorry, I sequenced that wrong.
Wait, you know what? I just remembered. You know what? We're gonna come back to this. I just realized that this should be in a different spot. This should probably be in a different spot. You know what? Fuck it. It's too deep. We've gone too far. Sam's already having too much.
Half their audience decided to go somewhere else. Now, again, I have all those theories about where that audience came from, but nevertheless, why you see sort of people like Tim Pool in a panic. I think Steven Crowder is still streaming, but I'm not sure where, or why.
He had a chance to take $50 million out of the Daily Wire and blew it. He could have got the last big...
To say he was being silenced.
Yeah.
Think of all the implants I would have bought him.
Oh my God. Can you imagine that right now? Oh God, turning down $50 million to just continue doing the show that you're doing right now that's completely imploding. Oh God. Oh, he could be, he's a real dumbass. I can't believe he turned it down still. Like, it's really, I mean, and it's turning out to clearly be one of the worst life decisions you could imagine.
every day, there is new data showing that Donald Trump is like a lead balloon on the Republican Party's midterm prospects.
Oh, right. Aside from what was it? Allegedly abusing your pregnant wife? Thank you, Benihana. Good reminder. Good reminder. Almost forgot. I almost forgot about some of other... For a second, I was like, this is one of the worst life decisions I've ever heard of. And then you're a smart guy.
Every day. And this, again, is with an incredibly feckless Democratic leadership, because their polling's not so much better. It's just that you got to choose one.
Who are the people who are dragging down President Trump's approval rating? We are talking about a very important block for the President of the United States. That is Republican-leaning independents. That is what's going on. Take a look here. This is the difference. Trump's approval rating at this point in terms. Independents who lean Republican versus those who are just Republicans only. Look at this among independents who lean Republican. Back in term number one, he was at 73% at this point in term. Down he goes, an absolute collapse now. Just 53% of independents who lean Republican now approve of the President of the United States. That's very different from Republicans only. It was 83 at this point in term number one. It's 83% now, but that's a 20-point decline in his approval rating, nearly at the 50% mark, with a group that traditionally has very much been in the president's camp.
This isn't just indies. This is independents who lean Republican, people who in theory should be predisposed to like the president there. Talk more about the shift we've seen actually now this time from just a couple years ago.
Just a couple of years ago.
By the way, there is another word for this term. Like, this is a little long-winded. You could just replace this entire term, indies who lean GOP. This is what is formerly known as the Libertarian Party. This is libertarians. Indies who lean GOP. This is libertarians. And people who couldn't be bothered to register for the vote. It's libertarians and lazy Republicans. Oh, wait, actually, I guess... Well, I won't accuse libertarians of being lazy.
Take a look at this shift. Oh, my.
Hold on. Pause it for 1 second.
leaning-
Hold on 1 second. Just go back a little bit, because this is also relevant. GOP only. It has not moved an iota.
That's the cult, baby.
That's the cult. It's a big cult. They have really not changed one iota. Truly incredible. But yeah, as you can see, regular independents and libertarians are abandoning Donald Trump in droves. Probably not going to be great for Republicans at large or in the midterms. Also, speaking of libertarians, when will the libertarians be coming back to calling the majority report? They've really given up over the years. It's really plummeted. I don't know what the the moment, right? Like at some point it hit like a peak, right? Because there was a time where libertarians were calling into the majority report all the time. But now we've seen just a precipitous drop and nearly complete end to libertarian majority report callers. And it's a little disappointing. Something of a tradition, really. Perhaps one day they will find the... What do you call it? Temerity? Gall? Courage? To call into the majority report once again? But for now, they seem to be in hiding. It's very strange.
That's really weird.
But CNN's still keeping them in the polls. I mean, technically they didn't. It was generally independents who lean GOP. But let's be real. You know who that is. It's like Dave Smith and like 3 other guys. Struggling to get the calls doesn't help. Yeah, that's true. I guess that's true. Over the years, I guess Sam has also reduced the number of calls that they take on the show. I don't know if it's his fault or the news's fault, because the news has gotten a lot worse over the years, too. So maybe, yeah, let's blame the news. I'm sure libertarians are just as courageous as ever before, and they're just not getting through to Sam. That's all it is. One day they'll get through. Other problem, though, for libertarians is they have so many phone problems. So, you know, if you reduce the amount of time for that, it just, oh, God. That's not good for them, right? Like, that's inconvenient. All right. Let's get to talking about the Supreme Court ruling this week. And the fallout that has come from it. I guess technically it was it struck down last week? No, I can't even remember. But like I mentioned earlier, the rush from Republicans to now. How do you put this? I mean, there's really no polite way to do it. Republicans in red states where they have the majority in the state Senate are rushing to redistrict away black and brown districts, right? They're doing their very damnedest to undo the existence of majority black or brown districts, because that's inherently racist according to the Supreme Court.
We begin today's show looking at the U.S. Supreme Court's gutting of a key part of the 1965 Voting Rights Act. On Wednesday, in a 6-3 decision, the court struck down Louisiana's voting map that was designed to create a
I'll be right back. I gotta grab a drink.
African Americans have long faced racial second majority. The court struck down Louisiana's voting map that was designed to create a second majority black district in the state, where African Americans have long faced racial segregation and barriers to voting. The 6 conservative justices on the court ruled Louisiana's map, quote, relied too heavily on race and unfairly favored black voters over white voters. In her dissent, Justice Elena Kagan described the ruling as the, quote, latest chapter in the majority's now completed demolition of the Voting Rights Act. Kagan warned that the ruling will give states the power to draw congressional maps to disenfranchise voters of color. She wrote, quote, minority voters can now be cracked out of the electoral process.
Republican politicians rapidly seized on Wednesday's ruling. The Washington Post reports Louisiana Governor Jeff Landry told Republican House candidates he plans to suspend the May 16th primary elections so state lawmakers can pass a new congressional map first. Meanwhile, in a special session on Wednesday, Florida lawmakers approved a new congressional map designed to give Republicans 4 additional U.S. House seats in the midterm elections in November. On Wednesday, members of the Congressional Black Caucus gathered to condemn the Supreme Court ruling. This is Alabama Congressmember Terry Sewell.
Today, the far-right Supreme Court has dealt a devastating blow to our democracy and to the Voting Rights Act of 1965. It will pave the way for the greatest reduction in representation for black and minority voters since the years following Reconstruction. What the court did today makes it easier for bad state actors to silence the voices of black voters and harder to challenge the discrimination in court. With this decision, the extremists on the Supreme Court have completed their decades-long crusade to gut the Voting Rights Act of 1965. They willingly dismiss generations of legal precedent, of congressional intent, and the will of the American people. In doing so, they have given a green light to Donald Trump's partisan voter suppression scheme. Instead of responding to the will of the people and changing course, Trump and Republicans are trying to erode our democracy and suppress the vote to escape accountability at the ballot box. They're looking to steal the election. And we in the Congressional Black Caucus say no. No. We say hell no. Hell no. Not without a fight. I am a daughter of Selma, Alabama, and I grew up in the shadow of the civil rights movement. The foot soldiers who marched across that bridge were my neighbors, my church members, my parishioners, and my babysitters. I am here to tell you that the progress secured by those foot soldiers is being erased before our very eyes. And we say no. No. We say hell no. Hell no. Not on our watch.
That was Democratic Congressmember Terry Sewell of Alabama. We're joined now by Maya Wiley, President and CEO of the Leadership Conference on Civil and Human Rights, longtime civil rights attorney. Maya, thanks so much for being with us. If you can address our global audience and talk about the significance of the Voting Rights Act and what happened with yesterday's ruling.
Well, first of all, Amy, thank you for having me and thank you for this conversation. This is central to whether or not we maintain a multiracial democracy in this country and a real way for Black people, for Latinos, for Native Americans and Asian Americans to have a real opportunity to say who leads us. It is that simple, but if you put it in context, let's put it in context. You know, not only you heard from Representative Terry Sewell, who is an amazing leader on voting rights, and from the place where Black people marched along with white allies and faced not just attack, even threats of death, hospitalization, simply for peacefully marching for the right to vote. I say that because what they won by putting their bodies on the line was the Voting Rights Act of 1965, which the Leadership Conference on Civil and Human Rights, the nation's largest and most diverse civil rights coalition, helped win. But what winning the Voting Rights Act did was take us from a place where there was virtually no representation in Congress or in state houses, because even in states like Alabama, like Louisiana, like so many other states where we had large percentages of Black people, also later Latinos as that population has grown, and Asian Americans, or in states with Native American populations that are large, did not have people who had to be accountable, because you could simply gerrymander, draw a map that was not fair in terms of interests of community, of the types of things communities would demand, that enabled people to get together and say, who's going to be our candidate? Who's going to solve our problems? Who's going to show up and speak to our needs? And we changed that because essentially Congress did something extremely important. It said, you know what? Yes, intentional discrimination we know is unconstitutional. But what we have is a country that has segregated people by race. What we have as a country is such a long history of hiding the ability to steal power from Black people or from Latinos in all kinds of ways that don't even have to name it. We're going to look at the impact. If the impact on a voting decision, on a way of organizing the process of voting, means that the effect is that a large number of Black people or Latinos or anybody based on race will not have a fair opportunity to decide who leads us, that violates the Voting Rights Act. And
yeah. In my estimation, this is just blatant racism that the Supreme Court is okay with. Right? And they're claiming that, in fact, this isn't the racism. Intentionally taking away Black and brown districts across America is not inherently racist. It's creating them that's racist. And they've just turned the Voting Rights on its head, the Voting Rights Act on its head. Gone back on decades of policy. And further entrenching us into this sort of pre-civil rights era that they are seemingly determined to drag us back into. Now let's keep talking about the fallout. They mentioned Florida. Louisiana
Ridiculous.
and a number of other states up for redistricting efforts in the middle of the primary, I would point out. And I gotta go back and clip this shit. But, like, does everybody remember CNN saying that the primaries are over? We are literally in the beginning, the first weeks, really, of the primary. We've barely had a handful, half a dozen of them. And they are gonna try and redistrict in the middle of this. It's going to fucking cause chaos. This is so frustrating to me. All right, let's go here. ABC News now from 4 days ago.
Turning now to the growing fallout after the Supreme Court's major ruling earlier this week limiting the landmark 1965 Voting Rights Act. In a 6-3 decision, the justices found Louisiana's 6th congressional district, currently represented by Democrat Cleo Fields, was improperly drawn, relying too heavily on race. Justice Samuel Alito called the map a, quote, unconstitutional gerrymander. Democrats point out with this ruling, only one of the state's 6 districts will be majority black, though black voters make up more than a third of Louisiana's voting age population. Congressman Fields is here.
You see what I mean? The outcome is inherently racist. It disenfranchises a portion of the population from having equal and proportionate voice to the size of the population in the state. I mean, it's inherently racist by the numbers, but the Supreme Court is insisting this is not racist. It's having adequate and proportional representation to the number of people of any particular group in a particular state and area. That's the racist thing. Fair representation, that's unfair to all the white people. And of course, it's not just Louisiana who is rushing to erase black and brown representation across the country. It's happening in Tennessee, Florida, Georgia. Most of the red states are looking at it right now. It's a huge opportunity for them. Civil Rights Act gave people a small amount of representation. Now they're looking to take that small amount of representation away. Right? There's not currently a proportional amount of black legislatures in the Congress and Senate and the government to the number of black people in the country. And the same goes for every single non-white demographic. But it's inherently racist for me to even bring it up. I'm sure if the Supreme Court could chime in on this conversation, they say I'm being racist for pointing this out.
Rude. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman with Nermeen Sheikh.
We end today's show with a look at voting rights right here in the United States. The Supreme Court's gutting of the Voting Rights Act has led to a scramble by southern states to gerrymander congressional districts before the November midterms. Last week's Supreme Court ruling makes it harder for minorities to challenge electoral maps as racially discriminatory under the Voting Rights Act. On Monday, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis signed a new gerrymandered congressional district map into law, posting on the social media platform X, quote, signed, sealed, and delivered. And on Wednesday, the Alabama House voted to approve a plan that would change the congressional district map during an active election, even though some votes in the May 19th primary have already been cast.
Okay, hold on. Hold on. What in the hell is this district? That is one of the weirdest looking districts. Are these two things connected? This one doesn't even have a number to it. Hold on, I'll be right back. I gotta plug something in before it dies.
Change the congressional district map during an active election, even though some votes in the May 19th primary have already been cast.
But in states across the South, civil rights activists are also pushing back. In Tennessee, hundreds of protesters marched to the state capitol in Nashville Wednesday as lawmakers unveiled a gerrymandered congressional map that could see Republicans take control of all 9 of Tennessee's U.S. House seats. The General Assembly is expected to vote on the new map as soon as today. For more, we're joined in New York by Ari Berman, national voting rights correspondent. Mother Jones, his latest book, Minority Rule, the right-wing attack on the will of the people and the fight to resist it. Can you talk about all of these developments? Start in Nashville, where we're just listening to these hundreds of protesters.
Good morning, Amy. So in the wake of the Supreme Court's effective destruction of the Voting Rights Act, we are seeing southern states all across the South redraw their voting maps. This could lead to the largest drop in black representation since the Jim Crow era, and it is happening with alarming speed, beginning today in Tennessee, where they are set to pass a 9-0 map that splits the city of Memphis, which is 63% black, into 3 different congressional districts to dilute black voting power. Memphis has had its own congressional district since 1923, and it's now going to be split apart in 3 different districts. Nashville is going to be split into 5 different districts.
Now, you know what we need to do in response to this, right? First off, it's more democratic gerrymandering in blue states. But more importantly than that is voting in the general elections to beat Republicans back. Because we can still technically outvote them in these places where they are trying to disenfranchise voters. You know, you just get every single adult, you know, old enough to vote out there. Just got to find a way to energize those people. What's the best way to do that? Generally, it's good candidates with a message. But this shit is completely fucked up, right? I'm just trying to think productively right now, and I'm trying not to let myself fall into complete despair right now, because I know what this is. I just pointed it out to you all at the very beginning. This is pure and utterly fucking racist, like we just pointed out. This is a retrenchment back to Jim Crow era fucking policies, right? This is a further dismantling of the Civil Rights Act. We basically just run out of civil rights at this point. We're like, I mean, we got a few left, I suppose, in theory. But like, this is just a utter travesty. I'm gonna skip ahead a little bit on this.
And just a matter of days, advances of decades are being wiped out.
And what about Florida, where you have the Florida governor DeSantis signing a new gerrymandered congressional district map into law, posting on social media, signed, sealed, and delivered. In this last minute we have, Ari, and overall, where you see this all headed?
Well, Florida passed a map that would give Republicans 4 new seats. It was very aggressive. DeSantis was basically claiming that he knew what the Supreme Court was going to do, and he felt like it gave him a green light. And this is what's happening. We are in now a perennial gerrymandering arms race that's going to lead to more partisanship, more polarization, less competition, all the things that Americans hate the most about the political process. And it's all being driven by the conservative majority on the Supreme Court, which is going to get more and more attention in terms of the need to ultimately reform that court going forward.
Okay. Well, there's Ari Berman, journalist, Mother Jones, talking with Amy Goodman. Well, let's move on to Tennessee. Ari, at the very beginning of that, mentioned what's happening in Tennessee. And unfortunately, he was in fact right about Tennessee deciding to pass a new redrawn district map for the state of Tennessee. Now, this was yesterday. Should have started it off this way. This was yesterday, not today. This was at the announcement. This is how fast they're moving. Like, when we're talking about fast, we're talking about fast. Fast. Just unbelievably fast. This was yesterday at the announcement for this redistricting effort at the Capitol.
This process has been done completely in secrecy to deny the public and representatives and elected officials the opportunity to understand what's really going on. We don't have a GIS map to actually know which streets are going to be impacted by this. This has been done entirely in secrecy. And when you're doing something wrong, that's what you do. You hide what you're doing. We know the intention here is to be racist. It is to take the only majority black district out of the United States Congress, and it is to allow for white representation and white majority districts to exist, period.
And by breaking up our district into 3 different separate congressional districts, there's no way we can get fair representation. Our needs are nowhere near the same as a rural community and nowhere near the same as other parts of Tennessee. And that's why we have our own congressional district. And it's important that we have a Congress member who can advocate for the things that we need and the resources that we want. We have different issues around affordable housing, infrastructure. That's completely different from rural areas. We have issues around the economy and jobs. That's completely different from rural areas.
We were making the most fundamental decision that affects the people. Who gets to speak for them? And we were doing it in a room where the people were entirely absent.
So voters who were previously in a single majority black district would now be split into several districts, correct?
I don't know.
So how are you proposing a map and you don't know anything about it?
I know how the map is divided, but I don't know the racial makeup of the map.
Okay.
See, as long as what this Supreme Court decision has done is allowed for racist white guys like this to make inherently racist maps, and they go, I don't know how this affects people. I didn't look into it. I'm completely oblivious to any facts that you're saying words, and that means nothing to me. I have to vote yes on this beautiful map that I have here. I couldn't possibly know how this is going to affect any particular constituent. And it's all lies, as chat has rightly identified. Not earlier this evening, they in fact passed that.
Those in favor will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. Let every member cast their vote. Mr. Clerk, take the vote.
Stop the steal. Stop the steal. We're taking this over now. Okay, this is our phrase now. Stop the steal. Republicans don't. This is we're appropriating. Stop the steal. Okay. You know, the Republicans, you're the ones who are doing the steal. You never cared about the actual steal. This is the steal right here. Stop the steal. Stop the Tennessee steal.
Mr. Clerk, take the vote.
Ayes 25, nays 5.
House Bill 7003, 7003, having received a constitutional majority, I declare it.
Really quickly, just want to do something here. Yeah, I mean, it is no shock at all. Hold on, I put it on my phone. I should have done this on my fucking computer. God damn it. Oh, god damn it. I can't find it now. What did I search? Son of a bitch. Oh, okay. Here it is. Ballotpedia. You'll be shocked to see that in Ballotpedia, under senators from Tennessee, it comes back all white. All white. From top to bottom. Nearly. Nearly, but not entirely. But, wow. Oh, wait, actually, hold on. I want to watch that whole one. I'm going back. I'm going back. I take it back. I got ahead of myself. Yeah.
Those in favor will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. Let every member cast their vote. Mr. Clerk, take the vote.
Ayes 25, nays 5.
House Bill 7003, 7003, having received a constitutional majority, I declare it passed.
7003. Oh my god, could this guy sound more like the fucking, like, the colonel or something? Like, it sounds like he's gonna do a slave auction next or something. In 2007-3, I say I do declare.
Motion to reconsider is hereby tabled.
Unfortunately, it seems like the Klan is back. The rebels, right? The Confederates are back. And they're doing everything that they were doing back then. Now. At least not all right, not everything, but they're working on it, certainly legislatively. Perhaps not in the, in the IRL. But the effects of all this legislation is Certainly going to have IRL effect. No matter which.
I'm in Nashville at the state capitol, where the supermajority Republican legislature has just voted to redistrict the city of Memphis, splitting it into 3 separate districts, and diluting the vote of this majority black city. There have been a number of protesters. People have been very, very angry. They disrupted the House and the Senate sessions. People in the galleries, both galleries had to be cleared. They were setting up noisemakers. They were yelling and chanting. State Senator Charlene Oliver stood on her desk and unveiled a sign that read "No Jim Crow." And now the protesters have left the Capitol and walked down the steps, and they're listening to Senator London Lamar, another senator from Memphis. And they are vowing to keep fighting, as you can hear.
Okay, well, there you have it. Republicans racing to gerrymander, seeing as that they are really worried about losing these elections. Donald Trump, incredibly unpopular, historically unpopular. And Republicans know that he's going to drag them down in these midterms. What do? You cheat. Just rig the elections. Disenfranchise minority voters. Why not? Might as well. The Supreme Court says it's fine. As long as you don't try to enfranchise anybody. That's the real that's the real racism. Is adequate representation.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills!
Okay, I'm gonna have to skip these next 2 individuals. You're never gonna know what I may plan on talking about. Well, actually, you know what? We'll listen to one quick clip of this. Super quick. Where does it start? Here?
I got lectured the most, and I walked out of there pretty surprised. However, when I walked out, I did something that's uncommon. And there's Dr. Paul in the room that had the courage and the integrity in his career to do the same. I walked out of the White House, and my vote was still no. And that's important. Now, you see, today, we're in a time where...
By the way, this is at like a libertarian think tank gathering. I don't know what to call it exactly. Marjorie's here giving a talk. It's called the Ron Paul Institute for Peace and Prosperity. Whatever the hell that means. It's clear that she's looking for a new home here with the libertarians, hoping somebody will embrace her.
Many Americans are realizing MAGA is dead. But MAGA died, actually, quite some time ago. It really did. MAGA was built by Donald Trump. Make America Great Again was such a dream for so many Americans, and it was sold for years and years, and an industry was created around it, an entire political industry, and an economic. It's an entire economy. At rallies, there's companies that sell T-shirts and hats. These little businesses, these small business owners, follow Donald Trump all over the country and sell their goods to all the MAGA faithful that go to the rallies. There's also companies online that sell all types of Trump gear, MAGA, you name it, coffee mugs, hats, t-shirts, pajamas. I mean, maybe some of you in this room have some of that stuff. You've probably thrown it out by now if you did, but it was available to buy in every way. There's Trump Bibles, there's Trump watches.
I love how she just keeps naming stuff that Donald Trump used to sell. She sounds almost a little bit like me right now, but it's like, but you can tell that she's like just recently come to the realization that MAGA is a cult, and that the Trump following is a cult, and that she was in a cult, and that all the people in the cult were spending all of their money on the cult, on the cult merch, the cult gear, the cult tickets, the cult trips to the rallies that were happening all over the place. It's fascinating that you can hear it, like that she really is just brushing up against it. She's like truly starting to understand what MAGA is. She still hasn't actually, like I said, found an ideology. She's here searching for one with libertarians. Although she didn't get the most positive sort of reception here for whatever reason.
I don't know. There's Trump everything. But think about that. An entire industry created.
I will say this. You never see the crowd. So I actually don't know if it was positive or not positive. It didn't feel super positive. Like, she got applause a couple of times, but it was like crickets. Like, a bunch of times she paused, expecting, you could just tell, like, she pauses, and then she gets no applause, and she just, and then you could, like, in a couple of cases, she doesn't just keep going. She kind of makes note of the fact that she doesn't get as receptive of a response as she was expecting. Anyway, we're gonna go through this later. I just wanted to put this in here because it's certainly relevant. I think we'll watch more of this tomorrow. It's a fascinating watch. She truly hasn't found her political home yet, but she's clearly really, really mad at President Trump. She does genuinely feel like she has been betrayed by him, that the movement, the MAGA movement, has been betrayed by him. And like she said at the very beginning there, the MAGA movement is dead. Yeah, well, while we're talking about the MAGA movement being dead, yes, should talk about some of the problems happening inside the MAGA movement. You know, the pro-Trump supporters, if you will. The narrative ecosystem. Where better to start off than here?
That right-wing people will go and get investors, billionaire money, and they buy engagement, they buy followers, and they sort of propel themselves to the top of the heap, and they fake it till they make it, and then eventually it's kind of sort of a self-fulfilling prophecy, right?
Everybody does that.
Everybody does not do that. Well, we're just not doing anything like everybody does not do that.
We've never done any. Everybody does that. We've never done anything like that. Everybody does that. We've never done anything like that before. That was the fastest U-turn I've ever seen. We've never done that before. I don't know anybody who's ever done that before, including myself. You know, it's pretty wild. You know, there was a time where YouTube was offering me to do exactly this thing. Where they were saying, look, you want to pay for viewers? You could do it. Give us an ad budget, and we'll make it happen. I was like, but no. That seems bad. I don't like that. That seems inorganic. But early on, very early on. I think it was like early monetization, like maybe 6 months to a year in, when things were real slow around here. Well, not, slow, much slower than they are now. But I was like, nah, this is ridiculous. But these guys who are already established, like, if they're still doing this stuff, it's sort of insane to think how much money is just funneling into this right-wing ecosystem to inflate the views of guys like this.
Two people. The Daily Wire, apparently it's being reported, has laid off 50%, half of the company.
No.
Half of the company, half of the people working there were laid off at Daily Wire. There's a lot of reasons for this, I'm sure. You'll recall Daily Wire tried to do a cartoon.
Yes, people should check out Jose, his video essay on the Daily Wire and their forays into children's entertainment.
That's key. It was a whole channel for children's programming.
To combat Miss Rachel and other scary, pro-Hamas factions that are trying to indoctrinate your children. But it was a big failure because Boring and the rest of the Daily Wire team anticipated that they could ride What is a Woman's Success into other areas that would expand into, like, say, family programming to unwoke your children. But it turns out the people that signed up for What is a Woman kind of just signed up for that whole very narrow transphobia thing that had the contours of a documentary while being a propaganda outfit, and that children just want to watch, like, children's programming that maybe they've heard about from their friends or other parents too, like
kids love to watch something that none of their friends watch.
Right.
The big issue, and this guy talked about it, was, well, first off, we should just say, in a general way, remember they had that movie Ballers or something like that? Lady Ballers, or whatever it was.
Lady Ballers.
You have to understand that Ben Shapiro desperately wanted to be a comedy writer. Desperately. And I will tell you, like, the biggest track you can follow to be a comedy writer in Hollywood is to do what, Brian? Is to go to what university?
Harvard.
That is right.
The rich white man.
The number of offices I would walk in when I was an actor doing sitcoms, and I would walk into a room and they would go, "Where are you from?" And I go, "Well, I've been living in Boston for the past, like, in Cambridge." And they're like, "Oh, I lived in Cambridge for a while." Yeah. And they would never say, "I went to Harvard."
Dude, I got that on the subway this fucking weekend. I was wearing a Red Sox hat. And the guy goes, "I lived in Cambridge for a
lived in
while."
Cambridge.
No, it's a bit in 30 Rock where he's no, not Tufts, right? So, yeah.
And, but he could never break in. I don't think he made $1 from Hollywood. And, like,
he wasn't on the Lampoon?
I don't think he was. I don't think he ever made. Maybe he did. Maybe he was. I don't know.
There's no chance.
Probably not. And
this premise makes absolutely no sense.
And it was because of the wokeness. I mean, that's why he was at Breitbart.
Can you
Everybody who
imagine?
started off at Breitbart, particularly back in the day.
Even for Harvard, Ben is too unfunny. Can you imagine? Can you imagine him around the writers' table? Actually, you're making the women too masculine. They should be cooking for their husbands and reading the Torah.
They resented Hollywood because they were considered unfunny, untalented people, and they desperately wanted to be in show business. And so Shapiro, when they started to make some money, and they had a ton of money poured in, we will discuss that in a moment, they're like, "Oh, now's our chance to finally get to Hollywood." So they made a movie, and they all starred in it, like almost like like a dentist would do this. Like, hey, I'm willing to finance the movie, but my girlfriend, she's an actress. Did you know that? She's very talented.
They put Candace Owens in a cartoon as a voice.
And then they made, exactly, and then they, made their cartoon.
my
and none of it
unstable
did.
girlies
And they
at?
made a kid programming, but they geared it towards the parents. Because kids don't walk around going like, I'm sick of the wokeness.
Yes.
And so they made it for the parents and promised them it'll be anti-woke. And then what happens is they have this, whatever the subscription cost to this kid service, and the kids are like, I don't like it. I don't want to watch it. And then all of a sudden, like when the kids can't be babysitted by your TV, you cancel. But there's also another issue. And don't take my word for it. Take Milo Yiannopoulos' word for it. Because about a year ago, was this about a year ago? Yep. He was on with Tim Pool, and Milo at that time decided, I'm not holding back on the secrets of how the right-wing media ecosystem works. Now, this was uncomfortable for Tim because you'll remember this was just after it was discovered that Tim was getting paid somewhere around the neighborhood of $100,000 a video for a company that turned out to be a front for the Russian government.
Yeah, and I'll just say we picked this conversation
gotta be
up
hard,
right after Milo realized.
It's got to be really difficult, to find out that you've been receiving all this money for these videos and you're going to get it here. You're going to have to give it back. Or did he give it back? Yeah, it's weird because I don't think he actually did give it back, did he? But, oh, God, it's got to be really tough to find out you've been getting all this money from this nefarious source. Just boatloads of cash. Oh, God. Can't imagine how difficult that must have been for Tim when that happened.
He accidentally talked about something that implicated Tim Pool and talked about everyone implicated as idiots.
Yes.
Franken babies for paying women to birth them as a high moral standard or
sure, but in this regard, I can tell you.
No, I don't really take his word for
done.
anything. I don't take his word for anything for all kinds of reasons, particularly how he treated me. He's a liar. He's a liar.
Sure.
He's a slippery, slimy, gross
I can
liar.
say in this one regard that involves me, it's not the case.
I don't know that. You may know that because you know things other people don't know. But it's not an unreasonable supposition that they've removed it. Look, I think we can move on from this.
Oh, pause it for a second. I just want to say, like, the person he's talking about who's a liar is Dave Rubin. Okay, that's not the point of this. But two things can be true. Go back a little bit.
Know that. You may know that because you know things other people don't know. But it's not an unreasonable supposition that they've removed it. Look, I think we can move on from this. It is no secret that a lot of bad money has gone to people on the right and on the center right. But it's typically the case that right-wing people will go and get investors rather than do advertisers, fake it till they make it, and then they'll get, sort of the big ticket advertisers. So the way Ben Shapiro, the way Candace get famous is they get Wilkes Brothers or they get some other kind of billionaire money, and they buy engagement, they buy followers, and they sort of propel themselves to the top of the heap, and they fake it till they make it, and then eventually it's kind of sort of a self-fulfilling prophecy, right?
Everybody does that.
Everybody does not do that.
Well, we've just never done anything like
everybody
that.
Everybody does not do
that.
What now?
That's weird. That's a weird thing to say, isn't it? Everybody does that. I mean, except for we don't do that.
We know.
Weird.
This is sort of reminiscent of like nobody would buy ads on a specific YouTube channel, and then Ian says you did that on Sam Cedar's channel.
Yeah, but that was a gag.
But why does he do that? And why does he impulsively get out ahead of it?
That was for the lulz. Yeah, it's interesting though. Tim Pool says everybody does that. Ben Shapiro does that. I mean, we've never done that, but everybody but me does that. Now, I don't know if the money's running dry over there at the Ben Shabibo network, the Daily Wire. But it's not going good. Not good at all. Views plummeting. And let's not forget Ben Shabibo. He's got millions and millions and millions of followers across platforms. But his audience seems to have completely disengaged.
All right, y'all, this is crazy. We got to talk about this. So Ken Klibenstein points out here, insane how much Ben Shapiro fell off. So Ben Shapiro's YouTube channel, over 7 million subs, which is fucking impressive. That's a lot of subs. But as you can see here, you know, a video was up for 10 hours, it got 11,000 views. A video was up for a day, it got 39,000 views. You know, his videos are...
Here's my question. Why does Ben still have a check mark in a fully monetized channel? When his audience, I mean, this seems like nobody wants to engage with his content. It seems inauthentic, you know? The thumbnails all look the same. Nobody's clicking it. 7 out of 7 million subscribers? I mean, that is atrocious. You know, these live streams, you know, like I've had live streams with better numbers than this in the last year. Sure, it's not all the time, but it happens. But it's just crazy to think that, because I have 2,000 subs on YouTube, right? He's got 7 million, but I'm the one who's demonetized over here. But he's good. This is high effort, authentic content that people want to engage with. I see. Advertisers want to watch this guy. Want people to... right. That makes sense. This is value-tainting.
struggling. Now, to be fair to him, his, you know, I guess his live stream does better overall. He'll get, you know, a couple 100,000 views or whatever over there. But the individual clips that he posts have gotten worse and worse and worse and worse. And of course, the reason why this is happening is because the bottom has fallen out from under MAGA. MAGA's a joke. It's not cool. It's not edgy. It's not fun to be MAGA anymore. MAGA is, they have the power. They have the control. They're ruining this country. The economy's in the shitter. The fucking illegal and offensive war waged against a country that didn't attack us is something that only like 27% of the country is on board with. So it turns out if you're just a little regime simp, it doesn't work out well in this moment.
Oh, that's sad for Ben. Oh, that's incredibly sad. I don't know if you can tell. I'm very sad about this. What are those avatars of ours that you announced on Discord? Where they revealed yet? They were revealed. They're the avatars of the patrons who've been waiting for their avatars to be revealed. I guess I should have been specific about which patrons they were, but I was kind of in a rush with that notification. But yeah, people, we have some new patrons who have joined us. And I've finally gotten to making all of their avatars and adding them to the break screens. And I was thinking about sending us to break right now, but I'm just remembering that we never completed the galactic content goal. 4.5 hours into the stream. We made progress. I was even counting some of the donations on Throne. The tea, the snack, the trail mix. Counted half of those dollars, which is not something I would normally do, but today I was feeling generous. But even with those concluded, that's only 2, 4. We're only halfway through the galactic content goal. I will add a little bit more time in hopes that we manage to make a little bit more progress, perhaps complete it in the near future. But I am going to skip the break right now because I might just end the stream at some point here in the future, so I don't want to do that. So we'll take a break in like an hour and a half or something. call it at 6 hours. Skipping second break. We'll take third break after this. Let's stay on the Ben Shabino topico with the Humanist Report up next.
Conservative media has been absolutely dominant in the online space now for more than a decade, in large part thanks to billionaire funders paying millions of dollars to prop up talentless hacks that keep the working class divided. But in spite of all of that money, things aren't going too well for the online right. Despite having more than 7 million subscribers, Ben Shapiro struggles to crack 100K views on most videos, and the Daily Wire channel is faring even worse. They struggle to crack 10K views on most videos, even though they have over 3 million subscribers. And the Wrap reports that they're actually going through another round of layoffs, with Candace Owens claiming that up to 50% of the staff has been let go, although with that being said, she is notoriously unreliable, so take what she says with a grain of salt. And I don't necessarily think that the...
Wait, let me at least take it, though. Let me take it with a grain. I'm hearing that the Daily Wire laid off over 50% of their staff today. As much as I positively despise what their execs put me and my family through, there are a lot of good people that work there with families to feed who could use a prayer. Good point, Candace. Good point. That's in the Bible. Oh, I'm sorry. I take that back. I don't think... No. Wait. No. Bad point, Candace. Who's a good person that works at the Daily Wire? Name one. I'm trying to think. I mean, I don't know that many. I don't know, like, the underlings that work beneath Ben and Michael, whoever's left over there. The numbers are thinning. They lost Brett. They lost Candace. They are really... They're not doing good.
She is notoriously unreliable, so take what she says with a grain of salt. And I don't necessarily think that the Daily Wire is dying per se, but with that being said...
You think the Coffee Boy might be decent? You think the Coffee Boy is okay? You might be right. You might be right. Although I mean, God. I'm just trying to imagine what sort of person could possibly, like, debase themselves enough to file the application to work at the Daily Wire. You know? It's like there's been moments in my life, you know, I'm like trying to figure out a job situation. You know, you're looking through Craigslist and LinkedIn and whatever else you can think of. And then you see one job like the pay sounds good, and like all this other stuff. You're like, okay, that's not bad. What do I have to do? And then you hear what you have to do. Sometimes you have to find a place to draw the line. And, you know, you find out, oh, I get paid $25 an hour to empty the trash cans of Michael Knowles. I feel like you gotta find something better than that. Like, shoot higher. Am I wrong for saying this? I feel like just shoot higher. If there's nothing else, fine. I get it. And I hope that that's the case, because if you are working there out of choice and not out of convenience, and I question I question your everything, all of it.
Funders aren't going to fund them forever if nobody is watching them, because what would be the point? It takes an unbelievable amount of money to prop up an AstroTurf campaign, and they're just not going to do that in perpetuity if it's not yielding, you know, a return on that investment. And this goes beyond YouTube videos with regard to the Daily Wire. They've also been trying to scoop up Hollywood rejects for failed movie projects that nobody wants to watch, and that also hasn't been going very well for them. The movies that they've released have been not doing too well. They have such limited appeal that even their own audiences sometimes don't want to watch them. Take their 2022 flop with Gina Carano as an example. The film was accused of being too woke by Daily Wire viewers because they thought that having a strong female lead as a protagonist was a covert way for them to push feminism. But in a new action movie that they're filming with Jonathan Majors as the star, which I'm sure will inevitably...
The crypto feminists are going for the Daily Wire.
I mean, this woman is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen.
I love that. I love how they tried to make a normal movie. They're like, oh, we can make normal movies over here. Look, check this out. And then their audience is like, what? We don't do normal. I think that's a crypto feminist right there. They're trying to incept us with the feminism, the communism. Oh God, the Daily Wire's gone woke. This is the audience these people have intentionally cultivated, and now are being met with the unfortunate reality of who those fucking people are, right? And like, you can't do anything fucking normal, not even close. You can't even pretend women are normal people, right? You can't pretend. Can't even pretend that women are normal people, or that immigrants are normal people, or that, like a whole host of different issues, right? Like, it's incredible. But I'm loving watching the thing about all this is, it's just an enjoyable thing, that we all deserve, to just watch the Republican snake eat itself. The train sort of burned down as it falls off of the cliff. The numbers, as we've seen, are plummeting for Donald Trump and Republicans. Ben Shapiro has been one of the most pro-Trump voices on the internet. You have a few coworkers who love Ben. That is unfortunate. I apologize.
I'm out in Miami, ho.
Oh, but wait, there's more. Really quickly, let's just check in with another right-wing influencer who's been foisted upon us by the same moneyed interests. A woman we would not know if it were not for the right-wing moneyed ecosystem, the hate-mongering content mafia, whatever you want to call them. If these guys did not exist, Riley Gaines would not either.
They're down because they won.
I found this take. I love this next take from her, though. I'm sorry. I know it's a random tangent, but we gotta hear what this woman had to say. It's incredible.
From their own success, because after getting the political reality that they fought for decades, they're realizing that what they thought would be a utopia turned out to be a fucking dystopian hellscape. They still can't buy a house or afford groceries, even though the border is closed and immigrants have been deported and trans people have virtually no rights in half the fucking country. So they're miserable right now because they're finding out that the theory of change that was sold to them and that they themselves sold was a complete and utter lie. They're realizing that conservatism doesn't actually have a way to meaningfully improve their material conditions because it's not supposed to. Take fifth place loser Riley Gaines, for example. She recently made a video about how expensive it is to have a baby in the United States, and the only solution she could think of wouldn't change shit. Just watch.
I gave birth to this perfect, precious little angel in September of last year. It is April, nearly May of the next year, and I am getting bills in the mail nearly every single week. Let's look at them. Okay, this one is a bill for $2,000. The service description literally just says vaginal birth. Here's another bill for $1,261. What's the description for? Actually, it doesn't even say. Here's another one for $336. The service description is subsequent hospital care. What does that mean? Here's another $675 charge for hospital discharge day. What service is it? You're just charging me for discharge day? It says on this bill that our insurance information wasn't provided, but our insurance was provided on every other bill. I don't know. None of it makes sense. My husband just called. He was on the phone for 20 minutes. And we got no answers. They said they could get back to us in the next 90 days. You have to assume that they just hope people pay
Immediately,
these
if not sooner.
Since President Trump has signed his executive order for hospital price transparency, only 1/3 of hospitals are in compliance. President Trump has done what he can do. We need legislators to act to rein in these unchecked practices and to protect.
She is such an idiot. I love it. Oh, God. But Donald Trump, he signed his executive order on price transparency, bitch. That's exactly what you're getting. You're getting price transparency. You're getting price transparency mailed to you in increments. Like you said, for vaginal birth, day of hospital release, and so on and so forth. It's itemized. I mean, that's the transparency for you. At least they're telling you what it's for. That's all it does. That's what she's too stupid to understand, I think. She doesn't understand. I don't think she knows what the word transparency is. And to be fair, the word transparency has been used a lot by politicians, but it does in fact have a meaning, and I don't think it's what she thinks it means. It doesn't mean lower prices. It just means that you get to know what you're paying for, okay? You know now. It wasn't just a regular birth, it was a vaginal birth. So enjoy that. She's just too stupid to understand the concept, like the difference between transparency and price, like in price, they're fairly different. But she's not a genius. She's neither a professional athlete caliber, individual. She's also definitely not a genius, unfortunately for her and her child here. Hopefully they figure it out. It's a real tragedy.
I thought this was America. Huh? Isn't this America? I'm sorry, I thought this was America.
That's Riley right there. Riley thought this was America, and it turns out it is America, where you get to pay incredible amounts of money for your health care. I guess you can just go without health care, you and your whole family. That's the solution.
Give me a joke.
All right, now let's get to some good news. The demise of the Daily Wire.
And Klibenstein points out here, insane how much Ben Shapiro fell off. So Ben Shapiro's YouTube channel, over 7 million subs, which is impressive. That's a lot of subs. But as you can see here, a video was up for...
Hold on, I'm skipping ahead a little bit.
It's Israel. And also, because he's Jewish and also supporting Israel, a lot of the people on the independent media side are not really interested in hearing from someone who is constantly defending Israel, and certainly not interested in hearing that argument from a Jewish person. This is precisely the reason why Patrick Bet-David has been able to withstand the loss of revenue that Ben Shapiro hasn't been able to withstand. Also because Ben Shapiro is like unbelievably pro-Israel too. Like Patrick Bet-David at least is like he'll have like a little bit of ambiguity when he talks about these issues. He knows better. Whereas Ben Shapiro can't stop himself. Like every time the issue of Israel comes up, he's giddy. He's like, oh yeah, we're fighting Iran. It's so good. There's also another reason, and that's a larger problem, I think, in the MAGA movement. I have talked about this before. In the 2016 era, the MAGA movement wanted to present itself as like both counterculture, but also somewhat intellectual. And I think in the post-Andrew Tate world, they realized, oh, we don't have to have like nerdy losers who are debate perverts defend our movement. We can have like cool guys. Now, I don't think Andrew Tate is a cool guy at all, but I think a lot of nerdy losers perceive Andrew Tate to be like a jock, a cool guy. So when that happened, I think there was a sea change in what the market demands were from a conservative audience. Ben Shapiro was never a real intellectual, mind you. I'm not saying that he was an intellectual at all, but he had the capacity to intellectualize right-wing reactionary framing. So I think that is one of the major problems. The next wave of this is to not even be like a cool guy, but instead to be like an unwashed, disgusting creature. Asmongold fills that void in the market for many conservatives who don't want even a convincing case to be made for conservatism, but just like wear it on their sleeves, like a vice signaling.
You think and feel a lot. I've never seen you actually do some research. Why would I need to do research? I already know it. Yeah, I just come to conclusions, and then they're right.
And like that, the aesthetics actually match their own personal living circumstances, and that's where we're at in the conservative movement right now. That's my humble opinion as someone who observes conservative commentators by trade.
To give you some more.
I love how low effort assholes like this continue to fucking exist. You know, Asmongold over here, Roach King. He can proudly say, I don't need to research. And that's high enough effort to be monetized. But no, not me. Guy who actually sits here and goes through things like the numbers. When will the madness end? I need to do something about this situation. I don't know what we gotta come up with a solution. Get this channel remonetized. It's pissing me off too much seeing assholes like this living like 100 times better than me. Well, I guess not 100 times. I mean, his fucking room is disgusting.
Research? Why would I need to do research? I already know it. Yeah, I just come to conclusions.
Like, that's the most low effort garbage I can imagine. I just come to conclusions and then they're right. Really? But you're wrong all the time. Maybe you should rethink that strategy. Nah. Yeah, unfortunately the right-wing ecosystem is filled with idiots. Time-wise, I think we need to switch over to Iran here in a second. We'll do one more clip. Now, one guy who's been causing some amount of fracturing in the Republican Party.
And then on a recent show, you went further saying, here's a leader who's...
That man is Tucker Carlson. Tucker Carlson says the darndest things.
And then on a recent show, you went further saying, here's a leader who's mocking the gods of his ancestors, mocking the God of gods, and exalting himself above them. Could this be the Antichrist?
I actually did not say, could this be the Antichrist? Here's a leader who's mocking the gods of his ancestors. Could this be the Antichrist? Well, who knows?
Tucker Carlson had an interview with the New York Times. And, you know, maybe we'll talk about this too. Graham Plattner was interviewed by David Sirota at the Lever. And Sirota asked him, would you go on Tucker Carlson's show? And Plattner's answer was actually quite thoughtful and realizes like, a calculation that cuts both ways.
And I would go on, if I were to go on there, you have to challenge his views, which is exactly, the right approach.
Yes. And, but here's Tucker Carlson, who is very adept at this. I mean, he's been in TV for 30 years. And I always point back to that 1999 clip after he had written his book and he was on C-SPAN and he was going after Bill O'Reilly and saying Bill O'Reilly, tries to be an everyman and tries to be a populist. And someday he's going to be on an airport, he's going to be on an airplane and he's going to yell at the stewardess for not bringing him his proper mimosa. Mm-hmm. And the whole thing will come tumbling down. And I think what Carlson realized years later was that, no, Bill O'Reilly, the only reason why Bill O'Reilly exited Fox was because he was literally sexually harassing his employees.
Like 60 million. Yeah, too much sexual harassment. There's a certain level you can get away with.
But I think the lesson that Tucker Carlson realized is like, you can get away with being the everyman, even if you are an heir to the Swanson fortune,
a bow tie loser,
or if you are even his not his stepmom, but even his mom, I think, had oil money, and so. But
you can build a set in one of your multiple homes in Maine to be an everyman.
But be that as it may, he's also, there's a lot of stuff that gets buried that people don't pay attention to because it stays within his world. And here, someone from the New York Times caught him in an outright lie, which is sort of fascinating. It makes me wonder, like, I don't know, watch this.
What I was saying, which is you cannot mock other people's gods and put yourself in their place. Period. That is a deal killer for me. That's worse than the war with Iran, in my opinion.
Yeah, but I ask because
all right, pause it for 1 second. I just want to say, like that in and of itself is a statement. Now he's talking about Trump's post on Easter Sunday, and the idea that mocking someone else's gods, and it makes it sound like, oh, okay, well, I'm protecting Muhammad. I'm protecting Islam. I'm protecting, Judaism. Yeah. I'm protecting Sufi, whatever it is. But to say that that's worse than actually bombing people to death,
lunatic statement,
is a little bit weird. Now, maybe he's just being, there's hyperbole there, but
he's pandering to religious people.
Yes.
Well, that's the whole thing. And you'll notice the tones of mysticism that he continuously relies on when it has to, when anything approaches something tangible in politics. And he's understood that he has to criticize Trump now because he was getting criticism for criticizing everybody else around Trump for this war in Iran. And he usually does it on manners bases. It was the same thing with the Rob Reiner thing. It was the same thing with Trump's Easter tweet. And it was the same thing about the killings of Alex Preddy and Renee.
Yeah, it's along cultural lines. Certain things that people are clearly like outraged about. Tucker, I don't know if he has somebody looking at the numbers or if he's just very good at being aware of what people are tuned into at any given moment. But you can tell he's just focusing in on some of the cultural things and trying to avoid going after Trump on like substance and policy, just on things that he knows will either outrage people or that they are already outraged about. And honestly, it's been fairly effective for Tucker. He's certainly not imploding in the same way that Ben Shapiro and the Daily Wire are. Oh, whoops. Oh, whatever.
Other people's gods and put yourself in their place. Period. That is a deal killer for me. That's worse than the war with Iran, in my opinion.
Yeah. But I ask because, you've been talking on your show about whether Trump is the Antichrist.
I have not said that.
On your show, the day after Easter, you noted he did not put his hand on the Bible during his swearing-in ceremony as president. You said, and I'm quoting, maybe he didn't put his hand on the Bible because he affirmatively rejects what's inside that book. And then on a recent show, you went further saying, here's a leader who's mocking the gods of his ancestors, mocking the God of gods and exalting himself above them. Could this be the Antichrist?
I actually did not say could this be the Antichrist. Here's a leader who's mocking the gods of his ancestors, mocking the God of God.
This be the Antichrist.
I actually did not say could this be the Antichrist. Here's a leader who's mocking the gods of his ancestors, mocking the God of gods, and exalting himself above them. Could this be the Antichrist? Well, who knows? I don't know where that comes from, but I know that those words never left my lips because I'm not sure I fully understand what the Antichrist is. If there's just one, I actually tried to understand it.
Doubling down on that.
I may have said some are asking that. I'm not going in on that because
those words have never left my lips. Okay, very crazy. I don't know where you got those from. Okay, you're clearly making this up. Like, I love how he, like Sam said, doubles down, and then is like, I don't know, he basically like accuses her of like trying to set him up, like doing bad journalism. Like, oh yeah, those words never left my lips. She like, well, she's directly quoting him. It's incredible. What a duel. Okay, I'm going to switch our focus. Since we're 5 hours into this stream. We still got a hell of a lot to talk about here tonight. I'm going to skip past some stuff that I'm saving for the week-ending report. And we're going to take it over. Talking about the Middle East. I guess this is where we'll start it back up. Just a reminder, everybody, you can contribute to the Galactic Content Goal and the production of this stream. A lot of great ways. Twitch, bits, power-up, subs, gifted subs, prime subs, Cash App and PayPal, Throne, and, of course, Patreon. Well, not technically Throne. Patreon, though. You can contribute on Throne, but doesn't really count towards the deficit the same way that other contributions do. It's complicated. Like in some cases, but not all cases, it reduces my costs. Like today, when people bought me snacks and drinks, like that's going to be certainly reducing my costs. But like other things, it's like beneficial to me and to my life. But it doesn't pay the bills, and I don't end up like spending less money necessarily. But it's, you know, is this concept making sense? Like the e-bike, for instance, right? Like that was super helpful. It doesn't necessarily like reduce my costs. Like it doesn't like pay the bills. I went up spending like less money on the things I was already spending money on. But I can't get to those places faster now. Okay, let's talk about the Gaza flotilla. And Gaza more generally. Starting here with Democracy Now! From 3 days ago. I believe this was Monday. Shit, my browser is acting really stupid. Freedom Liberty Prize, yes.
The description of what happened to them. What happened to you?
So we were completely shocked by this. On Thursday night, our communications went down. We lost internet. most of us thought it was just a technical issue. But soon we were surrounded by speedboats with their turning their light on and off. We were very confused. We didn't know if people were just messing with us. Then we were approached by one of these boats, and they self-identified as Israeli Navy. They pointed guns at us. They had lasers pointed at us. We had our hands in the air. They threatened lethal force, and they told us to get to the front of the boat. They left us for a few hours, and then they came back and they boarded the boat. They took us very aggressively to an Israeli naval vessel, and where they held us for nearly 2 days. We were held in a makeshift prison with shipping containers and barbed wire. Many people were subject to aggressive physical force. We were denied access to adequate water. We were denied access to sanitary supplies. We were also, the day after our interception, Saif was taken into solitary confinement, something that we were all very concerned would happen. We anticipated that this genocidal regime would target him because he's Palestinian. And we were held there. The nights were extremely cold. People's jackets were stolen. When I advocated for one of the participants, who's a doctor, who was pacing for 2 hours trying to stay warm, she had a short sleeve shirt in like 50-degree weather that was cold and damp. When I advocated for blankets, they flooded the sleeping area. And then we had a dozen people pacing, trying to stay warm, trying not to get hypothermia. The cruelty increased when we started to mobilize for the release of 6 people who were in solitary confinement. Saif was one of these people.
Okay, hold on. I'm going to go back to the beginning of this. I meant to start from the beginning, but it started in the middle, and I didn't want to cut her off, so...
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. 2 members of a Gaza-bound humanitarian aid flotilla have appeared before an Israeli court after they were abducted from their ships in international waters and brought to Israel for interrogation. On Sunday, the court extended the imprisonment of Spanish national Saif Abu Keshek and Brazilian national Tiago Avila by 2 days, though authorities have not brought any charges against them. Avila told his lawyers he'd been subjected to brutality after his abduction, including being, quote, dragged face down across the floor and beaten so severely that he passed out twice, unquote. The beating left him with visible bruises on his face. Both Avila and Keshek have begun a hunger strike. Just before the broadcast, Democracy Now! Spoke to Keshek's wife, Sally Issa. She's in Barcelona, Spain. Keshek is both a Spanish and Swedish citizen.
So my name is Sally. I am Saif Abu Keshek's wife. Saif Abu Keshek was on board the Global Sumud Flotilla, who is a mission with the aim to break the illegal siege on the Gaza Strip and deliver humanitarian aid to the people in Gaza. The Israeli military marine attacked the flotilla outside of the Greek island Crete in international water, and they kidnapped more than 175 activists, civilians, with nationalities from all over the world, and they kept them hostages and then later freed them to the Greek police. They held, on the other hand, my husband Saif and his comrade Tiago as hostages, and later they took them to Israel against their will. We have got many testimonies about the interception and how it went. We have got to hear that it was very violent, and the activists were not treated very well. We could see images and pictures from the activists who were freed in Greece, where they had broken noses and broken ribs, and more than 30 people had to go to seek medical help. They also told us how it went to my husband Saif.
Description of all this is just fucking horrifying. He goes into great and excruciating detail, which I'm going to skip. Suffice to say, I listened to this already. And this is maybe one of the more harrowing descriptions of what have happened to the activists, the flotilla activists, who have been attempting to break the blockade for some time now. Years. I, of course, have begun to lose hope that the flotilla will ever manage to break the blockade until Israel's forced to break all of its own blockades. Because these flotillas are not armed. They are peaceful humanitarian missions. And so they're never going to be able to, you know, like, get past Israeli military ships. And Israel is never going to let them. That's the only way it happens, is if Israel allows it to happen. If they decide it's no longer worth it for them to try and block the ships. And I'm waiting and praying and hoping for that day. But I remember times where we were just sitting there watching these flotillas with bated breath, hoping for good news. But we've watched so many of them now. I think it's an important activity, and that's why we're still continuing to talk about it, but I do feel that at this point, I think Israel's proven that it will not allow anyone that it does not want to enter Gaza, because they have complete and total control of the Strip, more and more so by the day. You know, they have turned a tiny strip in the center of Gaza into a concentration camp and now control literally everything around it, including the territorial waters, everything. And so without their say-so, like, sneaking into Gaza is near impossible. And, you know, doesn't help that the flotilla is, you know, like, being live streamed, right? Like, it helps to keep the flotilla aid, like, the activists safe, which should in fact be the number one thing, especially when we're talking about this stuff and listening to what Israel does. I think that should continue to be the priority. But I guess my point is that if you tell them ahead of time where you're going, Israel's going to go there. So long as they continue to have U.S., you know, military aid, so long as they continue to have no consequences for anything they do, continue to have U.S. support, broader support from many other Western countries, although that number is dwindling quicker and quicker. But really, so long as they continue to have U.S. support, and there's no end to that in sight, from what I can tell. I just don't see the likelihood of this. Right? And, you know, people are kind of continuing to go through this right now. I see people doing it who I know care about all this, just sort of pushing this to the side. The fact is, everything is still the same in Gaza. There's been no rebuilding. There's been no influx of aid. People are still starving, living in deteriorating, dilapidated tents, if they have anything to live in at all. No access to proper desalination, no electricity grid to speak of. It's all the civilian infrastructure is gone. Nothing has changed here. We're being sold a ceasefire that does not exist.
Hey everyone, this is Bisan from Gaza. I am still alive, and it has been a long time since the last time we made a piece talking about the situation in Gaza Strip. 6 months since the so-called ceasefire, And a lot may seem to change in Gaza, but actually it's the same. Bombings, people on the streets, almost 60% of Gaza Strip is occupied and people cannot return to it. As you may hear with me, shootings all over the so-called yellow line and even farther, which is closer to us. Destruction here, here, and here. صباح الخير.
حلو.
احكي لي شو اسمك؟
حسين.
حسين وين رايح؟
على المدرسة.
صف ايش صرت؟
صف ثالث.
شاطر ولا مش شاطر؟
شاطر.
كيف كانت المدرسة؟
حلوة كانت زمان لما لقيت بطلت في المدارس والمدارس مفنية صارت.
طب بقولوا الحرب خلصت يا حسين؟ كيف ما خلصت؟
لأنه من الصبح قاعدين بقصفوا ووين امبارح قصفين هنا وقال مرة قصفين طابق من التاج. يعني هذا المكان مش منيح ولا حد بيده وما فيش مية وبدنا لما نعبي مية بدنا نطلع على الجلاء ويعني الحياة ماشيينها.
يعني الحرب ما خلصتش؟
لسه.
طب بتخاف؟ بتخاف؟
من ايش؟
من الحرب.
يا ربنا معي.
حبيب. أهلا وسهلا يا حسين. شكرا. He's very innocent. He said, I'm not gonna be afraid because God is with me. And Hussein, now we are in a place called the Nafaq Street, close to Nafaq Street. And yesterday the Israeli army bombed a police car here, killing people around it and people in it.
الاحتلال الإسرائيلي يوميا يقوم باستهداف المدنيين من أبناء شعبنا الفلسطيني على مستوى قطاع غزة. قبل هذا الاستهداف كان هناك 3 شهداء وما يقارب 11 إصابة من الناس والمدنيين.
I forgot this one goes back and forth between English and subtitles a lot. It's a little rough on me having to switch with the levels, but I mean, what this video makes quite evident is that nothing has changed. There's no ceasefire. People are still dying day in, day out. People are still malnourished, housed, which is sort of a laughable, I mean, I don't know what term to use. Living in refugee camps at best. Amongst the rubble. Without any medical supplies, building supplies. They're continuing to try and make do. We see it over and over again, but it's quite clear that the suffering here continues, and it's all completely manufactured, and the United States is doing utterly nothing about it. We are continuing to fund this day in, day out, and the administration is pretending that we have peace in Gaza. Donald Trump declared it like 6 months ago now. More than that.
I love my work because it enables me to see Gaza from another point of view. I'm not living Gaza alone. I'm living Gaza and trying to enable people around the world who watch me and watch my videos to live Gaza with me. The pieces you watch are not like presenting a content. It's a collective effort. It's a collective memory. It's all the Gazans giving you their memories, their stories, their hearts, so you can understand more how the genocide ruined our lives, unfortunately changed our lives forever. So 60% of Gaza Strip is occupied. There are bombings. 2 journalists were killed in the past couple of days, and we don't have enough equipment. I'm using a broken camera, and now I'm gonna be using a broken mobile because I broke it today. There's nothing entering Gaza. You need to know that anything that helps people in Gaza to rebuild their life, to reach you, to strengthen the internet, to document, to anything, any electronics, nothing is allowed to enter Gaza. So this is another struggle. This is the destruction of the home, as you see. And then this is where they live. Can you imagine the grief you are living in just by living in a tent on the rubble of your home? And this is an infinite amount of qahar. Qahar is the Arabic word of being sad, angry, helpless, and lost at the same time. Living in this. The wood, the stove. So yeah, tents are becoming our home, unfortunately. And this is the new reality of Gaza.
هاي داري هذا المجرفة بس على هوا انه ردم وفيران واشي زي هيك برضو.
It hasn't ended. Hasn't ended, it continues. More than 2.5 years now. We're now closer to 3 than we are to 2. Yeah, it's kind of interesting to think about in those terms because I started this not long after. I started the stream 4 months after October 7th, essentially, a little bit longer. That's how long this has been going for. At this point, I feel like I'm measuring the stream and how long the genocide's been going for. Okay, we've been going for... The genocide's been going for 3 years, then we've only been going... Right? Like, that's basically where things are at now. Well, there's still boats in the Mediterranean trying to break the blockade. This is the live stream from... Oh, this has just ended. Oh, God. This just ended. That can't be a good sign. It's probably not good. Okay, so this stream just went down. These boats appear to be about here. As you can see, north of Crete. So they barely, I mean, they're still in the Greek islands over here. Quite a ways away. Certainly away from the area where Israel tends to do the most interdictions, which is somewhere in here, past the island of Cyprus. So they have quite, and sailboats are going to take a couple of days to get there. Okay, well, we did not complete the galactic content goal. Even during that super secret probationary goal extension timer, hour is up. So I'm going to skip ahead a little bit more in my list. I won't end the stream, but I'm going to skip some stuff I was thinking about covering. Specifically, Lebanon and some of the earlier stuff from this week. Just do an update on what's been happening over the last, 24 hours. Then I'll cover the other stuff. I'll cover the other stuff during the week-ending report tonight. You're sorry you're broke? Oh, don't apologize. Plus, we're still basically getting... This is going to take me an hour. This is going to take me at least an hour and a half to get through all of this stuff. X Lebanon, X some of the earlier events of the week. Still a lot. Let's talk about the current state of the deal. And that is between the United States and Iran. Or lack thereof. Wait, what have I done? Remember, nobody ever needs to apologize for being broke, okay? Not necessary. It's a group effort to fund the stream every evening. And to be fair, we still raised some amount of money. That's good. I'm fine with, sometimes failing. Fact is, this is much harder for people to donate now. We don't have YouTube super chats or super stickers or memberships. And I can't count.
Joining me here in the studio is retired U.S. General Mark Kimmett. He's also a former Assistant Secretary of State for Political.
And I can't count on like $4 or $5 a stream from ad revenue. So it's just, shit's all fucked up right now. And what I also don't want to do tonight is overdo it and do what I did last weekend. Because I still have to do, I'm still going to try and do a Friday, Saturday, Sunday stream here this weekend. And every time I do a stream after the Leftist Mafia, when I do that and I go too late, it winds up fucking me over later anyway. So honestly, probably for the best that I don't wind up doing like a 8 or 10 hour show. And instead do like a 7 or 8 hour show. Because yeah, it's still going to take us like an hour and a half to get through all this. It's still going to be like 5 a.m. when I'm actually done. If not later. Being broke is a group effort, it's true. YouTube's involved too. Stealing $1,000 from me last month isn't helping at all either with our aspirations. I mean, that's why I don't just like end the stream abruptly almost always, because I know that we're all broke. But with our powers combined, we can keep the Galactic News Network alive. Really, at this point, it's like $1 a person. Or less. $1 a person or less across both platforms, Twitch and YouTube. So really, your bits, your Cash App and PayPal donos, your Patreon memberships, all so incredibly helpful. Even if a tiny amount feels like nothing. It's about our cumulative efforts. That's what really matters. Take care of yourself best I can. Yeah, I'm trying. I am trying. My very best. It's tough. It's difficult. Okay. All right, let's get to talking about Iran, starting here from Al Jazeera News yesterday. And it's been a very up and down week. Very, very up and down week. Back and forth. Really, it's hit like some strange peak I thought we could not hit in terms of erraticness in government policy or war strategy or any, like literally any government what was I saying? Activity at all. It's very strange. But it does seem to somehow be getting worse, even with what we've seen already. Fever pitch. That's where we're at.
Joining me here in the studio is retired U.S. General Mark Kimmett. He's also a former Assistant Secretary of State for Political and Military Affairs. General, good to have you here in the studio.
Thank you.
And also joining us from Tehran is Abbas Aslani. He is a Senior Research Fellow at the Center for Middle East Strategic Studies. Thank you so much for joining us. General and Abbas, stand by for me 1 second, because I want to look at what's actually being discussed here. What's actually on the table. Now, according to U.S. media reports, Iran would agree not to develop a nuclear weapon, according to this memorandum, and it would also be able to enrich uranium to a low level after at least 12 years. The U.S. would agree to lift its sanctions and release billions of dollars in funds, frozen Iranian funds, and both sides would lift the restrictions on transit through the Strait of Hormuz within 30 days of signing this deal. General, you were listening to the words there of President Donald Trump. You've heard here some of what's in this negotiation. What do you make of it all?
Well, first, I think we need to put it in context. This is not a deal. What it is, it's a proposal back to the Iranians. In my mind, this is a 14-point plan to respond to the Iranians' 14-point plan or 14-point offer. We shouldn't mistake what.
It's a concept of a plan. Everybody's saying it's a beautiful concept. The shock of shocks. Donald Trump's continuing to be unable to reach a deal with Iran this week. It's been, like I said, spaghetti thrown at the wall type of policy here. 1 second claiming the strait is open, the next saying it's closed, the next saying it's open, and we're going to be escorting everybody through Operation Epstein Freedom.
To Abbas Aslani, who's in Tehran for us. Abbas, you heard here from the general. He thinks this proposal is going to be thrown out the window. What do you think?
Well, I would agree that this is not an agreement, but this is more about the American positions at the negotiating table, because if they shared similar views, there would be no reason to somehow threaten Iran in the case of that they do not agree to those terms. The resumption of hostilities would happen. We have been seeing that these discussions have been volatile. One day a military option is imminent. The other day there is discussion on a likely agreement between the two sides. And this indicates that yet, gaps between the two sides on those issues that are being highlighted, in public statements in the media, yet remains. But that's why Iran tried to decouple those issues to focus on the immediate challenges, meaning ending the war and reopening the Strait of Hormuz, and also lifting the naval blockade as part of a peace agreement, and then to discuss the remaining issues, which is the nuclear related matters, in a 1 month time frame. And there has been no, let's say, precise discussions on the timeline or the level of enrichment or what can be taking place in relation to the Iranian highly enriched uranium stockpile. So what is being announced from the American side seems to be the American stance, and Iranian officials or sources do not confirm such things to be agreed in the negotiations, and they are saying that the nuclear discussion has been slated to be discussed and addressed later in the second stage, if there is any, deal in the first phase of discussions.
Right, this second stage, General, one of those points here that's probably going to be discussed in that second stage is this so-called moratorium, a pause on the Iranian enrichment. Now, before, the U.S. were saying, this is our red line. Iran cannot have a nuclear program. Now they're talking about a pause. Is this the U.S. capitulating, or is this sort of an olive branch from the U.S. side?
Well, it depends who you ask. If it's successful, Donald Trump will proclaim it as the world's greatest deal out there. But again, I think it's important to understand that we have to first hear the Iranian response to this proposal.
Yeah, the Iranian response to this proposal is going to be no. Because every single proposal that the government of the United States comes up with is laughable. They continue to not take the negotiations seriously, continue to think that Iran is going to effectively surrender or surrender its ability to do any number of things, including have a nuclear program. And when I say nuclear, I mean nuclear energy program, not nuclear weapons program. It's a completely different discussion, although it's often conflated as the same thing. Unfortunately, I don't have a lot of faith and partially because I already know what's happened. Part of the problem is, spoiler alert, we already know what's happened over the last 24 hours since this was put on Al Jazeera's page. Now, let's talk about this fascinating situation. France 24 with a truth or fake. Is Iran using kamikaze dolphins?
What? What you talking about?
Yeah. Posts filtering around through the internet, claiming that Iran has kamikaze dolphins have caused quite a buzz and concerns around the Strait of Hormuz.
Well, for today's fact check, I'm joined now in the studio by Vendetta Bahel. Good to have you with us, Vendetta. We're staying with the Iran war and escalating tensions around the Strait of Hormuz. At a Pentagon briefing this week, a journalist asked US defense officials about kamikaze dolphins. Tell us what that's all about.
That's right, Haxley. Now, granted, kamikaze dolphins might seem like two words that you would never hear put together in the same sentence. However, this actually stems from a Wall Street Journal report made last week about how Iran is grasping for ways to break Donald Trump's blockade on the Strait of Hormuz. Now, citing Iranian officials, said that Tehran could use previously unused weapons to attack US warships, from submarines to mine-carrying dolphins. Now, then at the US Department of Defense briefing, a journalist asked top officials Pete Hegseth and General Dan Kane directly about whether Iran would deploy these kamikaze dolphins. Let's take a listen directly to what they said in response.
Can you kind of clarify these reports of kamikaze dolphins that we've heard about?
I haven't heard the kamikaze dolphin thing. It's like sharks with laser beams, right?
And I can't confirm or deny whether we have kamikaze dolphins, but I can confirm they don't, ultimately.
So as we heard that Washington did downplay those reports and denied that Iran had any marine mammals in its arsenal, but it also didn't confirm or deny whether the US had any themselves. Now, Iran, for its part, has not confirmed anything, but of course it hasn't missed an opportunity to satirize this incident and troll the United States, something we're seeing regularly online at the moment. The embassy in the Iranian embassy in Hyderabad posted this AI-generated image of a dolphin bedecked with goggles, strapped with an explosive canister on its back, titled with the caption, "They have finally spilled the beans. It is all."
Oh, God, I fucking love it. This is one of my favorite stories. I could have kept this in for Sunday Fun Day. Maybe we'll rewatch this, but I mean, come on.
Dr. Evil.
This is great.
It's about the sharks. When you were frozen, they were put on the endangered species list. We tried to get some, but it would have taken months to clear up the red tape.
Illegal.
It does sound exactly like sharks with laser beams, though, doesn't it? Dolphins with kamikaze dolphins, sharks with laser beams. It's basically the same concept, but a little bit more fun, I think, somehow. Oh no! You ducks better watch out. Got a serious problem in the oceans. Serious mammal problem out there. Dolphins arming up. Okay, let's keep this moving. What do you say? So, yesterday, I think this was actually Wednesday evening at this point, Donald Trump had this to say about the war and about Iran's leaders. Fairly similar thing to what he's already said. Slightly different flavor.
facing an opponent right now in Iran that has refused to submit. You seem optimistic now that you may be closer to a deal. What's different about this moment now than in other moments where a deal has seemed close?
Well, why do you say they refused to submit? You don't know that. You don't know what's going on behind you.
U.S. ships a few days ago.
Yeah, no, a few days ago is a long time ago. You know, in the world of war, a few days ago. No, they want to make a deal badly, and we'll see if we get there. If we get there, they can't have nuclear weapons. You know, it's very simple. But what's not to submit? So they had a Navy with 159 ships, and now every ship is blown to pieces, and their leaders are all dead. So I think we're won. With that being said, they want to make a deal. We've had very good talks over the last 24 hours, and it's very possible that we'll make a deal. Yeah, please.
Thank you, Mr. President.
I think we've already won. All of the leaders are gone, and I think we've won. If we've won, why are we still fighting? This was Donald Trump yesterday saying that we've won. Actually, everybody is Wednesday evening. We won, and they're all gone. Everybody gone. Gone, gone, gone. Now, even though Donald Trump was claiming the war is over, same evening, claims of U.S. Fighter jet attacks on Iranian oil tankers were popping up in the media. Here's BBC.
President Trump has insisted again tonight that Iran is willing to make a deal to end the war. Earlier, he threatened to continue bombing if Tehran didn't reopen the vital shipping channel, the Strait of Hormuz. Iran's foreign ministry says it's still considering the U.S. proposal. The U.S. military said this evening that it has shot and disabled an Iranian-flagged oil tanker in the Gulf of Oman. U.S. Central Command says the tanker was trying to sail to an Iranian port in defiance of the U.S. blockade. And Israel has carried out an airstrike on Beirut for the first time in weeks, putting more pressure on the ceasefire deal. Sarah Smith sent the latest from Washington.
As well as honouring military mothers at the White House, President Trump was also celebrating what he says is progress towards agreeing a deal to end the war in Iran.
We're dealing with people that want to make a deal very much, and we'll see whether or not they can make a deal that's satisfactory to us. We have it very much under control.
Surrounded by ultimate fighting champions later in the Oval Office, the same extremely optimistic message.
They want to make a deal. We've had very good talks over the last 24 hours, and it's very possible that we'll make a deal.
President Trump has abandoned his short-lived attempt to use the U.S. military to help move international tankers through the Strait of Hormuz, citing good progress in talks. But there's no sign yet of anything moving. This Iran-flagged oil tanker was fired on by a U.S. fighter jet today, disabling its rudder as it was trying to cross the American blockade. For all the talk of peace, both America and Iran are still blockading international ships. Iran's foreign minister was in Beijing today as China called for greater efforts to open the Strait of Hormuz and end the war. Iranian officials say they are reviewing the latest US proposal, which one described as more of an American wish list than reality. In Lebanon, the Israeli military has carried out its first strike on the capital, Beirut, since the start of a ceasefire last month. At least one building in the southern suburbs was heavily damaged. The target was...
Okay, that's all we're going to get from this one. Let's get past Lebanon. We'll be talking about Lebanon plenty tomorrow night stream. I got a lot to go over there. Because, of course, Israel's been violating the fuck out of the ceasefire in Lebanon still. All right, let's stay talking about the potential of a ceasefire. Something which still feels highly unlikely, considering everything we've seen up till now. Especially with recent events. I'll be right back. I gotta use the bathroom real quick. Oh, we gotta take another break soon already.
Hello, I'm Marianne
You know what?
Shiri, and this is the...
Since I gotta take a bathroom break here really quickly, I think we're just gonna go to break, like an actual break. It just makes sense to me to do that right now. Oh God, if I take one right now, how much do I have left after this? That'll be fine. How long is this? Screw it. I'll just keep this going. I'll be back.
Hello, I'm Mariam Mashiri, and this is the Iran War Today, our daily briefing bringing you up to date with all you need to know on day 68 of the US-Israel war with Iran. Well, let's start with some of today's key developments. Iranian officials review a new US proposal to end the war. Meanwhile, Donald Trump threatens the most intense strikes yet if a deal isn't reached. We'll head to Washington and speak to our correspondent who's been at the White House assessing the details of claims and counterclaims of a possible deal. Global oil prices have dipped below $100 per barrel following those reports of a possible agreement. Our deputy economics editor, Darshini David, will break down what impact this could have on inflation and jet fuel supplies. And in the last 24 hours, we've had rumours of a deal that would loosen Tehran's grip on the Strait of Hormuz. The US is saying it would pause its operation to guide ships through the strait. Our world affairs correspondent will give us the big picture of where we are in the conflict. Let's begin now in Iran, where the regime in Tehran says it's still considering a new US proposal to end the war. President Trump has issued an ultimatum to Iran, telling them to accept the deal and reopen the Strait of Hormuz or face intense renewed US bombing. Well, first, let's cross to the region and speak to our correspondent, Carrie Davies, who's in Dubai. Carrie, the first question, what is Tehran saying about the current standoff?
Well, of course, the initial sound, the fact that Iran has acknowledged that they are looking at this proposal, does sound positive. But let's hear some of the other things that we've started to hear as well from Iran, too. We heard from one spokesperson who said that Iran will deliver a harsh and regret-inducing response. That they've also said that Iran would not be obtaining through a failed war what they failed to gain in face-to-face negotiations. Talking about as well, some Iranian spokespeople talking about this being a wish list rather than reality, and also discussions about Iran having its finger on the trigger too, which is not dissimilar to the sort of language we've heard from President Trump, saying that if Iran does not agree to some form of deal, that there will be some form of further bombing, that would be even more severe, President Trump said, than previously. So both sides talking tough in this situation. But of course what we don't know because we can't see what's going on behind closed doors, is how much the two sides have any form of common ground. Are they genuinely making some form of movement? Are they finding some sort of commonality that could lead to some form of recognition or a deal? That is really difficult to know. So on one side, we're hearing some form of positive noises from both sides. We're also hearing tough talk too.
Yeah. Well, I'm back. And that's absolutely where we've been. I feel like we have just all been living in a state of limbo and, opaque lack of clarity. Right? We have a leader right now who's just all over the fucking place, constantly saying different things about what we're doing in Iran. And it is difficult to keep up with the narrative. And you have the IRGC and the elected Iranian government having some disagreements at different times as well. Does not help. But it's mostly Donald Trump's fault. Let's be real. The man is deranged. He came into this with a complete lack of understanding. still, as we stand here to sit here today, as I feel not a much greater level of understanding.
Good evening from New York.
perhaps
I'm Chris
slightly
Hayes.
more.
Today, we are both closer to war and closer to peace than we've ever been in the war in Iran. If I asked you right now, what is the status of that war or of the ceasefire or both, what would you say? Frankly, we're having a pretty hard time keeping track, and it is literally our jobs. This afternoon around 4 p.m., the New York Times reported the U.S. and Tehran are negotiating a one-page plan to reopen the Strait of Hormuz and end the war for 30 days. Again, we're in a temporary ceasefire right now. That's according to 3 Iranian officials. Now, notice I say Iranian officials because at this point, they're kind of the more trustworthy party in talking about whether we're having negotiations, at least at this point. So then, an hour later, U.S. officials said we were striking Iran
immediately, if not sooner.
Apparently in self-defense after Iran fired on U.S. Navy ships in the Strait of Hormuz. Trump said our strikes were just a, quote, love tap. Also, Iran might be laying out new, stricter rules to impose on passage in the Strait. So, to summarize, we are striking Iran. Iran is striking us. The Strait of Hormuz is closed, but apparently we are not at war, and the ceasefire holds. It is, as it has been from the beginning, when he announced the war in the middle of the night with his baseball cap on from his golf palace, an incoherent clown show of mismanagement and misinformation by the man who made the whole ridiculous mess to begin with. From day one, he has been making daily announcements, each one contradicting the one before it, each one more wacky than the last. And if anyone ever had the time to put them all together, you would really get a sense of just how disjointed and chaotic and confused the commander-in-chief is. Well, actually, we do have the time to put them all together, and we thought it would be helpful to take a brief journey through the insane ups and downs of the war so far, as told through the Truth Social proclamations of one President Donald J. Trump. You'll remember the tough talk from the early days of the war. March 6th, there will be no deal with Iran except unconditional surrender. And then he added that his goal is to make Iran great again, MIGA. And it was working. The very next day, March 7th, Iran, which is being beat to hell, has apologized and surrendered to its Middle East neighbors. Okay, white flag, war's over. Okay, not so fast, March 9th. If Iran does anything that stops the flow of oil within the Strait of Hormuz, they will be hit by the United States of America 20 times harder than they have been hit thus far. Death, fire, and fury will rain upon them. So,
immediately,
yes,
if not sooner.
war's back on. March 10th, 4:07 p.m. If Iran has put out any mines in the Hormuz Strait, and we have no reports of them doing so, we want them removed immediately. Okay? Red line there, no mines. Then literally 13 minutes later, I'm pleased to report that within the last few hours, we have hit and completely destroyed 10 inactive mine-laying boats and or ships, with more to follow. March 14th, Trump announced NATO would join. Many countries, especially those who are affected by Iran's attempted closure of the Hormuz Strait, will be sending warships in conjunction with the United States of America to keep the strait open and safe. Adding later, this should have always been a team effort, and now it will be.
This should have always been the case.
The United States has been informed by most of our NATO allies that they don't want to get involved with our military operation against the terrorist regime of Iran. We will no longer need or desire the NATO countries' assistance. We never did.
Hearing Chris just sort of matter-of-factly read these all out is somewhat, I mean, this is content right here. I mean, it really is. It's been quite an experience watching us go through this situation. I mean, and actually, this has been going on for so long now. How long has it been going on for? It was the end of February. We're like in day 70 something now. 4 weeks, he said. 4 or 5 weeks. We are now at least double that. It is something else to just sort of listen to the narrative that has come out of Trump since the beginning of this. Because it's completely incoherent. And he's just constantly, like, from one second to another, just contradicting himself, changing his mind, like making random declarations about stuff that it's not even clear that he understands. Calling Khomeini. I mean, the guy is deranged.
So, to reiterate, we didn't need their help, and we did again, now March 20th. The Hormuz Strait will have to be guarded and policed as necessary by other nations who use it. In other words, we're out. Not just a sort of coalition of all of us, we're out. 3 days later, a breakthrough negotiation. I am pleased to report the United States of America and the country of Iran have had, over the last 2 days, very good and productive conversations. 3 days after that, things hit a snag. The Iranian negotiators are very different and strange. Okay. April 1st, Iran's new regime president has just asked the United States of America for a ceasefire. 1 day later, it is time for Iran to make a deal before it is too late. There's nothing left of what still could become a great country. April 5th, open the effing strait, you crazy bastards, or you...
Wait, what happened between that 1 day? From Iran wants a ceasefire to Iran must make a deal before it's too late. If they want a ceasefire, why aren't they making a deal? This is weird. It's very weird. That's really, really, really weird.
That's really weird.
A great country. April 5th. Open the effing strait, you crazy bastards, or you'll be living in hell. April 7th. In the morning, a whole civilization will die tonight.
Praise be to
brought
Allah.
back again. April 7th. In the evening, I agree to suspend the bombing and attack of Iran for a period of 2 weeks. This will be a double-sided ceasefire. We received a 10-point proposal from Iran and believe it is a workable basis on which to negotiate. Just after midnight. It was a big day for world peace. Then, the next day, there are reports Iran is charging fees to tankers going through the Hormuz Strait. They better not be. April 10th. The Iranians don't seem to realize they have no cards. April 17th. Iran has just announced the Strait of Iran is fully open and ready for full passage. Thank you. A great and brilliant day for the world. Strait of Iran? April 19th. 2 days later. Iran recently announced that they were closing the strait. Well, yeah. Went on like that until May 3rd.
Oh my God, we have a manic lunatic in charge of the country. It is exhausting. Oh my God. We have a megalomaniac having a manic episode every other, like he is. He also is a man. He's having some sort of manic episode like every other like day because he's also got Alzheimer's, so he forgets what's happening all the time. He just like some of these would last longer, or perhaps we'd have longer of a pause between the episodes if he wasn't also sundowning. But he just forgets everything that's happening every like 30 seconds. Great and brilliant day for the world, all caps. Strait is open. Thank you, Iran. Actually closed. I'm sorry. Really quick, everybody. Sorry, strait closed. I take it back. It's like, look at Chris's face. I mean, it's nonsensical. The man
We have a
is
demented,
deranged.
unintelligent person running the United States of America.
Well, yeah. Went on like that until May 3rd this past Sunday. Trump had a new tactic for opening the strait, which was always open, which we didn't need, which we were going to open, which we decided not to open, which our allies wouldn't help us open, that no one cares about whether it's open. Again, he returned to this idea of a coalition of the willing, if you will. Project Freedom will begin Monday morning. May 4th, Monday morning. Project Freedom is expanding its ranks. Perhaps it's time for South Korea to come and join the mission. Come on in, fellas, the water's fine. Tuesday, Project Freedom will be paused for a short period of time. That was all within 48 hours. Honestly, we could go on and on for 42 minutes for the whole show. There are hundreds of posts, and you can trust exactly none of them. All of them sort of contradicting each other, all of them in that same sort of deranged register.
Oh my God. We have a real problem in America. Millions of people voted for this. Now, I know some of those people are put off by this, but the vast majority of Republicans voted for this. And the vast majority of Republicans still support everything that they have seen here so far. That is shocking to me. But it's not a fever, you know? The Republican Party is far gone. If you're voting for the Republicans, you're voting for a whole host of things you just have to accept. It's not going to go back. It's not going to go back to some reasonable parliamentarian loving group of individuals. It's not coming. It's not coming back. I don't know if it ever really existed. Although the tone the Republican Party certainly has shifted over the last 40 years, but really, like Barack Obama was trying to bring back the Republican fever is gonna break argument again. Like, dude, it is not 2012 anymore. It's 2016. I'm sorry, it's 2026.
I made a huge tiny mistake.
It's 2026. It's been 15 years. That fever should have broken already, if it were in fact a fever. I think we have ourselves a serious infection that is now metastasized. We're going to have to amputate.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Marco Rubio was on television, or, was giving a press conference sometime yesterday for, I think, like an hour and a half, basically justifying Project Freedom. And then they reversed. Project Freedom, which was to guide ships through the Strait of Hormuz, presumably because we have the biggest oil shock perhaps ever, lasted 2 hours. One ship may have gotten through. There were also reports of refuelers being shot down. It's very difficult to get actual information out of there. And I don't know why it is so.
Yeah. And honestly, it's kind of delicious. And I've got the clips. We were going to watch them tonight, but I decided against it because, it's already over 6 hours. Didn't complete the galactic content goal. And we, honestly, even if we just were to watch every video I have in my list from here to the end of the list, it would take me another hour and a half, 2 hours to get through it all. Or maybe a little less, but still. And what was I saying? I can't remember now. My fucking brain just my brain is broken. I can't wait for the Vic Burger cut of the last Oval Office event. I've been watching the Vic Burgers lately. I haven't been keeping up. God, I'm hungry. I need snacks. I need those throne snacks to come.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Oh yes, back to talking about Fox News and how things are getting weird over here.
So difficult. We're only now a month plus into it, finding out that the Iranians were able to inflict, I don't know if devastating is the right word, but serious, debilitating strikes on over a dozen U.S. bases. I think it was like 16. And now satellite photos are coming out and people are seeing oh, wow. So the potential that Iran was able to inflict a lot more damage on our, Project Freedom than has been reported is very possible. We just don't know. And in that instance, what would you do if you were a major news organization and you were talking to Donald Trump's closest fans, the sort of the white-knuckled hanger-ons in the Republican Party, which is, be honest with you, 85% of the Republican Party. Would you go on and say, fog of war, we're not sure exactly what's happening? It is strange that you would institute a policy and then reverse it 2 hours later? Or would you say Donald Trump is a genius and is performing 64 multi-dimensional chess. We report, you decide. Go ahead.
The president says, based on the request of Pakistan and other countries, we have mutually agreed that while the blockade will remain in full force and effect, Project Freedom will be paused for a short period of time to see whether or not the agreement can be finalized and signed. We suspect the president is letting the Iranians save face. The enemy just yesterday said they controlled the strait. That was obviously a lie. And watching the Americans escort...
Yes. That makes perfect sense. That makes perfect sense because, as we all know, President Donald Trump hates to see people get embarrassed. Like, he wouldn't want the Iranians, he wouldn't want the Supreme Leader Ayatollah to have egg on his face and have some sort of awkward, moment. That would be...
That's
too unfortunate.
After ship out of the Gulf, and them not being able to do anything about that was going to be humiliating. Not only were they going to lose whatever military prestige they had left in
Pause
the
it for
region,
1 second. Is
their
he saying
negotiators
now,
weren't going
is
to
he
be able
saying,
to fight.
is he saying hypothetically seeing the U.S. Usher ship after ship through the Gulf? Is he saying hypothetically, or is he claiming that's what happened in those 2 hours? Incidentally, oil is not shipped on hovercrafts that go that quickly.
Also, you know how Trump doesn't like to humiliate people.
Yes, go back a little bit. I mean, this is...
I like to take the high road when possible.
Were they going to lose whatever military prestige they had left in the region? Their negotiators weren't...
I love the tonal shift of that, right? Like, that Jesse is trying to sell here somehow. It's like Donald Trump goes from, like, literally talking about how we completely decimated and wiped out the entire Iranian leadership. All of them gone. Gone. We have decimated the entire Navy and military, completely gone. Everybody dead. Dead. And then Jesse's like, Donald Trump, he just doesn't want people to be embarrassed, He doesn't want anybody to feel bad. That guy. The same guy who's been tweeting in the most fucking demented manner possible on Truth Social about Allah and Jesus and all these other things. That guy, he just doesn't want anybody to be embarrassed. That's why he's memeing so hard.
Be able to fight for their position after they lost their last bargaining chip. The commander-in-chief must believe that the Iranians are serious about surrendering if he's going to pause Project Freedom for the sake of a deal. Because you could also continue Project Freedom during the negotiations. You do want to get these foreign ships moving. The president must know what he's doing. And we're about to find out how insane in the brain the regime really is.
Which one?
That is exactly. That is,
dude.
Bullshit.
He looks good, and he looks hard.
Oh my God, that's another. He looks good and he looks hard right there.
And we're about to find out how insane in the brain the regime really is.
I need that sound shot. I need this clip, but I also need it without the laughter. You're about to find out how insane in the brain he really is. I really want that sound.
He looks good, and he looks hard.
Oh God, can I get? Nah, fuck it. I'll try and get it later, I guess.
Get these foreign ships moving. The president must know what he's doing. And we're about to find out how insane in the brain the regime really is.
Which one?
That is exactly. That is the amount, just the absolute shamelessness to be able to say those words. I mean, the guy who wrote those words, I think, is like, I'm proud of myself. This is a great piece of fiction. But to say those words and know, oh, I'm not shooting some type of ad or movie or TV show. Like, I'm not playing a newscaster. I'm actually a newscaster. And
yeah,
he looks good, and he
that's
looks
Jesse
hard.
Waters. That's serious journalism right there, everybody. This is why we need the golden arc to Trump. Yes, the arc to Trump will be glorious, I am sure. It will really spruce things up in DC and be worth every tax dollar spent on it.
Cyclone Cheeto.
All right, moving it along. Next up, secular talk. Somehow, Kyle was the first to break the news on YouTube.
That's on YouTube.
Kyle Klinsky, secular talk 10 frickin' hours ago. Has it been that long already? Good God. Breaking. From the car. U.S. and UAE launch major attacks on Iran, violating the ceasefire.
Illegal.
I'm glad Kyle parked first for this video. I worry when he's driving, you know?
All right, y'all, I got some major breaking news here for you. So we just got word that the UAE and the United States have officially violated the so-called ceasefire, and they are attacking Iran as we speak. So the United Arab Emirates has attacked Iran, and the United States has targeted an Iranian oil tanker. They've hit an Iranian oil tanker. Now, I should also point out that Iranian state media is reporting that Iran's Navy is attacking American destroyers right now as we speak in the Sea of Oman. They have ongoing attacks right now as we speak against American destroyers. They are claiming that there's significant damage. We don't have that verified yet, but the Iranian media is saying there's significant damage to American ships just outside of the Strait of Hormuz, and this was a counterattack by Iran after the U.S. and the UAE attacked Iran first. So Iran's Qatam al-Anbaya central headquarters accused the U.S. military of violating the ceasefire by striking an Iranian oil tanker near the Strait of Hormuz and carrying out airstrikes on civilian coastal areas near Bandar Kamir, Sirik, and Keshem Island. So I should also point out, and this is incredibly frustrating, but Trump was just out there earlier today saying, we've had very good talks on Iran in the last 24 hours. And of course, this is what happens when our word means nothing. This is what happens when we live in a postmodern, post-truth environment where the president can say one thing and do the exact opposite. Now, when he says we've had very good talks with Iran in the last 24 hours, that means Dickie McGeezax. That means absolutely nothing. That honestly, that doesn't even mean that we're having conversations with the Iranians. He could completely and utterly make that shit up because that's what he does. He's a total liar. He's a shameless liar. So if you're following along at home, we're currently, according to the president, winning the war. Already won the war, saying there never was a war, saying our allies need to help us win the war, saying we don't need our allies to help us win the war, saying our allies are weak, saying that we're negotiating to end the war, and saying that we won the war again. So we have the superposition of all of those things exactly at once, even though they contradict each other. So massive breaking news. Like I said, United Arab Emirates has attacked Iran, as well as the United States has attacked an Iranian oil tanker, as well as Keshem Island, and we have airstrikes in civilian areas, civilian coastal areas, Bandar Kamir and Sirik. So a clear violation of the so-called ceasefire by the U.S. and the UAE.
Illegal.
And as I pointed out to you guys a million times, man, when we say we believe in a ceasefire, it means you cease, we fire. Just like Israel. Israel violates every ceasefire. They carpet bomb people after announcing peace. They've done it in Lebanon. They've done it in Gaza. They've done it elsewhere. Now we're doing the same. We claim that there's a ceasefire, then we attack. And by the way, one of the most infuriating parts of all of this, and I'm not kidding about this, U.S. media outlets were reporting that, oh yeah, the UAE and the U.S. attacked a little bit, but the ceasefire is still ongoing. Wait, excuse you? I'm not kidding. They actually floated the idea. Yeah, we attacked, but like the ceasefire's still on. What? On what planet? No, you violated the deal. That means the deal is violated. Like, you don't get to violate it and then go, well, when we violate it, it doesn't count because we're us and we're the good guys. But that's actually how they think, and that's actually how they act. And so, obviously, like I said, you have an immediate counterattack from Iran, and as I speak to you right now, we have fighting happening. We have Iran allegedly doing significant damage to U.S. ships as we speak right now. No verification of that yet, but these are the rumors. One more rumor before I wrap this up here with you guys. But there's a rumor floating around social media, again, not verified at the moment, but there's a rumor floating around social media that we have boots on the ground or trying to get boots on the ground in Iran. Okay, and that the IRGC may be fighting invading ground forces. Not verified, I want to be clear about that, but that rumor is floating around out there. And unfortunately, you can't disregard it, because the fact of the matter is they lie to us about fucking everything. Why wouldn't they lie to us about this? They lie to us about fucking everything.
Well, that's fairly shocking news if true. U.S. ground troops potentially attempting to enter Iran? While Donald Trump is simultaneously talking about
There's an
peace.
old
Weird. That sounds
saying in
familiar.
Tennessee, I know it's in Texas, probably in Tennessee, that says, fool me once, shame on you. If fool me, we can't get fooled again.
So why wouldn't they lie to us about this? So we'll see, but things are drastically escalating, and I fear where this goes next, y'all. I fear what happens next. Like, our desalination plant's going to get attacked, our power plant's going to get attacked. Is all of the oil infrastructure in the region going to blow up? Is that going to immediately plunge us into a global depression? What happens from here? It is rough. The U.S. is losing this war horrifically and blatantly, and I don't think Trump has any idea what the fuck to do about that. I don't think he knows what to do about that. So he's acting like a fucking cornered dog. He's flipping out like a petulant toddler who needs his nap. And unfortunately, he also has fucking nuclear weapons and MOABs and chemical weapons and biological weapons, and it's a devastating, dangerous place to be in.
Yep, Kyle's right. We're not living in great times right now. You know, this timeline is cooked. Been waiting for Bacula to solve this for us, but doesn't seem like that's happening. All right, let's go to the rest of the reports that I have on this situation. And since the United States is refusing to give any information to anyone who hasn't taken any loyalty oaths, and are even keeping stuff from those guys now because News Nation is starting to ask them tough questions. Oh, it's hilarious to think that that's how far we've gone down the path. Is that like even News Nation's a little skeptical? Like, why are we doing this again? I'm forgetting. Oh, God. Yeah, let's go to Al Jazeera English 10 hours ago. Air defenses activated across Iran.
You are watching Al Jazeera, bringing you breaking news out of Iran, where air defenses have been activated and explosions are heard in the capital, Tehran. Iranian officials say explosions were also heard in the vicinity of Qashm Island and in the port city of Bandar Abbas. These developments follow earlier reports by state television that the Iranian military fired missiles at what it calls, quote, the enemy's aggressive units in the vicinity of the Strait of Hormuz. Tehran is saying its response comes after the U.S. military fired on and disabled the Iranian-flagged Hasna tanker on Wednesday. Well, let's head straight to Tehran and speak to Al-Medad Al-Ruhayd. Al-Medad, firstly, given all of these reports that are coming in, the triggering of air defenses in Tehran, further explosions in the south, not to mention activity in the Strait of Hormuz, bring us up to speed.
Well, definitely the most escalation over in the Strait of Hormuz. The explosions here in Qishm Island, in the Bandar Abbas city, in the Behman Piers commercial section, and it's appear that they are an escalation in the Strait of Hormuz, because what we have now, a report is circulated here, and local media, Tasnim news agency, is speaking about the United States destroyers attempt to pass through the Strait of Hormuz, and also citing state media for informed military sources speaking about that they are what he called an aggression from the United States invasion, trying to attack an Iranian tanker, and that's met by a heavy response from the IRGC Navy and the armed forces there. They are saying that we target the destroyer by drones, suicide drones, and also missile, and there's an explosions here near the vicinity of Strait of Hormuz, and we do know that Strait of Hormuz has been one of the main battleground over the 72 hours when the United States President announced the Operation Freedom to open the strait by force, and then right now we are seeing that United States destroyer and vessels attempt to cross that strategic waterway toward the Gulf of Aden, and the response from the IRGC Navy is clear that not allowed them to move through that strategic waterway, and at the same time they are speaking about Iranian oil tanker have been hit by what they call the aggression from the United States Navy. So this the latest here came from Iranian media, so whether it's a state media or local media, and we do know that the Strait of Hormuz have been one of the main sticking point in negotiating table. They are the Iranian here officials speaking about their rights on controlling that strategic choke point, and also we know that there is a new mechanism to moving through that waterway. You have to contact the IRGC Navy, the authorities of Persian Gulf, and all.
Yeah, and actually earlier this week, Iran announced a email system they created for people to contact Iran and pay the fee and arrange the transport of their vessels through the strait. Really streamlined system, really. Anyway. Iran claiming that the United States and the United Arab Emirates conducted military strikes in the strait. It seems like Operation Epstein Jury is perhaps back on. And perhaps it was never really over, because of course we were continuing to do war activities like the blockade, among other things, throughout the supposed ceasefire, which, as we've been saying this whole time, was sort of a violation of the idea of a ceasefire. All right, here's BBC up next from 9 hours ago on this latest exchange of fire between
now
the
let's
United
go
States
to
and
some
Iran.
news that's been emerging over the last few minutes, because we've been getting reports, or there have been reports on Iranian state media of explosions in the Strait of Hormuz. Iran describing it as an exchange of fire between Iranian armed forces and what it's called the enemy. Let's go straight to our correspondent Caroline Davis, who's in Dubai. What more are you hearing, Caroline?
Well, just in the last few minutes, Jane, we've had an official response from the Iranian side, from Qatar and Abia. They have said that the US, in violation, they say, of the ceasefire, targeted an Iranian oil tanker and that was traveling in Iranian coastal waters. And in response, they said that they launched retaliatory action against American military vessels in the Strait
of Hormuz, which, as you say, we'd previously heard some of these reports coming from Iranian state media. We have yet to have any official response from the US at the moment. Previously, President Trump had said that any US vessel that could be targeted will be meant that Iran would be blown off the face of the planet. But from the US side, we've also heard reports from US media. Fox News had said that, yes, that the US had also launched some attacks on a couple of locations inside Iran as well, but that they said, this unnamed US official, that this was not the end of the ceasefire nor the beginning again of the conflict.
All right, Caroline.
Well, unfortunately, it would seem that this is going to continue. I still have not yet been able to confirm this claim of ground troops in Iran yet. I, too, just looked into it, and it's been 10 hours since Kyle posted that video, so not sure what to think of that. Now, the Gulf states, even after these claims of the ceasefire being broken, came out to back the latest U.S. Proposal.
The draft is thought to have wide support within the Security Council, and it's rooted in the principal idea of freedom of navigation in the Strait of Hormuz. Now, while the U.S. and Bahrain are the main backers of this resolution, it has strong support and is being co-sponsored by the Gulf cooperation countries.
Now's the time for choosing, and are the countries of the Council choosing to stand with a regime that slaughters its own people, that brutalizes its neighbors, that strangles the world's economy? Or are they standing with the shining cities of Manama, Kuwait City, Dubai, Riyadh, Doha, with the people that seek a better future for not only their people, but for the region and for the world?
The state of Qatar has warned that the closure of the strait would transform the process from a regional to a global one due to its connection to the energy sector, supply and logistic change, export and re-export operations, and its impact on various aspects of life worldwide.
Now, the big obstacle for this draft resolution.
Yeah, and not shockingly, the Gulf countries are just coming out and flatly endorsing the U.S. proposal without any amendments or criticisms. But this is, I mean, as empty as it gets. They continue to refuse to actually work with Iran, talk to Iran, bring Iran into the discussion, generally speaking. Just condemning. It's mostly just condemning Iran and saying the United States is doing everything perfectly. That's what the Gulf countries have been doing, mostly. Although in the background, the closed rooms, there's sort of supposedly been some amount of defecting happening, including, you know, the UAE, of course, leaving OPEC. That was big news. The reason why that hits the United States and the Gulf countries, the alliance there, is Saudi Arabia is the main beneficiary of that. And Saudi Arabia is basically the United States' biggest ally, aside from Israel, in the region. You still can't believe a ground invasion happening? Well, it's not clear that it is happening. We don't have any confirmation of that, so I wouldn't rush to accept that as being fact right now, but merely just a possibility. Since we have the fog of war and a rather opaque administration when it comes to these sorts of things. The Ayatollah has a Truth Social account? Wow. Wow, gotta see that one. Alright, let's go here next. See what Donald Trump had to say earlier this evening. Here's the AP from 4 hours ago.
What do you say that you are to a deal right now with Iran?
Could happen any day. Could, and it might not happen, but it could happen any day. I believe they want the deal more than I do. We had 3 world-class destroyers go through the strait today. Any other country, under the circumstances, wouldn't have done shot missiles at it and drones at it, and these stupid boats that came at it. They got blown away in about 2 minutes.
Is the ceasefire with Iran still on?
Yeah, it is. It's they trifled with us today.
Was that classified information? How long it took to take them down? 2 minutes, huh? 2 whole minutes to take down all of the boats and drones and missiles that they shot at the boats? Huh. I thought they didn't have a military anymore. Didn't Trump say that we destroyed the whole thing?
Blew them away. They trifled. I call that a trifle. No, it's going, the talks are going very well, but they have to understand, if it doesn't get signed, they're going to have a lot of pain. They're going to have a lot of pain. They want to sign it, I will tell you. They want to sign it a lot more than I do.
There you go. There's Donald Trump early this evening, apparently, I assume in D.C., suggesting that Iran wants a deal more than the United States does, and that we completely took out their military capabilities. Or, no, that the military capabilities that we didn't take out managed to keep U.S. Navy ships busy for 2 whole minutes. That's the real story, is that it took 2 whole minutes for U.S. ships to take out Iranian drones, missiles, and boats. Even though Trump keeps saying that we've completely decimated their military. 2 minutes, that's quite a long time when you think about it. A lot can happen in 2 minutes. All right, let's go here to the Associated Press from 3 hours ago. Iranian media says forces exchanged fire with the quote-unquote enemy in the Strait of Hormuz.
اعلام این خبر یک مقام آگاه نظامی اعلام کرده به دنبال تعرض
Uninformed military sources announced following the attack by the U.S. military aggressors on an Iranian oil tanker. Enemy units operating in the area of the Strait of Hormuz came under Iranian missile fire, and after sustaining damage were forced to escape. All right, what is next? Jesus. Oh, shit. That was the last clip. We have the Al Jazeera live stream, and that's it. Great job to all of you for making it this far. I appreciate each and every one of you. And we still got like 3/4 of a stream, a little more than that, actually. And if you count the super secret late night after hours Galactic chill stream, which will happen after this, pretty good. Pretty good.
This whole engine, right? And gave the licensing to the U.S. company to use it for free for now, for probably 20 years. But there's cut, total cut of the engine. So nothing will be transferred from U.S. back to China, China to U.S. in the future.
What does the future of AI learning look like? If we meet again in 20 years, what
What questions will I be asking you?
AI learning or AI teaching probably will dominate the whole education. However, the schools are still going to be there. The teachers are still going to be there. But the teachers have to use the AI tools or platform or anything to teach the students. I think the teacher's role.
Okay, this is not what I want out of this. Let's see. What have they been talking about last hour? You would think this whole situation going on, that's the border wall.
He talked about being sort of resentful in the
linked fighters attacked 2 villages in central Mali.
Democracy.
Shireen. American officials said they couldn't determine if Shireen's killing was a crime without talking to the shooter. But Israel refused to cooperate. No one has been held to account. Justice has not been served. I want to know, who killed Shireen? If we don't answer this question, more journalists, more Americans, and more innocent people will be targeted and killed with impunity. So we decided we were going to find the shooter ourselves.
All right, 3, 2, 1. All right, I'm gonna hit record.
When Shireen was killed, it was such a shock to all of us. And then to watch how Israel used misinformation and disinformation to obscure the facts for months was really disturbing to me.
Shireen was not just any journalist. She is the first American Palestinian journalist, American journalist who has been killed by Israeli forces in the West Bank.
I think the bigger story for us is why the U.S. government abdicated any role in this investigation and why Israel has refused to tell the U.S. government the name of the shooter and who the shooter was and any information about the shooter.
The Biden administration produced a classified report on Shireen's death, but they refused to release it.
We know the senior Biden people, like, they're not talking about Shireen's death. They're not talking about Palestinian deaths. They're not really talking at all. Are there going to be people here in D.C. over the next couple of days that are lower level that might be willing to talk?
Yeah, I think there's a couple of people here that are longtime sources.
I'm not gonna watch this whole thing. Oh God. While the death of Shireen Abu Akleh is in fact tragic, needs to be investigated, and those responsible need to be held to account. Certainly not new news. In fact, it's rather old. It happened, what, over like a year ago, didn't it? How long has it been? When did she die? Can't even remember now. They all blend together now. No, she had more than that. 4 years ago. It's actually pre-October 7th. And it actually doesn't look like Al Jazeera is really talking about what's happening with Iran and the United States for whatever reason. Yeah, they're on commercial right now. Okay, well, I think that's where I'm going to wrap it tonight. 7 hours. Tomorrow we have a serious weekending report for all of you, so prepare for that. That's where I'm going to wrap tonight. Well, we got through another stream. It was quite long and also difficult, but thankfully we had each other to get through it. Till I see you next, you stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation. Can't forget this. These are your galactic patrons. Gabby, Goth Dogs, Aaron W, Schmegley, PB, Midi, Afroponics, Narwhal by Nature, Inner Planet Janet, Godcat, Robot Cat, Disco Wolf, Kelly Brady, Sammy, Geodragon, The Anticorporatist, Obsessive Audio, Noah Noah, Nadia, Jokey, Scout, Selena, Omega Star, Sasha G, Pitchforks Dragon, Vincent Morales, Donald James X, Evan from Portland, Lovely Pariah, Mish, Becky, Decipher, Icebreaker, Columbia Rican, New York, Will in Detroit, Sisyphean Task, BC, Free Palestine, Hermit Horologist, HBX, Manda, Lori Lunchmeat, Carl, Gaslightocracy, Paige Larson, Frizzla, Benihana 99, Dark Sparkle, CJ from the 6, The Reference Frame, Glitchmaster, Social Butterfly, The Anarchist, Perfect Cell, Winnie and Robin, Young Chris, Echios, and Emily S. One more. And it is Hecate. That's right, all of these people here have helped produce the show, which your eyes and ears just got done enjoying. You can too for just a few US dollars a month on Patreon.